Behind every crime lies a story waiting to be uncovered, from chilling mysteries to untold truth. This is where the darkness comes to light.
Ring buzz lights up the air, faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tangled dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes stand, shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead.
Hello, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Toxic. Good morning, Willow. Hello, Susan. Hi, Shalom Marie, Lois, Denise, Izzy, Susan. I mean, there's a lot of people already here. Good morning, everybody. Oh, hang on. Why is my camera not working? Problems already started. It's good. It's morning now. So, hang on, because I have two cameras. Let me try this. Oh, there we go. There I am. You guys can see me now. Oh, feed is up already. Give me a second. Hello, hello. Sorry, things are moving fast already today. It is Thursday. Happy Thursday. We are right on time. I am here. I don't know why my computer is just Oh yes, definitely. We are ready. We are ready for Jermaine Bass to be found guilty and go away for life. And we start our new trial. I found this trial and I had to make a lot of convincing. You guys can hear me, right? Right. I'm not on mute, right? You guys can hear me, yeah? Please thumbs up in the chat if you guys can hear me, because now I'm scared that I'm on mute. So hello Denise. Oh, okay, you can hear me. Awesome, good, awesome, fantastic. Hi Denise, happy verdict day. Definitely, I think we are gonna rename Thursdays to verdict day. So it is gonna be the new name, and we have our new trial starting today. I am very excited to talk about this trial. We're gonna do like an introduction to the trial when they go straight into Denise, do not scaring me. Thank you very much for the scare, but yeah. Oh yeah, also Denise, check your DMs from Toxic and from me, because I did also texted you. But enjoy lurking. So we are starting a new trial. We'll do a recap and an introduction to the trial when Jermaine is on verdict watch, when he's officially, because it only starts doing math, 10 o'clock in the morning Eastern, because it's in Colorado. So we're gonna go from Florida all the way to Colorado traveling. So we are going to be traveling today to Colorado from Florida, and then we're going to have to travel back from Colorado to Florida for when the verdict comes in. As you guys are used to, we're going to do the we're gonna watch hopefully openings and jury instructions for the new case while the verdict is coming. If a verdict comes, we'll pause the new trial, go back to Jermaine, do the verdict, making him found guilty, and then go back to our new trial. I don't think there is going to be a sentencing today or on Jermaine, but if there is, we'll do all of that on Saturday, because it's not probably going to be that long, but I don't think it is going to be today. So that that finish off today, and then we'll do the sentencing when the sentencing comes around, or something. I've got everyone's guesses written down. I've got everything ready. I've got a new pad for the new trial and for the trials ahead, because I needed a new one. Just fixing myself and getting ready for the day, because I mean it is almost 9 o'clock in the morning. Over here in the UK today, actually it's sunny again. I don't know why. I don't know. I know it's fancy. I am ready now. This trial, I'm ready. Now, I literally, because I was thinking, there is a case starting on Monday, also from Florida. I think it's Florida, somewhere. And it really interested me, right? But the thing is, it's yet another case with children involved, and I know I don't mind, and it's like, sadly, there's always cases like this, and I don't mind covering and getting justice for the little kids that deserve to get justice that no one has fought for. And I don't mind covering those trials. But also, I don't want to be covering just trials that sadly involve kids. I know that sadly it's the majority sometimes, for some reason, from some weird reason. Sadly, most of the cases are involved with children, but I need a trial break between our next trial that we cover with young kids. So this next trial is just a plain old unaliving trial. It is very interesting the circumstances that the trial has happened, the unaliving has happened. So we're gonna be doing this one, and then we'll see where we're going. Yeah, they do, and the thing is, I it's a very sad thing when there is a case that involves children. It is horrible and it is not good. Even a normal and aliving trial is not good for the mental health, but I find that it's harder when it involves children. So to be careful of my mental health and your guys' mental health as well, because I want to look after that too, we are just gonna cover a simple plain old and aliving trial. Not that I'm not gonna ever do a kids trial. No, we are gonna be covering and getting justice for those that don't have a voice anymore, and get justice for them. But it just needs a little bit of a break. So yeah, so we'll do that with this trial, and I had to convince Gardenbot to help us out because Colorado is a 7 hours difference to me. So which means that it's the court is gonna go up until midnight. Which I had to ask Gardenbot to stay up until midnight the days that we are streaming the case. There's days that I'm gonna be able to do it myself because I don't work the day after, but there is sadly days that I can't because I have to work the next day, and you guys know I have to wake up very early because court finishes at midnight, and then I have to wake up at 4 a.m. I don't mind living on 4 hours of sleep, but not for a whole week. So I'm gonna divide between me and Gardenbot the coverage of this trial, the afternoon parts. The mornings you're gonna get me, always, but the afternoon parts you're gonna also get Gardenbot with you. But yeah, exactly, yeah. As like for me, 6 hours normally is fine. I'm fine with 6 hours of sleep. 4 hours is a little bit of a stretch. So yeah, so Gardenbot is gonna be with you most of this trial, but I mean, you guys love him. I love him more. So you guys gonna be just fine. Yeah, midnight UK time. Yes, it's gonna be 5 p.m. Colorado time. I forgot which time zone Colorado is again. I know it's not CST, Colorado time zone. Sorry, Mountain. That's it. MST. Colorado is MST. I am learning. So it's just and you might even have our lovely friend Zio hosting too. So Mountain, yes, it's mountains. Thank you, Willow. Appreciate that. So, but I am trying to branch out a bit in terms of state, but yeah, 7 hours is definitely the limit, and I had really to convince, and I need to make a few favors to Gardenbot for him to be able to stream that late for us. Which if I could do it, I would not mind, but sadly I can't most days because I work. But and it's also the thing is this new trial is only gonna last a week, so ooh, that is a great idea. Zizzy, definitely gonna say Gardenbot is not here yet. Is working. So, but I will make a note to make a donut emoji for the channel. Thank you for that. So. Yes, forgot your time to make the donuts. Yes, so I'm gonna have to do some favors to Gardenbot so he can do some court with you all, and I'm sure I know he does it, but he's also gonna start working more because gardening season is upon us. Literally March is the day after tomorrow, and on March they start picking up. I mean, we already had like 3 people calling him asking for the garden to be done. So it's definitely picking up already. So it's also on Saturday night, me and Bart, we're gonna go out because I'm working Saturday. Saturday we probably don't have a stream plan, but even if we do, it's gonna be a short one. I'm still thinking about it. I might need a bit of a rest because of this crazy week. So we are gonna go out. I'm gonna take him to his favorite restaurant. Because Nightbot turns 30. Oh, sound is it's here. We almost.
We just have one issue to discuss.
All right.
So Mr. Terry and I both noticed yesterday during closing argument that Mr. Flowers, who is on the panel, not an alternate, he is the gentleman who is in the back row to the right against the wall. Mr. Terry and I both clearly noticed his eyes were closed the entire time. We both kept an eye on him during all the closings. There was at one point he was kind of sitting forward and just had his eyes closed. And then there was at some point he went back and continued to just have his eyes completely closed for all the closings. I've discussed it with Mr. Terry. We have discussed it with Mr. Bass and Ms. Bradley, and I believe we're all in agreement that we would strike, and all agreed to strike him for cause because of what we saw. And we are willing to accept the first alternate, if that is okay with the court. And I have discussed that as well with Mr. Bass, pros and cons of each of them such, and that is his desire to ask the court to do that as well.
All right. Is that right, Mr. Bass?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Terry?
Yes, Judge, I'm always hesitant to switch out a juror, but I can't argue with Mr. Slimmer because he did appear to be almost sleeping, but I don't know that he was sleeping. It's hard to say if some people are concentrating with their eyes closed, but since I don't know, I can't really say, so I'm not going to object to this.
All right. Then alternate one would be Richmond, so Richmond goes on.
Oh wow! So I mean, like she has an issue with the juror slipping, but yeah, but your client, the defendant, could be like blinking like there was no other business because trying to get him from a sleep. Oh my days! This is drama on the last day. I don't I think Jermaine was for a minute because every single time the camera would pan him, it was like almost leaning forward and almost falling asleep, like blinking like a lot, like this. There was like no one else's business. Yeah, they did not turn off the mic and they did say the jurors' names. Oopsie, is she gonna ask now for a mistrial because of that? So that is just absolutely crazy. Oh my days! Do you guys remember Zachary Hughes? So he got transferred to his new home for the prison. And you know when they go to prison, they have to shave their heads. So I don't want to turn off and then talking because I want to make myself bigger. So hang on, I'm going to pause for a minute and make myself bigger so I can show you guys something. This is how Zachary Hughes looks. This is how he's looking right now. So it is also in South Carolina. So yeah, that's how Zachary Hughes looks right now. It doesn't look, it doesn't suit him. That is hilarious. Oh my days. They did him dirty. I know his hair is gone, Susan. And it is gone, but yeah, he had gray hair, but well, it's gone now. It's he did had gray hair, but I'm sorry that like I know it's not like his prom picture, but that picture my days. That is just oh, sorry, I was just trying to do something about my day. Here comes the jury, and we are about to start deliberations.
All right, be seated. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. How are you? Good. Everyone had a restful night, I hope. Have any of you seen or heard or learned anything about this case or the people and places involved in this case? No's from everyone. Terrific. So a few final instructions to give you, and if you want to read along with me, I am on page 18 of 22, where it says 3.13, submitting the case to the jury. Page 18. All right, in just a few minutes, the bailiff will take you into the jury room, and the first thing you should do there is choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's responsibility to sign and date the verdict form when all of you have agreed on a verdict and to bring that verdict form back here into the courtroom. You will discuss this case with your fellow jurors to reach an agreement. Again, your verdict must be unanimous. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but you should do so only after you've considered all the evidence, discussed it fully with the other jurors, and listened to the views of your fellow jurors. Do not hesitate to change your opinion if the discussion persuades you to do so. However, you should not surrender your considered opinion in order to be congenial or to reach a verdict solely because of the opinions of other jurors. Do not change your honest belief about the weight and effect of the evidence simply to reach a verdict. During deliberations, you must communicate about this case only with one another, only when all of you are present together in the jury room. If, for example, a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberation should stop until that juror returns. You're not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. Until you've reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case with others in person or through any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you during your deliberations. These communication rules apply until I discharge you at the end of this case, and if you become aware of a violation of these instructions or any other instructions I've given you, you must tell me by giving a note to the bailiff. Many of you have cell phones, tablets, laptops, smartwatches, other electronic devices here in the courtroom. Our rules do not allow you to take those into the jury room, so leave them with the bailiffs and they'll be secured and guarded while you deliberate. If you do need to make a quick text or call to someone to let them know you will be incommunicado for a while because you're about to begin deliberations, you're welcome to do that before you start. The bailiff will also explain how to advise us when you've reached a verdict or how to communicate with us if you have a question. If you do need to communicate with me, send a note through the bailiff signed by the foreperson. If you've already voted on one or more of the verdicts, do not disclose your actual vote in a note to us. If you do have a question, though, I must discuss it with all court personnel to determine first whether legally and procedurally we can even answer it, and second, if it is a question we can answer, how we will do so. So there will obviously be a delay in any response to you. You may continue your deliberations if you're able to do so while you wait for my answer. I will answer questions either in writing back to you or orally here in the courtroom. Generally, though, please understand we cannot answer questions dealing with the testimony of the witnesses you've heard during the trial. You must rely on your own recollection of the answers the witnesses gave to the questions that were asked of them. We cannot give you an answer to any question that was not asked, nor can we explain an answer that was given by a witness. During the trial, certain items may have been received into evidence as exhibits. All of those exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. You're free to examine them in the jury room. However, you may see and consider only items or documents that were actually received in evidence. You may not see documents such as police reports or depositions that might have been discussed during the trial, but were not placed in evidence. As to the instructions on the law, you obviously have available to you this exact set of written instructions I've just read to you. There are no time limitations for jury deliberations. This is completely up to the jury. You may continue to deliberate as long as you wish. If you choose to deliberate past the lunch or dinner hour and would like us to order lunch or dinner for you, please let us know. Additionally, if at any time you would like to suspend deliberations and return tomorrow to continue, please let us know that as well. In closing, let me remind you it's important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For over 2 centuries, we've lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate rules we have agreed to share. So I have that are going back with you as well. The court's jury instructions, these are in yellow just so you have a formal copy to look at. I have made a couple of changes that you may have heard me mention during the course of reading the instructions when I noticed an error. Just to do that out here in public, on page 2 of 22, where it says Introduction to Homicide 7.1, that last paragraph, if you find Jaylah Bass was killed by Jermaine Bass, you will then consider the circumstances surrounding the killing and deciding if the killing was first-degree murder or any lesser included offense. That should read. And so I've corrected it, and it's in bold on page 2 of 22. Additionally, on page 4 of 22, under felony murder in the first degree, item number 2, element number 2, read, while engaged in the commission of an aggravated child abuse on either Jaylah Bass or Jermaine Bass in counts 2 and 3, or any lesser charge on those counts, that shouldn't be there. That's stricken through. So I've stricken through that on my copy so you can see it on this copy. And additionally, I told you on the verdict form, now I can't really remember which what it was, but I didn't have that final question, yes or no, under it. I just made the final correction, so each selection has an appropriate yes or no. I would just remind you too, as we've discussed during the trial, there is sometimes confusion in the record. Jermaine Bass is the name of the defendant, obviously. His name throughout these instructions is referred to as Jermaine Lavanda Bass. That's his full name. Jermaine Bass, the victim, is also known by JJ, that we discussed during the trial. So when he's referred to, it either says Jermaine Bass without the Lavanda or Jermaine JJ Bass. So I just wanted to make you aware. It's mostly clear throughout this, but just remember when you're talking about Jermaine Bass, the victim, that obviously is the child in the case. Does that make sense to everyone? All right. The verdict form is also in yellow to distinguish it from your copy. You will also have a list that the clerk has prepared of all the evidence items that are listed by number and then what they are, so you don't have to unfold every envelope if you don't have to do it. So it has the number of the exhibit and then what it is, so you can refer to it easily. You do have electronics back there if you wanted to look at or hear or see any of the video evidence that was introduced, so that's in the jury room as well. So with that, with the exception of Christopher Flowers and David Hutchinson, Mr. Flowers and Mr. Hutchinson are our alternate jurors. In Florida, jurors are required no less and no more to sit on a case and deliberate on a first-degree murder. We are required by law to have alternates because if some emergency had happened during the course of this trial, we would have to start all over again if one juror became sick or incapacitated or something, and we didn't have alternates. So you are the alternates in the case, so stay with me 1 minute. I just wanted everyone else to know why you weren't going back there to begin deliberations. but the rest of you are excused to begin deliberations at this time. All rise. All right, have a seat. I just want to spend one moment telling you that I hear from other jurors, alternates sometimes, that they sat through and sacrificed so much to be told at the end they're an alternate and get to deliberate. I truly hope that you don't think that your time has been wasted because you were the alternates in the case. I can assure you it was not. Many
Just one moment. I'm trying to find another feed for it because the sound of that one went off for some reason. I don't know if they cut it, if the court did it. I'm trying to swap it. Just bear with me. While I go to our friends.
telling you that I hear from other jurors, alternates sometimes, that they sat through and sacrificed so much to be told at the end they're an alternate and get to deliberate. I truly hope that you don't think that your time has been wasted because you were the alternates in the case. I can assure you it was not. Many.
Okay, it is not me then. It's them. Yeah. Oh, can you hear me now? Can you hear me? So yeah, probably because the names of the juries. Okay, you can hear me. Okay, that's fine. I think she just dismissing the alternates, so we're not missing anything. So because I thought it was like the feed, but it is the general feed, but I thought it was me. So that's absolutely fine. So that is absolutely fine. I just need to go grab something out of the Google Forms thing, and then
Experience or review so that they too will come down to the courthouse when they get their jury service summons. So your jury service is officially concluded. You're welcome to wait if you want to see what the jurors do. You're welcome. It's an open courtroom. You can wait. You have my contact information. If you don't, the bailiff will give it to you again if you want to call me and find out what happens, or if you want to leave your contact information with the bailiff, we'll call you and let you know what the jury decided or what the actual verdict is. Also, as a trial lawyer for many years before I became a judge, I love to talk to jurors about either the case or what happened during the course of the case. If you're willing and interested to do that, I know the lawyers here would love the experience of getting your feedback about the trial and what your thoughts and perceptions were. Let the bailiff know that. He'll just bring you around, and the attorneys would be glad to talk to you. And if you want to rely on the fact that your jury service is concluded, you're welcome to go home and go about your personal affairs for the rest of the week and weekend. So I hope you have a great rest of your week and weekend, and I want to thank you again on behalf of the parties, on behalf of all of my judge colleagues here in Tampa. We thank you so much for the sacrifices you made and the attention that you paid. And your jury service is now officially concluded. So thank you very much.
All rise.
All right, we'll be in recess pending a jury verdict.
Recess.
All right, here we go. We are on Verdict Watch, officially on Verdict Watch. Sorry, I'm just gonna mute the stream on my side because now it's just Verdict Watch. And Willow, are you sharing with the class? Because you need to share with the class if you are making more coffee. Absolutely. Yeah, you do. Verdict Watch, officially Verdict Watch. I am excited. I don't think it's gonna take that long, for verdict to reach. Anyway, I think it is gonna be very easy, queasy, lemon squeezy, quick of a verdict. But meanwhile, we have some time to kill. Well, sorry. Well, we have some time to unalive, apparently. By me. So we can do introduction to our new case, but I am gonna to put myself a little bit up, but I'm gonna leave myself on this screen because if I have to quickly go into the feed of it, and I need to, yeah, open up things and make sure everything is fine. So we are going to be covering a case that is going to be called House Fire Unaliving Trial. It is going to be Colorado versus Stacy Rodriguez. She is now, sorry, getting my stats up. She is now 23 years old. She was 19 at the time that the crime was committed, which was in October 2021. And she is accused, together with Hosanna Varela, to unalive Christopher Dickinson. That's the name of our victim. Hosanna Valera already pled guilty to the arson in the first degree, conspiracy to commit an unaliving, and she got sentenced already to 32 years old. And the plea deal that Hosanna had was when if Stacy did not plead guilty, to testify against her in the unaliving trial, which is gonna happen. Also, Stacy Rodriguez has pled not guilty of the unaliving charge, arson, and also I think there is another of something to do with an alive body situation. Because the thing is, there's very easy to find documents on this case, and it is just a brand new case to me, so I don't have documents or anything yet available. They might be available later on Discord. The link is already in the chat. But there is also a lot of other cases on Discord, so make sure you check that out as well. And this happened in Greenlee, Colorado. So I kind of give that's a little bit of an overview of the case. But now I'm going to read a news article about the case. So, 2 women have been arrested in connection with the unaliving of a man and burning his home in Greenlee last month. This article came out in November 21, so that's why I'm saying last month. The Greenlee Police Department announced Stacy Rodriguez, 19 at the time of the unaliving, and Hosanna Varela, 23 at the time, were arrested and charged with first-degree unaliving, first-degree arson, first-degree burglary, and tampering with evidence. So see, now we have the charges here. So first-degree unaliving, arson, burglary, and tampering. Sorry, I'm just writing the charges so we know throughout the trial. So both women were booked in the Weld County Jail without bond. On October 3rd, officials recovered a man's body from a house fire in, then they says the address. Well, the house probably it's not there anymore. It's the 2400 block of 50th Avenue Court in Colorado. That's the address. The man was later identified as 35-year-old Chris Dickinson, and his unaliving was ruled as a homicide, according to a Weld County coroner's office. Since the morning of the fire, Greenlee detectives have been working tirelessly to solve this case, said the police department. The culmination of that investigation has resulted in the arrest of 2 suspects. Police have not released any details about what led them to be suspects. Police also said that no additional information will be released at the moment, at the time that this article was written. Rodriguez and Varela are both Greenlee residents with no significant criminal history, according to public records. The investigation into the unaliving is still ongoing, and then they say any information to happen. The weirdest thing is, there is not a lot about this trial out there. I've tried to search YouTube videos, I've tried to search things on my side, obviously, but I could not find. Probably the why I could not find is because I did not turn on my VPN, and because I did not want to spoil the stream again like I did the other day, because it was too close of the time. So I did not want to turn the VPN. Maybe tomorrow, because the thing is, thank you. Oh my days. Buenos dias. Hi, hello. Uh, oh my days. Thank you. Gracias. You guys are really trying to get me crying again. Vamos, I appreciate you so much. You are the best. I think even the YouTube is struggling to find people. I thank you very much. You absolutely gorgeous person, every single one of you. Thank you very much. You are absolutely amazing. So it's we made it off the home, but like I think definitely I'm gonna have to make garden bot to do more emojis for the channel. Thank you. Thank you once again. I have no words at times. I'm just sometimes so surprised and so amazed by what you guys are doing, for the support. Just pressing the like button or being here, it means a lot to me, and I really appreciate that. So thank you. Like I was saying, I could not find a lot about this case without the VPN, but because this trial, right, it's in Colorado and it has the 7 hours difference, I am gonna have a possibility hey hey Toxic, as the gavel drops is a member. As the gavel drops is the YouTube channel of the Discord, so is also a member of our channel now, thanks to I. Thank you. Oh, you're so awesome. So what I was saying is, because the trial starts a little bit later to me, it's only about like 3:30 my time, so I'm gonna have a little bit more time when I get back from work until the stream starts to do some investigation, trial prep, and all of that stuff. So that is absolute that's one thing I like about the time difference, that it happens. So that's why I really like it. And welcome to all new members. You guys look great in green. Thank you very much for the support. Vamos, you are amazing, and I appreciate every single one of you. No matter if you can or not do it, but I appreciate it. Appreciate that. So I think Toxic and our friends at the Discord they are working on getting more information about this trial, getting any documents if there is or anything. But I'm trying to find like any videos or anything. If you have anything, just let me know. If I just pressed the wrong button. Or if you haven't I know, Susan, I am so sorry. I think the YouTube, yeah, I'm sorry. Hopefully next time, you never know. Hopefully, yes, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. That is, yeah. So it was like, in terms of videos, I could not find almost anything. So I think this case has flown under the radar, and I just saw the the feed thumbnail on this case, and I was like, "Ooh, that sounds interesting. New case. We already finishing our case." I was like, "Let's go for it." And then I realized it was Colorado, and I was like, I had to convince Greenbot to do it for us. I not a. Oh, you hit Big Burst and Rachel. Oh, that is awesome. I vamos. Oh my days. Oh no. I, I, I'm gonna. Oh man. Oh man. Oh. I vamos. Thank you. You. I know you miss. Well, I think YouTube is still thinking about it. I think he's struggling. You. Wow. I have no words. Thank you. Are you trying, Susan? Oh, you're gonna make me cry. I'm sorry, this is the thing that happens a lot in the channel is because you guys are so generous and helping me and supporting me, I cry a lot. So, heads up. Tears are coming. Oh, Stephanie, you came up just in time to see me cry. Uh, you just came in see me cry. Welcome. Hi, hello. Well, you can seat. You can type seat in the chat, and yeah, you can take your seat. Just type exclamation seat in chat. Anyone grab a chair, sit with us. You are more than welcome. There's space in the front row for everybody. To the awesome view that is, oh wow, and, and that is very hard to do. Leave me speechless. It's oh my days. So I think YouTube is still going through. And hey, Robert, hi, good to see you. Hi. I am trying to stop crying. Also, by the way, guys, if you like, I love one thing that I do all the time is literally watch on my free time, which I don't think I have much, but I do have a lot of time, is do a check body camera videos. I love watching body camera videos, and it's one of my favorite pastimes. And Ruba Ramada, she does that. She watches a lot of body camera videos and covers some hearings, and she's a good friend in a lot time group. So make sure you can check her channel out. She's an amazing girl. I try to watch her when I am baking away in at work. I literally am packing bread and I'm listening to her streams, which is awesome. Like, I agree absolutely, Denise. Like, he needs to do a crying emoji. I'm gonna put on a list of emojis to do. It's like the crying emoji, so you guys saying, and of course, like, we need to support each other out, and I absolutely love your channel, and you're gonna do amazing, and you carry on doing what you do, and I really want to see you hit the 100 subscribers. So we're gonna celebrate. 1 second, hang on. I need to go on YouTube. Ooh, so yeah, so make sure you check it out. But yeah, so what was I even saying? What was I saying before all of this? Because yay! Oh, I'm so awesome. That's so awesome. I think YouTube is still finding people to give the memberships. Thank you again, Ivamos. I really appreciate it. And I am crying. I'm always crying. It's, I think, a staple in the channel that I cry. Right? You guys are amazing, and just me being able to do this, it is amazing, and you guys supporting me doing it is beyond my wildest dreams. Hey, Monica, hello, nice to see you in green. But you look amazing in green. Welcome to the green gang. I am wearing green, you guys are in green. Yeah, exactly. There isn't any news out, isn't it? That is a little bit crazy, Shalmarie. So it's absolutely crazy that there's not like a lot out there about the. Oh, thank you. You're gonna make me cry. I'm just me. This is who I am day in and day out. I don't change. I am comfortable in being who I am, and I'm a crazy. So, and we are matching in green. um, okay, all right. Definitely. You sleep. You need your sleep, girl. And definitely, I mean, we're gonna be here most of the day until, well, midnight my time. So, yeah, memberships are still going out because YouTube is, well, YouTube needs to give Susan one. Because, come on. But, this is just who I am. I mean, you can ask Garden Bot when I'm not even on stream anymore. This is who I am, and I love being crazy. I am crazy. I love being different. I am different, and I really love doing this. I wouldn't be here if I didn't, because having to put on a fake face and a fake voice every single day, it is hard, and it's almost impossible. Of course, I have my down days. You guys well know about that, and I'm very transparent when I'm having a bad day, or I am tired, or something is happening that's it's less good out there. But I try to be a bit, and I'm a positive person, and I like to look at life with a positive outlook. I mean, I know we cover very sad and hard cases and everything, so I this is who I am. So it's you what you see is what you get. There is absolutely no difference at all. I'm like this even but behind the screen. When the screen goes off and everything, it's this is who I am. And that's the way I look at life and look at things. I don't know. Probably I'm gonna stop talking because you guys might be just a little bit sick of hearing me yapping. In terms of the new case, that's basically our coverage so far for it, because it is only going to start in about an hour time. The trial only starts in about an hour in. So my plan is the same as always. You might watch some parole hearings because they have been busy. I've been like getting notifications of the parole hearings channel thing, and they have been gone live for the last couple of days, so they are very very busy at the moment. So but what you guys want to do? Do you want a pardon hearing or revocation? I think I want to. Yeah, let's do the revocation one, because I think I'm more interested in this one. So let's share this tab. Put on a screen, and I need to minimize myself back to my little corner. Back to my little corner there, and put this a little bit bigger. And it's playing. Oh, I need to turn the sound on. There we go. Might as well fast forward a bit while I'm here, because so revocations one that we are doing is like people that misbehaved while they were on their probation. They got arrested, and now they are before the board to see if they are gonna get revoked or they can get out again. Basically, I think that's what I think.
All right, it's now 8:50 and the Louisiana Committee on Parole is going to begin our session today. Today's date is Tuesday, February 25th, 2025. I'd like for the staff here at headquarters to introduce yourselves. Jason Thompson? Sure. How about the staff there at Franklin Detention Center? Just have him introduce himself. Sir, would you please introduce yourself? You're on mute. You're on mute.
Well, yeah, I'm Lieutenant Ford, Franklin Parish Detention Center.
Thank you very much. All right, I'm going to introduce
Ma'am.
the members of the committee today. Seated to my left is Mr. Chuck Tillis. Remote is Ms. Cheryl Renatza. My name is Jerry Ledoux. Mr. Richardson, before we get started, do you have a piece of paper in front of you that you recognize your signature, which is a parole questionnaire?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, your answers to that questionnaire indicate that you are not qualified for appointed counsel. Do you have paid counsel? Have you retained an attorney for today?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to be reading some allegations against you, and we would ask for you to enter a plea of guilty, not guilty, or guilty with a statement. After that, we'll ask you some further questions, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So we find, well, let me just ask you, can you state your name and your DOC number for the record?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Donald Ray Richardson on DOC number 622248.
Okay. Mr. Richardson, you've been accused of violating condition number 4 of your parole in that you committed the offense of failure to register by living at 2422 Lone Cedar Road, Winsboro, without registering this address with the Franklin Parish Sheriff's Office. And on 12/13 of 2024, you admitted to living at 2422 in Winsboro, and your parole officer noted that children's items were inside the residence. How do you plead to that?
To the not reporting part. All right, I did get sidetracked with trying to get my wallet and everything so I can start working or whatever. But with the kids item part, when no kids living at the address, it's just the lady I was staying with, her and my sister, her daughter had just moved out and never moved all the stuff out the house.
Okay, so you admit to failing to register, but not being in the presence of children, you're pleading not guilty.
Yes, ma'am.
Also, number 4B, you admitted to illegal use of marijuana. How do you plead?
Not guilty because I ain't never tell him I was smoking. When he pulled up, he asked me, "Can I pass a drug test?" And I told him it was only one way to find out. But he told me he smelled marijuana. I never was smoking marijuana.
You did not admit to marijuana use.
No, man, I never told him I was smoking. When he pulled up, he said he smelled marijuana. Okay, she got a lot of neighbors live around her. Just because you smell marijuana, that don't mean that I'm necessarily smoking marijuana.
Okay.
I felt like if he felt like if I was smoking, he still supposed to been drug test me. You never drug test me.
Okay. So at this time, I'm going to ask Mr. Tillis to ask any questions she has.
Yeah, how you doing, Mr. Richardson? Good morning.
Good morning.
What happened with the, why wouldn't you, register?
I ain't gonna say that I wasn't trying to register, sir. All right, my sister had just moved back down here to from Kansas City to Winsboro. She was gonna move at 208 Willow Street, but she ain't have all the rent money, so she decided to move with one of her friends that she been knowing since 2017. At the time, Mr. Whatever his name is at the sheriff office, Mr. Todd, he told me that I couldn't live on Rolling Street with my mama due to the simple fact that she was in the area of a daycare. So I had to find somewhere else. I'm not from Winsboro, I'm from Tallulah, so I don't know nobody around here. But at the time, I talked to my sister, and she ended up talking to her friend. Her friend said it was all right if I could stay there. Okay, I know I supposed to have been text him or called him and told him the address, but when I found out that is where I was gonna be, I texted my PO and let him know. That's how he was able to come where I was, 2422 Long Cedar Road.
I see. It says that you admitted to using, marijuana. Was that true? I heard the first statement you made.
No, sir, I never told him I was smoking, sir.
How long
When he pulled up on me, he told me he was like, I smear marijuana. Then he asked me, can I pass a drug test? I told him it was only one way to find out. Okay. Then he backdoored, told me to stand up so he can search me and see if I had any marijuana or any weapons on me. He searched me, never found nothing on me. He asked me, can he search the house? I told him, oh, it's okay with me. No, I ain't got no problem. Ain't nothing in there. So he searched the house, ain't find nothing in the house. He come back out, told me everything was good. But you still put me in handcuffs and put me out here. But you told my mama that you was only putting me in jail for a 3 to 10 day sanction for failing the drug test. But to come to find out, after a month and a half went by, it was more than what you said it was.
I see. How long had you been on parole?
Been on parole since September. I took the plea September last year.
Last year.
Yes, sir.
You hadn't had any problems since then?
I ain't never had no problem, sir.
Okay. If you're released again, are you going to comply with what with the officers, and are you going to keep your nose clean?
Yes, sir. Only thing I was trying to do is do right this time, trying to find me a job and everything. No, like, I'm sorry, you feel me, that I got sidetracked, and I know I supposed to been text him that gave Mr. Todd the address. It just I got sidetracked with trying to work and get my wallet and stuff so I can work, so I can take care of my responsibility.
Where are you going to be living if you get out now?
In West Monroe.
With who?
With my ex-girlfriend. She wanted me to just come move in with her and just stay out of trouble. I was gonna get my job back at Sonic's on Thomas Road. That's why I was working at in 22 before I come to jail.
Okay, I have no more questions.
Ms. Renatza.
Yes. Mr. Richardson, you said you're from Tallulah. How'd you end up in Winsboro?
Well, when I was back in 2014-15, I had went on the Joes and ended up getting locked up. And by the time I got released, this where my mom and them was staying. Everybody was up here. That's the only reason why I ended up in Winsboro. This where my family was.
And you weren't living, so wherever you were, where the kids' toys was not a family member's house. Is that what you said?
Yes, man. It was my sister friend. Somebody that she been knowing since she been down here in Winsboro. No, they was in Winsboro way before I was. I ain't coming to Winsboro until 2017.
Right. What other family did you have in Winsboro?
I ain't had nobody else but my mom and my sister Kim. My sister Kim, she got 2 little girls and a little boy. So I know I couldn't.
And she lives with your mother? She lives with your mother?
No, ma'am. She live in MLK. She got her own house.
Hmm. It concerns me. You're saying all the right things, but you're a sixth offender. You've been through this before. We take this serious, and saying you're getting sidetracked is not really, doesn't wash with me. I'll just say it that way. I'm just going to think about it a little more. Ms. Ledoux, that's all I have.
Well, thank you, Ms. Renatza. That was some of my same thoughts, because when we're talking about registering, why you have to register, and that you have additional conditions on top of the standard conditions because you're a sex offender.
Yes, ma'am.
And as Ms. Renatza stated, we don't take this lightly. That's not, you have the obligation to make sure that everything is done correctly.
Yes, ma'am.
Position. Do you have any more questions? Do you have anything else you'd like to say?
Yes, ma'am. As far as I understand about the registering and the sex offender part, but it was my first time ever being on something like this, and I was really trying to get everything down pat, get the steps and all that down pat, or what I have to do.
You say you've been out how long on parole?
I was only out 3 weeks. Before he put me back in jail, I was only out 3 weeks, and I was finna start working and everything so I can do the papers and try to pay my parole and stuff, but I ain't get a chance to because he ended up putting me back in jail.
Okay, but you realize you have to register and do all the other things to stay out.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's not.
No,
I
did.
have you were paroled April of 2024 and detained in December of 2024. That's more than a couple of weeks.
No, I went home November of 24, like 2 days before Thanksgiving of 24, and he put me back in jail December the 13th of 24.
Okay, I'll have to look at that. Oh, is because you delayed not having a residence plan?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's what, okay. I understand that. All right, panel prepared to vote?
Yes. I'm gonna give you another chance. My vote's gonna be not to revoke. And I hope that you will comply with the rules and regulations that we set up for you.
Yes, sir.
I have a technical question before I vote, Ms. Ledoux. I noticed in my notes say that his master prison record has listed his full term date in November of this year, but I saw it somewhere else where it's May of 27.
That's that too. Would you like me to check that out before you vote, Ms. Renata?
Yeah, I'd like to know.
Okay, so we'll go into executive session if I can have a vote on that.
Yes.
Renata?
Yes.
Tilly?
Yes.
Yes. We're going to go in executive session to ascertain the correct out date.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sorry. I know I can skip the session thingy, Machiga, that they are in now, but I kind of actually do need to talk to you guys, because there is a hearing. I have never heard of this case, but it actually caught me interested. It's not a new trial, it's just a hearing, a pre-trial hearing, about the Princeton, New Jersey man accusing of unaliving his brother and a family cat is set to appear in court for the first time Thursday today. I don't know if you guys have heard about Matthew Hertingen, 31. He's charged with first-degree unaliving in connection with the death of this 26-year-old brother, Joseph Ertigen, I think that's how you say it. He is also charged with the third-degree and fourth-degree weapons charged and related to possessions of a golf club and a stabby-stab device, as well as an animal cruelty related to the death of a cat. I think it's just... Oh, you did hear about that. Do you guys want to watch it? I am very intrigued. I don't know how long it's going to be, but then again, we can always pause and go back to our trial, our verdict watch, and then I don't know why I just got it might be Shelmarie, I don't know. I've never heard of this case. Our friend Toxic, she just sent it to me because we are always talking about possibilities of cases and stuff like that, and the hearings and things that it's happening, and so she alerted me to this. So yeah, okay. All right, we'll watch it. It hasn't started yet. It starts in about 10 minutes. So when it starts, we'll go there and we'll watch that. Absolutely, that's a deal. Yeah, Toxic absolutely rocks. That is absolutely true. She is amazing, and she is a great friend of the channel, and she does amazing. Considering circumstances in life and everything, we all do amazing. You all do amazing. So we'll do that. We'll finish listening to this one, the executive session, and hopefully we'll have time for one more, and then we go back to that hearing that starts in about 11 minutes. So yeah, then thank you, Toxic.
Okay, the time is now 9:09. We're returning. If we can get a return vote.
Tillis?
Yes.
Ledoux?
Yes.
Renata?
Yes.
Okay, we have, Mr. Richardson, it appears that you have 3 different types of supervision going on, well, 3 different charges, and we got some clarification on that. I think we're prepared to continue to vote. Mr. Renata?
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Richardson, it's my understanding, I learned that you do have a court date set in March for a probation violation for the sex offense. Is that right? Are you aware of that?
No, ma'am.
You have a court date of March 25th. So my vote today is going to be to continue your case until after that court appearance.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to see what the judge is going to do in that case first before I decide what to do with you on the revocation allegations.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
my vote is to continue pending that outcome.
Yes, ma'am.
And I would vote the same. I don't want to make a decision prior to the judge's decision, which he is the controlling force on that particular charge. So my vote is also to continue. So a vote of 2-1, you're going to be continued until after the disposition of your March 25th court hearing. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
We'll see you again at the end of March.
Yes, ma'am.
Franklin, and it's 9:12. Thank you.
Oh, it is bad. So, also another thing that I never to say. Oh no, is I don't know if you can. I am obsessed with this. Guess where I buy this? Obviously, it's at Costco. Because it's an American thing. I am absolutely obsessed with this fruit snacks. They are so good. And I literally eat, without exaggeration, about 10 packs a day. Hey, it says it's real fruit, so I'm eating fruit. It's not sweet. So that's another thing that I'm obsessed with from Costco. I'm obsessed with a lot of things from Costco. Let me just check how long. 7 minutes for the other hearing to start. So let's zoom to the next, the revocation hearing. Oh, we have a suit and tie person over in a little corner. Oh, you guys cannot see the person in suit and tie because I'm in front of it. Well, the clock is in front of it, not me. There you go. I think we should be. Well, it says real fruit, 1%. No, I'm joking.
All right. The Committee on Parole is impaneled in Baton Rouge. On the panel today, to my left is Clark Phyllis. Remotely is Michelle Renanza and Jerry Ledoux. We are at East Baton Rouge. Is there any staff there that needs to introduce themselves? No. Okay. Are you on mute?
Can you hear me?
Now
Yeah. Lieutenant Murphy.
Thank you, Lieutenant Murphy. Sir, would you please introduce yourself, your name and your DOC number?
Warren Thomas, 755-516.
Okay. Mr. Thomas, you're before this committee today for a parole revocation decision. Do you see a parole revocation questionnaire in front of you that you recognize your signature?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you have appointed counsel today, or is that retained counsel?
I got a private counsel, ma'am.
Okay, so you have with you Zachary Heyer, your attorney.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Heyer, you are able to guide your client as you need. We're going to be asking him reading some allegations and asking him for a plea, and then we'll be discussing the case, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Mr. Thomas, you are before this panel today with allegation of violating condition number 3 of your parole contract, in that you failed to remain in the state of Louisiana. You were arrested in the state of Texas on 12/9/2024 for a parole warrant, and you traveled without being given written permission from your supervising officer. I need you to enter a plea of guilty, not guilty, or guilty with a statement.
Not guilty, ma'am. Well,
We'll get to that.
Guilty
Just a
with
moment. Okay, Counselor, you would like to speak at this point?
I would like to advise my client to plead guilty with a statement, Your Honor.
Okay. Sir, would you amend it to guilty with a statement?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we have guilty with a statement. I would note that you also have someone in the room not wishing to speak, Kiera Butler, a friend. So we're going to now ask Mr. Tillis if he would like to. Would you like to make a statement, Mr. Hire, or would you rather us start the questioning and you guide him through the questioning?
We can begin with the questioning, and I can help him with the guiding him through that.
Okay, Mr. Thomas, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How you?
Okay, could you tell me what happened, why you didn't get with your parole officer? You failed to notify them?
It was a very important matter. My mom's had stage 4 cancer. So I had to hurry up and take her to the hospital. I had to bring her around December 5th, but I ended up getting pulled over when I made it down there, like around the 9th. I got pulled over coming from the hotel.
Say again what you said. Who was with stage cancer?
My mom's.
So you had an emergency?
Yeah, I got her doctor's papers. I had brought it to the hearing on the 7th.
And if I may add, I do have those documents attached in email that I could provide to the panel if that would be helpful as well.
Okay. So did you get in touch? Well, after you were arrested, you got pulled over for speeding, you said?
No, not speeding. They pulled me over for said something was funny about my not temp tag, my tag in the back. Cause I ain't had the hard plate. I had the paper in the back.
Okay.
I ain't getting in trouble. None in Texas. I ain't catch no charge, no nothing. I was bringing my mom's down there for her doctors. Her doctor's way in Galveston. Is in Galveston, Harris County, like 30 minutes away from there. But we had to find a cheaper hotel, so I just hurried up and brought her down there. My stepdad was at work, so I just took the chance and bring her. I ain't know I was supposed to go get the travelers permit. If I knew, I would have got one.
Okay, I have no more questions.
Ms. Renata?
Sorry, I couldn't find my mute. I don't have any questions. I'd like to hear what Mr. Hire has to say.
Mr. Hire, if you will, at this time, help us understand the situation from the offender's perspective.
Yes, Your Honor. As I said previously stated, Mr. Thomas did provide us with the documentation that his mother is suffering from stage 4 bladder cancer and that she was there on December 5th to receive treatment. And Mr. Thomas does acknowledge that he did not take the necessary steps as he should to get that permission. But it was exigent circumstances that led him to taking care of his mother and transporting her to Galveston to do her appointments. And like I said, I do have those documents if the panel wishes for me to provide them. I have both her full medical chart and a brief summary of what happened on the visits from the 5th through the 9th.
Mr. Hire, does your client understand that the officers are always available to take those calls to be made aware of those situations? He is a second-class offender, so he's most likely been on supervision previously.
I understand that he did sign the contract and that he should have been aware, Your Honor. It was an oversight and judgment and a difficult time.
I have a question for the offender. Mr. Thomas, did you have employment during the time that you were on parole? It looks like you were paroled, if I'm not mistaken, April of 2024. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. I've been doing good the whole time I've been home, ma'am. I've been doing excellent. I've been staying out of trouble. I ain't been catching no new charges. I ain't been doing nothing. I've been staying on track. I got a family out there. I've been trying to stay with my family and do right. I understand that a second time offender. I'm just trying to, I was trying to do right, do right.
I mean, I read your supervising officer's notes, and it looks like both your mom and dad indicated that you were not welcome at their house during certain times of that supervision, and you were having problems with both of them.
Yes, ma'am. When I first came home, my family thought I was still with the same man that I was before I went to jail. So, we had altercations, but I still, what I'm saying? I still was there for my mom when she needed help to go to the hospital and stuff. Like right now, me and my mom's on good terms. Like we on good terms. We had a family disagreement. That's all, just a family disagreement.
Okay. By disagreement. At one point you were living in a U-Haul. I don't see that you've had much stability. That's what I'm concerned about since you've been out. Okay.
I have another question. Mr. Thomas, when you were stopped in Texas, whose car was it that you were driving?
I was driving my friend's car.
Where was your friend?
He was in the car with me.
So he rode with you to take your mother to her appointments?
Yes, ma'am.
I have the same concerns as Mrs. Ledoux when I look at your record and your stability when you were after your release from prison.
I've been trying to contact I wasn't stable. You know what I'm saying? I'm fresh home. I'm trying to give me a job and stuff like that. I had a family disagreement because what I'm saying, what I was doing when I first came home, I ain't gonna lie, I wasn't doing right, but
I can tell. The record reflects that.
But at the end I started doing right though. At the end I started getting myself together. I had to say, oh, I can't be the same one. You see what I'm saying? I gotta do stuff different. I got a son out here. But I haven't caught any charges. I never had caught any charges in Texas. I never caught any charges, but they did make a report on me. But it was just like, I don't want him here. He acting the same and stuff like that.
Yeah,
But,
I saw that.
I was trying to fix myself. I'm asking for another chance, please.
So okay, all right, calm down. What if you were not revoked today? What would be your plan?
My plan is to go live with my friend and get my job back that I had. I was working at Popeyes.
When did you last work at Popeyes?
December. The time I went to jail, around December 6th. I mean, not 6th, 5th.
Okay. All right. Because, we see in June, you were released in April. We see in June where you were living out of a U-Haul trailer somewhere on Florida Boulevard and then in Livingston Parish. And, kind of like you were homeless, I suppose. And I do see some contact with your parents. So I'm a little concerned about, you.
Yes, ma'am. I got a friend that came to the board today. That's who I'm going to be staying with. I'm asking for another chance, please.
I hear you. All right. Thank you, Miss Ledoux.
So, Mr. Thomas, unless your attorney has anything else to add, the panel prepared to vote?
Yes.
Okay.
My vote is to do not revoke. I'm gonna give you another shot.
Thank you.
And if you're gonna be living with someone and you're gonna get stable and get your job back, my vote today is to do not revoke.
Ms. Renatza?
Mr. Thomas, I can appreciate your concern for your mother. I'm gonna give you another shot also.
Thank you, ma'am.
We'll issue a reprimand, return you to supervision. You must maintain full-time employment.
Yes, ma'am.
And I would like for you to submit to routine random drug screens.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
What parish are you from? Mr. Thomas, East Baton Rouge?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I certainly don't want to load you up. I will continue supervision, but if you're not employed, I think it might be good to have a day reporting center assessment to
Yeah.
see what kind of services they may be able to provide you with. Because I think you need a few more tools in your tool chest. And I'm not comfortable with your stability. I'm just going to tell you. So in addition to Ms. Renatz's requirements, I'm going to add that you get evaluated by the day reporting center.
Yes, ma'am.
This in no way minimizes or mitigates the fact that you broke your condition of parole. And you have to understand you will have very little grace after this, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
If you come before the board. All right, so today the vote has been to not revoke, continue on supervision with additional requirements. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes our business at East Baton Rouge, and the time is now 9:36.
Thank you.
Sorry, I forgot that I can talk. Lol, sorry, I'm just monitoring 2 feeds because the other feed of the hearing, it's about to begin. But I don't know because it's already 10 past. Well, it's 10 past 10 in no problem, Nancy. I've checked that trial today, and I spoke with Garden Bot, and because of the time difference, but we can still manage covering, and we'll be covering. So yeah, I am really invested on that one. It seems very, very good. And it's a little bit of a break of children cases and everything. So what I was saying earlier was that. Yeah, 10, 10, 8, 10. Thank you, Zizi. Me and time zones. I need to start be better at that. What I was gonna say is because our trial starts in about 20 minutes, and I don't know, like nothing has happened yet in court for Jermaine Bass. I don't know because I don't know how long this hearing is. What do you guys want to do? Do you want to listen to the hearing and then speed trial the trial while on verdict and do it like that? Or maybe watch the hearing on a lunch break of something? Because we can do that. We can speed trial, watch the hearing, then speed trial, do the speed trial, and then go back to the verdict whenever there's a verdict. Is that okay? Do you guys agree with that? Thumbs up, thumbs down? Yes, I don't know, maybe. Because yeah, there's a lot of things to cover, and I still wanna. Okay, watch the hearing, and then okay, perfect. All right, that's decided. We'll watch the hearing, speed trial, and then do the verdict whenever it comes. That's a done deal. Because I still want to cover the Donna Alderson hearing. So, but the thing is, on Saturday I'm gonna be very tired. But depends on Saturday how I am. Okay, hearing. All right, hearing. That's what we're gonna do. That's what you guys want to do it. That's where we're gonna do it. Absolutely fine. Yep. Amazing. I still want to do the Donna Adelson hearing, but it's just finding the time because it's 3 hours long. If we watch at 1.25, it's gonna be about an hour-ish. So I think we can do on Saturday. I think I can master the strength for about 2 hours, a small stream, 2-hour small stream on Saturday to do the Donna Alderson hearing because I want to see the spiciness. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. I think that's where we're gonna do that because that's when we have next time for our thing. And I have on my job to do. I need to update our analytics of paper thing. Oh, I don't. Yeah, the hearings are paused because I have the other hearing already ongoing. So let me swap to this one then. If the hearings, the parole hearings are oh, hang on. I might have to move. We might have to move. There's movement in the bet trial in our main trial. Hang on, let me monitor what's happening. Oh, hello, welcome back, Toxic. There's still no, like, news from court. We are just jumping back to forward to what's going on. But I've seen heads going around in court. So it's been an hour, exactly. So right now, in terms of the verdict game, oh, here we go. But hearing is in progress. I'll talk about it later. But it's very simple. I'm out of the contest. I'm out of the verdict game. I was always out, but yeah, because I said less than an hour, and no, it is gone. I'm gone. I'm done. Let me put the grass where I am. Because I play, but I don't win, obviously. Because yeah, that's fair in rule. I don't think the hearing is gonna be that long, but we're gonna be covering and watching it, and at some point I will be quiet. Because there's no sound. Well, there's sound, but it's very minimal. So it's, yeah. Sorry, I'm still keeping an eye on a feed on my phone. Hello. Good morning, Maria. Buenos dias. Hello. Well, a lot has happened this morning, Maria, but we are already on verdict watch for the last hour. We are listening to a hearing while waiting on the verdict, and in about 15 minutes, we have a new case starting today, the House Fire and Aliving trial out of Colorado. Very excited about that one, and yeah, I am also very thirsty, and I don't know, I am hot and cold at the same time. I am not sick, I am just tired, so I don't want to get sick again. I literally just came out of having a cold. I don't want to go back to that again. But I did, like, because I'm waiting on my boss to reply to me about a deal that I want to make with him in terms of work. But he hasn't replied. But to be fair, it is his day off, so but I really want him to reply because I've done all the prep for tomorrow, right? Like, everything is done and ready to be baked, packed, and put on shop floor tomorrow. This is my day job. So I told him, because it's supposed to be my day off tomorrow, but because there's 2 people out of the 3 people in the bakery on holiday, on vacation, I'm the only one there, but there's someone helping me. So I said, since everything is done, like the prep and everything is done already for tomorrow, and I can go in, bake everything, and then leave, and the other person continues to do the packing label and putting it out, it doesn't really need me, because the other person, one of the people that is on vacation, is back. So it doesn't really need me all day. I can just go in the morning and bake stuff.
Your Honor, we're ready to proceed.
Oh, here we go. We are ready to.
Thank you very much, Nicole. All right, we are back on the record. Again, good morning, everyone. We are here in the Mercer County Criminal Division. I'm Judge Amber Gibbs, and it's February 27, 2025. The first case that's listed for our pretrial detention motions is State v. Matthew Hurtgen under warrant number 2025-27-1110 and prosecutor file number 25544. Appearances for the record.
Morning, Your Honor. Assistant Prosecutor Tim McCann on behalf of the state.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jason Matty appearing on behalf of Matthew Hurtgen, who is present by video for today's detention hearing.
All right, good morning, everyone. State, I'll hear from you first.
Thank you, Judge. At this time, I'm requesting a 3-day statutory adjournment. I am still in the process of obtaining and providing discovery to Mr. Maddie.
All right, counsel?
Your Honor, there is no basis to object. This is a statutory adjournment that is allowed under the legislature. We had previous communications prior to court today, and that we have all agreed that this case come back on March 6th at 11 a.m. before Judge Wilson. So I guess that would be 3 days for the defense and then statutory days attributable to myself.
All right, and so I have the 3 days statutory, and then that will adjourn to next week, and then the 2 days that's requested by defense, and that will bring us to Thursday, March 6th at 11 a.m. before Judge Wilson. Now that will be in-person, counsel.
That is what has been agreed upon between all parties.
That's my understanding as well, Your Honor.
All right, then this matter will be reset for March 6th at 11 a.m. before Judge Wilson, all parties to be in person.
One other thing, Mr. McCann, I do have the affidavit of probable cause and the complaint. I would just ask, I know we've worked together for a long time. Whenever you do come into possession of additional discovery, if you could forward that to me, because I plan on meeting my client on Tuesday, March 4th at the jail. So hopefully I would have those materials to review them with my client in preparation for Thursday, but we can talk.
Of course, as soon as I get the reporting and the rest of the story, I'll turn over everything. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And Matt, I will see you on Tuesday, March 4th. You can leave the booth.
All right, thank you very much, everyone.
All right, so that was a very quick and easy hearing. So just for those that don't know really about this case, I'm just gonna read the snippets of it. So this is Princeton, New Jersey. That was the man accused of unaliving his brother and a family cat, which had a court date today. Matthew Hertingen, 31, is charged with first-degree unaliving in the connection of the death of the 26-year-old brother Joseph Hertingen. Is also charged with third-degree and fourth-degree weapons charge related to possession of a golf club and a pokey device, as well as animal cruelty related to the death of the cat. So that's basically this case that we just heard the hearing from, and now I need to say something to Toxic. Open new case. 1 second. There we go. It's done. So yeah, it is a nut job for sure. So that is that case that is happening. 1 second. I need to put our feed back up because there was movement, but nothing yet so far. So and we have 10 minutes until our new trial starts. Sorry, it's very busy. So yes, Maria. Yesterday was the closing statements for the Jermaine Bass trial, and today they went in. The judge finished the jury instructions and they went straight into deliberations which they have been for the last an hour 8 minutes. Yeah, the thing is with YouTube is very sensitive of what you say and how you say things. So it was absolutely we have to get around, so we have to find new ways of saying things, so that is the pokey device. But yeah, so yeah, and the defense, Maria, did not have any witnesses. Shirley, apparently, I don't know if she was supposed to testify or not, but she she didn't, but she was in court, and I think she was in court again today. So yeah, so now back to the parole hearings, the revocation hearings, and relax a little bit. No, maybe. Just joking. I need to keep an eye on the feed to make sure that we don't miss the verdict. We will not miss the verdict, I'm sure. Ooh.
Okay, the time is now 9:43, and the Louisiana Committee on Parole is going to be hearing an offender at Rapides Detention Center. On the panel today, and to my left is Chuck Tillis. Remotely, we have Michelle Renatza. My name is Jerry. With the staff there, introduce yourself, please.
Ashton Basco.
Staff. You have staff with you?
Sergeant Marsh.
Thank you, Sergeant. Okay. Sir, now would you please introduce yourself with your name and your DOC number?
Yes, ma'am. My name's Ashton Blaze Basco, and my DOC number is 779450.
Mr. Basco, do you have a parole questionnaire in front of you that?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay, so your answer to that those questions indicate that you are not eligible for appointed counsel. Do you have retained counsel? Do you have an attorney with you?
No, ma'am. I represent myself.
Okay. So, Mr. Basco, I'm going to be reading some allegations of violations against you, and I will ask for a plea of guilty, not guilty, or guilty with a statement. Not ask for your statement at that time. Will allow you to answer it when we get to the questioning.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Basco, you have two allegations against you for number 4, A and B. A, it says you committed the offense of criminal damage to property less than $1,000, which is a misdemeanor, and telephone harassment, which is a misdemeanor, on or about 10/4/2024, in which you were arrested by the Rapides Parish Sheriff's Office. On 1/24/2025, those charges were null pros. How do you plead to that?
I took credit for time served on one misdemeanor, and they dropped the other two. The first two they dropped, and I took credit for time served on the violation of a protective order. But I plead guilty to it.
Okay, so you did plead guilty to the violation of the protective order under Rapides docket 364103. And that's not okay. We're going to ask Ms. Renatza if she would like to begin questioning.
Yes, thank you. So, Mr. Basco, tell us what happened with the protective order issue.
Yes, ma'am. Well, me and my girlfriend, we got in a little fight. You know, things got blown out of proportion. She was mad at me, and you know, she put a restraining order on me.
She was your girlfriend at the time, or your ex-girlfriend?
She was my girlfriend at the time. I was living with her. I violated the restraining order because I was calling her to see what she was going to do with my stuff, because she had me arrested from her house. I was living with her. You know what I'm saying? So.
Okay, so if the record says y'all got in an argument or whatever, you threatened to kill her, she got the restraining order or protective order, and then once you were arrested, you were calling her and harassing her from the jail.
No, ma'am. I called her one time, and I didn't threaten to kill her.
Well, usually if you just get in an argument, you don't file a protective order.
No, ma'am. But I didn't threaten to kill her. You know, she just blew it out of proportion.
So, in looking at your record, it seems as though you have a pretty serious substance abuse issue. Would you agree?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
What's your substance of choice? What do you? And I see that you were sent to treatment, but you never finished any of it. Why is that?
I wasn't ready to get clean, Your Honor. I mean, you know,
yeah.
Wasn't ready yet. You know, it's something you got to be ready to do. You know what I'm saying?
I do.
Yeah.
So when are you going to be ready?
You know, I'm talking to my grandma now. I finally got my family back talking to me and stuff. They weren't, you know, they were showing me a little bit of tough love. You know, I come from a good family. My uncle was the chief police in Pineville and stuff. You know, my grandparents own businesses and stuff. I have every opportunity to get clean, but they want me to go to a rehab and move out of the area. So that's what I'm gonna do if you don't violate me today. But even if you do violate me, I'm still gonna do that. I'm going to rehab and going to sober living.
Yeah. You had did your mother also file a protective order at some point in time?
Yes, ma'am. We had a falling out too, but it's mainly the drugs. You know, when your people are on drugs, it ain't. You know.
So how you've been staying clean since you've been locked up? You've been there since October.
Yes, ma'am. I've been staying away from it. Yeah.
How you manage that?
They ain't got no drugs in this jail, so you can't get high. But I ain't.
Let me end that.
That's the first jail I've seen. It's good to know.
This one buckle tight, but that's a good thing, you know.
Yes, it is. I'm going to compliment Sergeant Marsh. That's a great job. Mr. Basco, tell us more specifically what your plan would be. You know, you've already been to Beyond Horizons. You went to Palmetto. You never finished any of that, and those are good programs.
No, ma'am. If I was to get out, I'll probably go out to eat with my kids today and go to Beyond Horizon again because I like the program. And then I would like to go to Lake Charles to work in the plants up there, but I had to go to a sober living house and stuff after I got out of rehab, you know, so I have some stability in my life.
Yeah. I don't know. Did they, you know, I would have to know that they had accepted you. They have a bed for you.
No, ma'am, I haven't, you know, dug into it or anything, but, you know, Mamou's a small town and they usually have beds open, you know.
That's what was so disappointing when I saw you just kind of left there, because that was a pretty good deal. I'm going to just sit back and listen to my colleagues if they have any questions, Mr. Basco. I think I'm pleased to see that you acknowledge you got a problem and you need to address it, particularly if you got kids.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all I have, Ms. Ledoux.
Philip?
These are questions that I was interested in. I have more.
Mr. Basco, my biggest concern is that people are afraid of you.
Yes, ma'am.
They're afraid of you, and I can't blame all of that on the drugs.
Yes, ma'am.
I feel like when a woman says that she is afraid enough to put a protective order, and when a mother puts a protective order, there's something severely lacking in your control, your ability to control yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
And I do think that you need some help, but I think you may need to get it while you're inside so that they can address some of your anger management issues. And so I'm telling you, I want to help you. We want to help you, but understand where I'm coming from.
Yes, ma'am.
You're not, so if you're ready to go ahead.
Yeah, I am. Ashton, what is your relationship with Miss Dean now?
Oh, we don't talk.
Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that. Look, I'm echo what Miss Ledoux said. I want to help you. I think you need some serious intensive treatment. And the only way I don't know if Beyond Horizons has a spot for you or not. I do know that we can make room for you in the Steve Hall Intensive Substance Abuse Treatment Program. That's a DOC program, and it's a very good program. So my vote today would be, in lieu of revocation, that you must complete the long-term Steve Hall Substance Abuse Program. After release, of course, I'm sure the protective order is, I don't know if it expires or not, but you will have no contact order from the parole board, no contact with Brianna Dean at all.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Baco, I concur with Ms. Renata. You know, normally when people get off drugs, they say the right things, but I agree you need some more extensive training. I concur with her.
My vote is also to make sure that you go to a DOC substance abuse treatment program in lieu of complete revocation, and that you follow up with any recommendations they have, including Ms. Renata's requirement of no contact with the victim of the protective order. Mr. Vasco, you have an opportunity to get it right this time. It's on you, okay? So today, in lieu of revocation, you have, the time is now 9:55, and that concludes our business here at Rep Pease. And I do want to say for the record, though, I commend the officers, the PMP officers who tried to supervise you, because I think they did a very good job and we had very good notes.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so we're gonna leave that one there because I don't want to start a new one and then a new case and then we get invested and having to change to the new trial because the fee should kick in at any time now. Because it's time that they say they're gonna start the new trial. So we are in 1 hour and 20 minutes and there's still no news from court. There was movement, but there was nothing. Was just a false alarm, I think. Probably there was just nothing burger. Yeah, probably they are late. But what I was gonna say is I need to read you guys something that I found about this case. So there apparently on this case there's going to be CCTV footage from that night in October 2021, for the day of the unaliving, that appears that Rodriguez, our defendant, and Varela, her co-defendant, were at the same bar as the victim. So I don't think they have any relation with the victim in terms of family relation or friends or anything. I think they were not acquaintances. So eventually the three of them end up at the victim's house. Varela has pleaded guilty and will testify against Rodriguez. So during the jury selection, apparently the defense asked a lot of questions about defending yourself. So I think she is going to say self-defense claim, which means, I don't know if it in Colorado is, she might testify in her trial. So we'll see if that actually happens, if she actually testifies. Oh, wait, hang on. No, sorry, that was just me saying. Yeah, she has been sentenced. The co-defendant has been sentenced to 32 years already. She's already serving her trial, her time, and she is going to be testifying in this case against Rodriguez, Stacy. Sorry, trying to find her name. So I've got all my notes. See my notes. Oh. My notes is all here, and I just pressed the button that I shouldn't have pressed. Okay, yes, we are okay. We are okay? We're okay. Yeah, self-defense and started a fire, and yeah, this is gonna be a good one. I think this is definitely going to be a good case for us. I am quite very interested in this. I think something is wrong with me, because I find this case is so very interesting, and I really like true crime cases and like trials and all of this, and I literally live for it, and I am so invested. I get very invested. And then even the other case we covered in here, the Colin Griffith case, I was so upset about the fact that he got found not guilty, right? And I was so adamant that he was going to be guilty because, you know, what happened with the dad, even though he did not came into trial and everything else. I get myself, I kind of still am a little bit like, I can't believe that this has actually happened. But Denise, our friend Denise, she's normally lurking because she works and everything. That's absolutely fine. She got not guilty. She won the verdict came that in that trial, and we were like, how did she do it? And the thing is, I do try going in with open mind, and it's like, okay, the proof of innocence, the thing of innocence, they are like all innocent until proven guilty. The feed got postponed for 10 minutes. I can talk a little bit more, and then we probably watch the thing. I think they are a bit late on this trial, which is absolutely fine. We will catch it up when we catch it up, so it's absolutely fine. But like I was saying, so I'm still kind of a little bit hurt about that trial. But I know, like, I do try to go with an open mind, but sometimes it's hard. There is like what we already know about this case. it is so damaging that it's hard to change otherwise. But there's always a possibility. For example, the Zachary Hughes trial, I was on the not guilty land, and I was there. But then his own testimony, on there, yeah, open mind, common sense, and the law. That is very true. Ay, vamos. But as like for example, but I got changed my mind. I was on not guilty for Zachary Hughes. I went with the not guilty because I knew some facts of the case that the jury didn't, and then I changed my opinion after his testimony, regardless of what Christina Purcell did or not did. Nothing deserves to be alive the way he did it. So, oh yeah, I completely agree, Maria. That is absolutely, yeah. As well, it's a little white lie. I think that is understandable because I mean, oh, I haven't told you guys. I don't think I have. My sister-in-law, she is pregnant, and she's due in the end of April. So there might be a possibility that at the end of April I might disappear a little bit because my niece is gonna be born, and I am gonna be babysitting my niece a lot because me and babies, I have a baby problem, which is a good problem. So I'm gonna babysit. Like, obviously I wear headphones anyway here, but obviously I'm gonna be babysitting her. I am not gonna let her listen to all this stuff. But I cannot wait for my niece to be born, and I am hoping and I'm fingers crossed that everything it's gonna go fine. Because sadly we did lose our nephew last year. It was he passed away a few days after he was born, so we are fingers crossing that this one so far so good, and it's gonna be good, and it is gonna go well, and we are gonna have a beautiful baby girl to bring up and raise and help. Yeah. So Nightbot has just gone home. I just got a notification. It will be good. Thank you, Maria. Thank you. Thank you, Sissy. It was a very hard time. It was horrible. Not very hard. It was absolutely horrible. Yeah, you are right. Sorry, Garden Bot. See, I did say yesterday that I was gonna keep calling him Nightbot for the ends of the time. But thank you very much, guys. I really appreciate it. It was, oh, thank you. Thank you, guys. Yes, it is the rainbow baby. The rainbow baby girl is coming, and I cannot wait to meet her. So it was a hard time. Thank you, Case1. Appreciate you. So we are really looking forward, but we are at the same time we are a little bit. Thank you, Stephanie. But at the same time we are excited. But at the same time we are like, I'm trying not to get too excited because I don't want to go through the hurt. Obviously, it's gonna hurt no matter what. But if I'm not too excited, too attached, I am not gonna suffer as much. So I was like, yes, we are very excited, but I also am very conscious of things and what things happened. But I'm trying not to let that like overtake my mind or anything. It's just remain positive, like I said earlier. But yeah, but let's not talk about sad things. Well, all we do is cover sad things and sad cases because someone sadly lost a life, and I hope that we get justice for Christopher. That's the name of our victim in the case. Apparently, he was not even related to them. So, good thoughts and prayers. Exactly. That's exactly, Stephanie. Absolutely right. You are 100% right, darling. I think we have time to listen to one more parole hearing before our trial starts. So let's get that back up. Oh, there is. Let's go back a little bit. There you go. I pressed the button to play.
You in the
There you go.
Louisiana Committee on Parole is at where are we? Patterson City Jail. And with the staff there at Patterson, introduce yourself.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Corporal Piggott.
Okay, thank you, Corporal. And when you're ready and the offender's on screen, we'll ask him to, I'll go ahead and introduce us while we're waiting on him. My name is Jerry Ledoux. To my left is Mr. Tillis, and on virtual is Ms. Cheryl Renatza.
Okay, yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, I was trying to make sure they hold on.
Great, thank you very much. Sir, would you introduce yourself with your DSC number as well?
Claude Charlotte, 588-499.
Okay.
How y'all doing this morning, man?
We're doing well. I was practicing your name yesterday. I said Charlotte or something like that. Wanted to make it sound better. It's Charlotte. Okay. Okay, Mr. Charlotte, you're here before the panel on allegations of multiple violations of your parole conditions. I'm going to read these conditions to you. You're going to enter a plea of guilty, not guilty, or guilty with a statement. But before we do that, I want to make sure that you have a signed parole revocation questionnaire in front of you.
No, ma'am, he does not.
Okay, we'll have that put on the screen. You'll look at that and identify that as your signature. You recognize your signature?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The answers to that questionnaire indicate that you are not qualified for appointed counsel. Tamara, read the violations. Number 3, you failed to notify your assigned parole officer that you moved from the address located at 128 Briar Street, Schriever, and your whereabouts were unknown until you were arrested by the Morgan City Police Department on 10/5/2024. How do you plead?
Not guilty, man.
Okay. Number 4, you unlawfully entered into another person's home and you intentionally used force or violence on another. Subsequently, you were arrested October 5th, 2024 by Morgan City Police Department and were charged with home invasion, which is a felony, domestic abuse, battery, and a misdemeanor. The offense of home invasion was not billed, and the domestic abuse battery was null prost January 10th, 2025. How do you plead?
Not guilty, man.
Number 5, according to Morgan City Police Department arrest report, you, on August 5th, it was alleged that you were in possession of a dangerous weapon, specifically a hammer, while charging at a victim. Subsequently, you were arrested and those charges were taken care of as stated earlier. How do you plead to that?
Not guilty, man.
Number 6, you failed to provide proof of valid employment while on supervision.
Yes, ma'am, I'm guilty.
And number 10, you failed to pay monthly payment and you are in arrears $441. How do you plead?
Guilty, man.
Your case has been assigned to Ms. Renat, so we're going to ask her to begin the questioning.
Good morning, Mr. Charlotte.
How you doing, ma'am?
I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. I see you pled not guilty to violating condition number 3, and that had to do with you moving. Tell us what that situation was.
I just was staying in Schriever. I got permission from my parole officer to move to Schriever, man. It was a little rocky at my.
And then it goes straight back to here, like we had dealt with. So I've hardwired it.
All right, so the new feed is up. We have our new judge. This is our judge, Judge Vincent Vigil. Him or his, that's his pronouns. I don't know, he doesn't look happy. So yeah, it's about to start. So I literally, I need to move me. I need to move myself. I'm moving. And I'm being a little bit bigger on the screen. So I have moved the feed to the new trial. This is our new trial, the House Fire Analyzing Trial for out of Colorado. He already looks asleep. There is no movement, no news, no nothing out of our old trial, but I'll keep an eye out. Vigil. Oh, okay. Sorry. Thank you. Yeah. Sorry. Ahí vamos. Perdóname. So, is that the bailiff in the... So... Oh, that's our defendant. That's our friendly defendant. She's happy. She's smiling. She's happy to be there. I don't know. The trial is in Colorado. Case one. Colorado. So oh, the bailiff was running. I don't know. Maybe a runaway juror. Maybe the juror was like, "No, I'm out. Bye." Yeah, I think prison agrees with her. I don't think she was that voluminous when she was. I think
Deborah, were you able to
prison food
finish
as she. Yeah, she likes.
No,
Yeah,
that's you.
that's what I was thinking, Shalom Marie. Like bailiff in Platt. I was like, it's
Let
not
me,
the
go
first
ahead
one.
and go
It
on the
probably
record.
would not be the last
Cheryl, are you
one.
ready? The
So
court will call
yeah.
21
So I
CR
think we are
2296,
waiting on
people of the
something
state
to
of Colorado
happen. I
versus
don't know
Stacy
exactly what
Rodriguez.
is happening,
Ms. Rodriguez
or
appears
if we are
today
waiting
with
on juries.
counsels Ms.
Carbs,
Devereaux
yes,
and
probably,
Mr. Hio.
definitely
Mr.
carbs.
Pralia
Carbs are
and
the
Mr.
most
McCormick appear
big
today for the
enemy
state.
of mine.
We come
Because I
on
love
for day
carbs,
four
love
of
bread.
jury trial, and we are outside of the presence of the jury.
Oh,
Is there any
I'm gonna
issues that
have
we
to
need to address
rewatch.
before we bring the jury
So
back in from the
yeah,
defense? All right, go ahead, Ms. Deborah.
it's so Nightbot is doing food. So if I
showed
go
me,
again disappearing, it's because food is gonna be ready. Because I'm starving. I did had lunch, but yeah, food. I need food because when I the court
The
is
first
very
objection,
empty.
just this is
It's
the
not
I
a
would say
lot
the
of
first
people
two
in
is
there.
mostly for
It looks like a
appellate
small
purposes. I
court.
wanna make these
We
records.
have male attorneys for the
Slides numbers 7,
prosecution,
8,
female
and 10
attorney,
are
and a
autopsy
male attorney
photos
for
of Mr.
the
Jefferson.
defense. And
I would be
apparently, the
objecting
defense
under
is going to be a
403.
self-defense defense.
I am
How many times have I
concerned
said
due to the
defense?
very
Oh,
graphic
by the way,
nature
guys,
of these
what do you guys want to
pictures,
count? I forgot about the
having
counter. Oh, it's a small
even
town. Yeah,
taken more than
probably.
one in this case,
What do you guys want to
showing
count?
for the,
Objections,
especially in opening
sidebars,
statements,
any
and
ideas?
quite frankly, unnecessary and highly
Or fire.
prejudicial to Ms.
Well, fire is
Rodriguez.
going to be a very hot topic
If the
because
court
it's basically
recalls,
the whole the case.
Mr. Dickerson's body is incredibly burnt.
What do you guys want to
It's going to be very
count?
jarring for the jury to see
The
body in that state, although we did run through
Okay,
on that heavily.
defense.
I
That
still
could
would
be
object to the
idea,
jury
but the
seeing,
thing is that I'm scared is we're not going to see
specifically in
the
opening
defendant. Well,
statements
probably we're going to see the
because,
defendant
it's
a
not
lot.
necessary, and I think it's just going to be inciting.
And Ms.
Glasses.
Devereaux, can you?
I think they
so I
are
can
might be
place
in
that
emotions.
context? I
Okay,
have a
glasses.
trial exhibit
It's
list, 7, 8, and 10. Do you know
we
what
have a
numbers
few
they
people
are
with
on that
glasses,
exhibit?
but any people or just the defendant?
Ms. Devereaux,
Yeah, exactly. That's
So
the
my
thing that I'm
concern is
scared that
specifically
she's
for
not might
opening
not be on the
statements, I
screen
think
that
it's going
much.
to
Oh no, sorry,
elicit,
it's two
a lot
females
of,
attorneys that she has. Sorry, the other one looked like a male, like all across.
7, 8, and 10 are.
Because like I don't know.
Yes, please.
Hmm.
Thank you.
Glasses. That is a great idea. I
My
love that
concern is
idea.
that putting
But it's
all
just
three
I'm
of
just
these
worried
pictures
that
or
we're not gonna
frankly
see
more than
that a
one in
lot.
PowerPoint presentation, and one of the first things we show this jury is going
Oh,
to be
where are you going for lunch,
inciting quite a bit of,
Stephanie? I want to
emotion,
know because I might see you there now.
and
Of
bias
course, you're not
against
gonna
Ms.
see me there because
Rodriguez
I'm old.
from the beginning.
I don't know what
Opening
they're
statements are
saying.
not
The sound
evidence,
is
and
muted.
so while
Yeah,
I
the
have
sound
no
is
doubt
muted.
that Mr. Farley has
So
a
I
good
think there's
faith
still
basis for what
emotions
he
getting
can
ready.
in
I think
during
the sound only
the
comes
trial
on when the
itself. I would be
jury's
objecting under
present.
403
Maybe.
for them being his
Oh,
opening
Culver's. I don't think I have ever
Um,
brought to the list. Is that for me or for Stephanie?
Sure.
Oh, okay. You just
Give us
okay.
just a second.
Oh, you heard sound?
Was there a different issue that you also need to
There's
address?
2 more, please.
There is sound now. Yeah, now they stop talking. They are making me work and talk a lot. But I was just gonna say, we're gonna see how the glasses thing go in terms of like if they send her like see her a lot. But that's the thing, I don't know if we are gonna see her a lot or not. But yeah. Because I'm just worried that, like, then we're not counting really anything. I know objections is very pretty easy, safe thing to count. But yeah, I'm just worried about the fact that I need to adjust this because we have two counters at the same time at the moment. So we have the counter and the timer for the trial. So I'll put this one here at the moment while the thing is ongoing. Let me have a look. How does that look? Yeah, it looks okay. And then I will oh, you're making me even more hungry, Stephanie. Oh, me. Nightbot is home. Nightbot Garden bot is home. So you might have heard him. I don't know, but he might be also from the court. So I don't know. It could be, but from both. So sorry. I'm just checking, and Jermaine, there's nothing. It's 20 minutes to the hour again to 2 hours. There's still a lot of people into the verdict game. Almost everyone is in. So oh, it was a female. Oh, so then it was from court because there's no other female voice in my house apart from me. Yeah. Oh, you're saying night.
Mr. Praley, if you can, just so I have some frame of reference, the exhibit numbers to which those slides relate to.
149, 152, 164. If I could have a moment.
Sure.
They keep going quiet. So yeah, I am already out of the game, so I've lost. They keep going quiet, and I'm like, I need to fill up the space. Sorry, I'm still trying to adjust the timer and the counter. We're gonna be counting the glasses thing until we know if something else is happening, because we don't know if we're gonna see a lot of the glasses thing. So sorry, I still need to adjust this on account. There we go.
And then when you're ready, Mr. Praley, any response?
Oh, I like this voice. It's a deep voice. Sorry, I know it's overlapping at the moment. There we go. Should be okay now on the screen. Yeah, that should be fine. There we go. Pickles! Hello! Oh no, I am so sorry, Pickles. So, well, we're on verdict watch. We are gonna, yeah, you did say that. We are, grabbing our new trial as well. So, yeah. So we are picking up our new trial. This is our new trial that is on screen right now. Is a house fire unaliving trial. So it is the new thing. There is new people for you. So, okay. All right, we will when the trial actually starts. We'll see how that goes in terms of the classes, and we'll count what we see. If we start seeing that they don't do the classes as much, we might count something at the same time, and I need to do the wording of for the glasses. So there it is. Just need to set this up. I'm still keeping an eye on the the trial, but there's no movement at whatsoever right now. If you want to change or have any idea for the name of the count, I just put glasses mauve now, like movement thing. So just checking. I don't know if you guys can see because how small it is.
So as it pertains to each of these
And the
exhibits,
okay.
I want to provide the foundation first for the court. Myself, Mr. McCormick, and Mr. Burrows all met with Dr. Burson. We have previously provided the autopsy report as it pertains to that, which provides his findings and specifically discusses in that photos were taken to illustrate that. As it pertains to these three exhibits, I will note that Dr. Burson specifically discussed each of them within his findings, as well as that they demonstrate the condition of Mr. Dickerson at the time he was found, to include his face, to include his extremities. There's discussion of having to be identified through other methods. As to the specific internal injury that is discussed, I can tell the court that as part of his findings, he discusses that the carotid artery on stab wound number 5 on the left aspect of the neck with soft tissue hemorrhage is what's being depicted in that. On the internal photo, on the external photos, it's important because it shows the outline of the process in that it appears on face value that Mr. Dickerson died of being burnt, when that's not the case. Upon further inspection, if the court looks at those other two exhibits, it zooms in on the neck where a piece of metal is found, and then the internal deals with the internal injuries, specifically noting that there are 5 separate and distinct stab wounds. So that's the foundation that the court should have. Again, it's left in the discretion of the trial court, and you have broad discretion. They're not unnecessarily inflammatory or prejudicial. These, again, have a probative value, and the probative value is not substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. It's showing relevant facts as to the appearance of the victim, the location, the nature of the wounds, and other details that the witness will have to describe. That's consistent with People v. White, 199, Colorado 82. It's a 1980 case. And People v. Villalobos, 159, Pacific 3rd, 623. In terms of the gruesome or graphic nature, even if the photos are graphic or gruesome, case law says that they still may be admissible and still dealing with their probative value if it outweighs their prejudicial effect. For example, in People v. Ellis, the court found that photographs of internal organs or internal wounds were probative because of the facts in the case. They relate to the coroner's testimony as to the wounds depicted and the injuries noted, the cause of death, the manner of death. People v. Dunlap is a case example. That's 975 Pacific 2nd, 723, which specifically deals with the fact that photographs may be used to graphically portray relevant details, such as the scene of the crime, the condition of the deceased. The court can also look at 10th Circuit federal cases, United States versus Naranjo. That's 710 F2D 1465. In that, they talk about, even though autopsy photos by their very nature are, of course, to some disturbing, as would be expected in a case. In that case, the victim was shot, but gruesomeness alone does not make photos inadmissible. Talks about, in our court system, juries are entrusted with the weighty obligation to find the facts in criminal cases of grave importance, such as the one before us. It's incompatible that degree of trust to attempt to, quote, protect them from evidence questioned in the case. It was part of the surroundings of the scene of the crime. It was not unduly or graphic or inflammatory, and therefore the jury's not improperly tainted with. It says that even though photos are not pretty or even hard to look at for the I. That does not mean that they're not relevant evidence. There's a lot of case law dealing that relevant evidence is inherently prejudicial. It's only that when you have unfair prejudice and substantially outweighed probative value, which permits the exclusion of the relevant matter under Rule 403. Unless trials are to be conducted on scenarios or unreal facts tailored and sanitized for the occasion, the application of Rule 403 must be cautious and sparing. Its major function is limited to excluding matters of scant or cumulative probative force dragged in by the heels for the sake of the prejudicial effect. And again, that's People v. Naranjo. I think the court should also be instructed as to another case, United States versus Oldman. It's 979 F3rd 1234. Interesting in reading that case, you have the same coroner of Dr. Burson being dealt with here, and specifically when it comes to his autopsy photos and his depiction of illustrating what was in his report. The court found that they did not err in admitting the photos because he analyzed the photos, conducted the autopsy, dealt with what injuries he sustained before his death and after his death, and that's the very situation we have here. And there in that case, they continually say that we have held that district courts have the discretion to admit graphic photos that are probative, aid in illustrating the testimony of the pathologist, and specific for findings of facts where you have before and after. If the court has specific questions, I can provide more case law.
I do not have a specific question. So noting the defense has conceded that the state has a good faith basis to believe that this evidence will be admitted at trial, insofar as the objection is specifically to including those images during the state's opening statement, I am going to overrule that objection. I'm not aware of any support for the proposition that there is some separate and inherent prejudice associated with opening statements specifically that would apply to this issue. And it is unfortunate when we have gruesome allegations, it is almost necessary that there is going to be gruesome evidence associated with those allegations. So I will overrule the defendant's objection. Ms. Devereaux, you said that you had a couple other issues to address.
Yes, Your Honor. One of which is Mr. Perelia has on his PowerPoint on slides 60 and 61, essentially their Facebook messages between Ms. Rodriguez and her brother. I don't know what exhibit Mr. Perelia has them labeled under. If you could provide that, that would be helpful.
203, it's going to be.
203.
We've just added it. And I sent it to defense, but it did not have a number.
Okay, this is the same one.
Correct.
Okay. So, Your Honor, it's a a Facebook message between Ms. Rodriguez and her brother, Ernesto Rodriguez. I would object because I don't believe they have a good faith basis that is going to be admitted. Mr. Ernesto Rodriguez has not been a witness that they haven't advised us that is going to be called in. He's not on their witness list. And I would be objecting to his statements.
And this is between Ms. Rodriguez and her brother?
Yes.
Okay.
Under hearsay. Furthermore, as it is portrayed in the PowerPoint presentation Mr. Perelia has, it's essentially screenshots of a portion of the conversation and only Ms. Rodriguez's, and it's only a few words. So it's very misleading, and so I'd be objecting under 401 and 403 because they're not giving the jury the entire context of the conversation, nor are they giving the before and after correspondence with Mr. Rodriguez. They are also not, again, I only had a brief couple of seconds to look at his PowerPoint, but my concern is they're also, I don't believe, full sentences of Ms. Rodriguez, so they're not fully explaining what she had to say. And so I'd be objecting under 401 and 403. Sorry, I'm not sure if Mr. Perelia has anything to say to that before I move on to the next issue.
Mr. Perelia, I don't have Exhibit 203 in the packet that I have. Do you have a copy of that I can look at? Or If you can email a digital copy, that's fine too, just so I can look at that.
Can I see it, Vicky? Thank you.
And Mr. Praley, is this whole thing on your slide or just a part of it? And if it's just part, can you kind of point me to which part?
Sure. The whole thing is not on there. The portion that was on the PowerPoint is at 10:30 at 04:14:58 UTC. The defendant is the author, and she writes, "I think that thing I did is getting to me now." The next portion that is on there is her writing 2021. It's going to be the next at 10:30, 4:15, 10, like the guilt and regret. And then below that, and she says, I can't even talk to know about it. I can tell the court that in her Facebook records, number one, that we had noted to the defense and properly filed in People's Motion M, the notice of regularly conducted activity pursuant to 90211. On that list, Ms. Rodriguez's Facebook was G22-04825. That was listed as number 9. An attestation was given pursuant to People v. Quillen. The people then would burn the entire disc. That would be People's Exhibit 194. And then the actual statements in the 4 pages that the court's holding would then be admitted in their entirety. I don't think it's improper to talk about portions of evidence in opening. Obviously, the defense is able to, in the course of testimony, object to this. I don't know what the foundation would be, seeing that they're 90211, but saying that they were taken out of context in opening, that can be cross-examination, all those types of things.
All right, thank you. Insofar as the objection is to the fact that only a portion of Exhibit 203 is going to be displayed in the state's PowerPoint, I am going to overrule that objection. Mr. Braley, I'll leave this up here for you to grab at an appropriate time. And Ms. Devereaux, can you give me the next issue?
Sure, Your Honor. The prosecution has in its PowerPoint on slide number 74, and I believe it's a picture of what appears to be alleged by the prosecution to be Miss Rodriguez's writing to Miss Varela on a piece of toilet paper. I'm not sure if Mr. Perlia has his exhibit number handy for that.
It'll be 204.
204.
Okay.
Your Honor, this is a really big concern for a Rule 16 violation, specifically Rule 16 under specifically 3B1, the prosecutor's performance of obligations, which includes the discovery of any statements written by the accused shall be discovered as soon as practical, but no later than 21 days after the first appearance. The letter on this piece of toilet paper, we've never been discovered. And I can tell the court that we have a supplemental report dated on it's written on June 9th by Detective Burrows, and it reads, quote, on June 9th, 2022 at approximately 11:42 a.m., Michael Hodgkin, Hodgin, Hodgin, An investigator with Hosanna Varilla's legal team provided me with the physical letters from Hosanna Varilla. I took
And what was the date of that again, Ms. Deborah?
June 9th, 2022.
Okay.
I took pictures of those letters, which were uploaded into digital evidence at the Greeley Police Department. There appeared to be one new physical letter. I think he means that, was sent to the PDF photocopied version of the letters. The PDF document containing the letters was also uploaded into evidence. The physical letters were uploaded into evidence. Nothing further to add. Please forward this report to the district attorney's office. That is supplement 114. For our discovery, it came on what the DA's office has labeled Bates stamp 3,928. We have never gotten a photograph of this toilet paper letter before. We have not gotten a photocopy of this toilet paper letter before. We have simply never been discovered this. When I talked to Mr. Perelia off the record, he said something along the lines of, yes, you did. It was in one of Mr. Burrow's summaries too. We did not get such a summary. The only thing we've ever gotten from Mr. Burrows and the DA's office in terms of a summary of one of Ms. Rodriguez's letters was the jail letter that they took from her cell that we've previously litigated. He included that letter and we litigated that issue. But we have never received any discovery of anything Ms. Varela's legal team gave to the prosecution during their proffer.
And to make sure that I understand, so if I'm understanding you correctly, Ms. Devereaux, you received the report talking about it, but you didn't receive like a photograph of the letter itself?
Or no, what we have, the only information we have is what I read to the court. So
Okay.
there's not even like a description of what this letter said.
Okay, but you did receive that roughly
Yes.
in 2022?
Yes.
Okay, that was my question.
Yes.
Mr. Praley?
Judge, thank you.
Or Mr. McCormick, go ahead.
I would disagree with the recitation provided by counsel. I can tell the court that this note that is being referenced is on Bates Discovery page 3454. I can further tell the court that it was included in a packet of information that was discovered to the defense on July 15th of 2022, September 30th of 2022. Ms. Trujillo downloaded it on March 22nd of 2024. There's been numerous downloads as well, July 16th of 2022, July 18th of 2022. Both counsel had it downloaded on March 19th of 2023. That included a number of items, including supplementals from Detective Burrows of 112, 113, 114, and 115, and it also specifically included letters, jail notes and letters collected. So we've met our our obligations. There is no discovery violation under Rule 16.
And Your Honor, if I could just jump in, I did find it in discovery just now. The issue to modify that is it's essentially copied, but there's no indication, like it's a photocopy, but there's no indication that it was written on a toilet paper. So there's nothing, it's not a picture of it. It's literally just, I'm not sure if the court can even see it, it's just a photocopy. And I think the inherent fact that it is on a piece of toilet paper apparently is going to be used by the prosecution to verify that A, that it is Mr. Rodriguez who sent it, and B, how it was sent, because it was sent allegedly through the jail.
We also gave a photo of it, Judge.
Okay, I don't know where that is. We can talk about it off record, and I can withdraw my objection for now and re-raise it later, but I don't see a picture of it.
And Mr. Praley, is the thing itself in the physical evidence at the?
Yes, to even go back, Ms. Varela makes a proffer. She discusses this specific letter and the language contained in it. And then Mr. Burrows describes receiving it, and then it's actually booked in as a physical exhibit. And I know defense has viewed all the physical evidence. but I think the tag number is G221228, which is SUP 113 photos, which deal with the letters. Specifically, the image is IMG 3931.
Insofar as there's an objection to the opening statement PowerPoint, I'm going to overrule that objection. Ms. Devereaux, I'll give you leave to re-raise
you.
anything once it's offered for admission.
Thank you.
Ms. Devereaux, anything else before we begin?
No, thank you.
Anything from the state?
I just need to set everything back up.
All right, just let me know when you're ready and we'll go ahead and bring the jury in.
One final thing, Your Honor, I have been asked by the family as well as the media that's present in the courtroom that during a portion they would have to, well, it's the family's request to leave for a portion, and therefore I wanted to put that on the court's radar that there will be a pause for a moment, but then I'll proceed.
Do you have you informed your victim witness assistant of approximately?
Yes.
Give her some heads up so she knows when that is coming?
Yes.
Okay. I'd prefer not to take a pause if we don't have to, but if we do, we will. But if your victim assistant can just notify the family that it's coming soon so that they can just get up and leave discreetly without us having to take a pause, that would be my preference.
Understood.
And I assume you know generally how you're proceeding in an opening statement, so
Right.
it seems like that should be something you can accomplish.
Your Honor, my concern is that it's going to be, there's, just for the record, 4 individuals with this family who are going to be standing up and all leaving and entering at the exact time these autopsy pictures are shown.
Well, that's exactly what I just said. So I will expect that the state inform their victim witness person that they know when it's about to happen so that it doesn't happen at that exact time and we don't have to take a pause. I think it's reasonable for them to be able to say it's going to happen in 20 or 25 seconds so that they can make their way out discreetly.
It appears to be working, Your Honor.
Okay. Are we ready to bring the jury in so we can get started?
People are.
Okay. And from the defense?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Thank you. And you all can be seated as you file. Thank you. All right, thank you. Please be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin the trial, I want to describe to you what will be happening over the course of the trial. Excuse me. The first step in the trial will be the opening statements. The attorneys may make opening statements if they choose to do so. Ms. Rodriguez's attorney may reserve opening statement until later in the trial, or they may decide not to make an opening statement at all. An opening statement is not evidence. Its purpose is to give you a framework to help you understand the evidence as it is presented. Next, the prosecution will offer evidence. Evidence is what the witnesses say under oath and items allowed as exhibits. After the prosecution's evidence, the defense may present evidence but is not required to do so. I want to remind you that the defendant is presumed to be innocent. The prosecution must prove the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant does not have to prove their innocence or call any witnesses or introduce any evidence. After the evidence has been presented, I will tell you the rules of law which you must use in reaching your verdict. These rules of law are called jury instructions. I will read them to you, and you will be allowed to take them with you to the jury room during your deliberations. It is my job to decide what rules of law apply to the case. You must follow all of the rules as I explain them to you. You cannot follow some and ignore others. Even if you disagree or do not understand the reasons for some of the rules, you must follow them. You will then apply these rules to the facts you have determined from the evidence. In this way, you will decide whether the prosecution has proven the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. After you have heard all of the evidence and the jury instructions, the prosecution and the defense may make their closing arguments. Because the prosecution has the burden of proof, it will have the opportunity to reply to any closing argument made by the defense. Like opening statements, closing arguments are not evidence. Their purpose is to remind you of the evidence that was presented during the trial and to argue why you should return a verdict of either not guilty or guilty. After the closing argument, you will then go to the jury room to deliberate on a verdict. Your role as jurors is to decide what the facts are, and your decision must be based only on the evidence that was presented during the trial. At times during the trial, the attorneys may make objections. This means that the attorney is asking me to decide a particular legal issue. It is proper for an attorney to object to things which he or she believes should not be presented as evidence. When an objection is made, I have two choices. I can disagree and overrule the objection, or I can agree and sustain the objection. Do not concern yourselves with the reasons for my decisions about any objections. You must not let yourself be influenced in any way by the objections or my rulings on the objections. If I overrule an objection to a question, the witness may answer. If I sustain an objection to a question, the witness may not answer. You must not consider the question for any purpose or guess how the witness might have answered. If I overrule an objection to an exhibit, it will be allowed into evidence, and if I sustain an objection to an exhibit, it will not be allowed into evidence, and you must not consider it for any purpose. At times, I may instruct you to disregard statements you have already heard or things you have already seen. You must treat them as if you had never heard them or seen them. You must not consider them for any purpose. During the trial, I may need to talk with the attorneys out of your hearing about questions of law. Sometimes you may be asked to leave the courtroom or wait in the jury room while we discuss these things. I will try to limit these interruptions as much as possible. As a judge, I do not have any opinions either for or against anyone involved in this case, and you must not think that I do based on any rulings that I make or anything that I say or do during this trial. You have received juror notebooks. You may use these notebooks to take notes during the trial. However, you are not required to do so. If you take notes, you should not allow the note-taking to detract from your close attention to the testimony and conduct of each witness and all other evidence received during the trial. Whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory as much as possible. The notes you take are to refresh your own memory. You should not give additional weight to the comments of any juror based on the quantity or quality of his or her note-taking. These notebooks may only be used in the courtroom or the jury room and may not be taken anywhere else. To identify your notebook, please write your name on the inside of it. No one else will read your notes, and at the end of the case, these notes will be returned to the court and they will be destroyed. During the course of the trial, I may ask a question of a witness. If I do, that does not indicate in any way that I have an opinion about the facts in the case. My questions are intended only to clarify the testimony. The answers that witnesses give to my questions are therefore of no greater value or weight than any other answer that may be given. Now that you have been selected to be jurors, there are rules that you must follow. These are the same rules that jurors have always had to follow, and that is because during the trial, this courtroom is a place partially isolated from the outside world. Your decision must be made inside of this place, and you must follow its rules. You must decide this case based on only the evidence and the law presented in the courtroom. You must avoid any other information about the case from any other source. These rules are designed to make sure that there is a fair trial. There are two basic rules. You must not communicate with others or among yourselves about the trial as it is going on, and you must not do any independent investigation or research about the case. I will go over these rules in detail because they are very important, and I'll also explain to you the reasons for these rules. If you learn anyone has violated these rules, you must report that to me or my staff at once. You must not discuss this case among yourselves in any way during the course of the trial. You may not discuss the case among yourselves until after you have heard all of the evidence and you begin to deliberate on a verdict. In fairness, you must keep an open mind throughout the trial, and you should reach your decision only during your deliberations at the end of the trial. Do not permit anyone else to discuss the case with you or near you. If anyone, including one of your fellow jurors, attempts to do so, please report that fact to me immediately. Do not talk with any witness or with the defendant or with any of the attorneys in the case. You cannot talk to them, and they cannot talk to you even casually. Do not communicate about the case with anyone in any way, including in person, by telephone, cell phone, iPhone, the computer, an iPad, the internet, or any internet service. This means you must not email, text, instant message, tweet, or post information about this case or about your experience as a juror on this case on any website or app such as Facebook, Snapchat, TikTok, Reddit, or any similar app or site. You must not read, review, or accept any communications in any form from anyone regarding this case or cases like this. You are permitted, however, to explain to family, friends, and employers that you are on a jury and to inform them of how long the trial will last. You cannot say anything else about any aspect of your experience until you are released from jury service. While each of you want as much information as possible before deciding the case, you cannot be investigators outside the courtroom. Attempting to get further information outside the courtroom would be unfair to the parties and would be a direct and serious violation of your oath. Do not attempt to gather any information on your own. Do not read or research about this case or this kind of case from any other source, including the internet. Many of us routinely use the internet to research topics of interest, but you may not do that in this case. You may not use Google, Bing, or any other type of internet search engine to learn about any person, place, or thing that is involved in this case. This includes the defendant, the attorneys, the witnesses, your fellow jurors, and the court personnel. This applies whether you are here at home or anywhere else. Do not read about this case in the newspapers or on the internet, or listen to any radio or television broadcasts about the trial. The law even prohibits you from consulting a dictionary. Do not attempt to visit any places mentioned in this case. And finally, do not in any other way try to learn about this case or this kind of case outside of the courtroom. You may ask yourself, why aren't you allowed to do these things? Evidence presented to a jury in court must meet at least 3 legal standards. First, it must be allowable under the rules of evidence. The rules of evidence are designed to eliminate information that is not reasonably reliable. Second, in a courtroom, witnesses are placed under oath to tell the truth under penalty of perjury. A witness who lies can be prosecuted and sentenced to jail. Third, all witnesses' testimony is subject to cross-examination, which means questioning by the other side. Cross-examination can help you determine whether testimony is credible or evidence is reliable. By contrast, information that you might obtain on your own would not have been subject to the rules of evidence, would not be under oath, and would not have been cross-examined. Therefore, it may not be credible or reliable. Furthermore, if you secretly obtain information on your own, the prosecution and the defense would not know that you had done this, and they would not have a fair opportunity to show that such information may be false, inaccurate, or incomplete. Trials must not be decided based on secret information. Breaking any of these rules would violate your oath as a juror and would subject you to punishment for contempt of court. If you violate any of these rules, you and your fellow jurors might have to come back to court after this trial to testify about your conduct. Furthermore, violating your oath could require a new trial before a new jury. Your misconduct would have wasted all the time that you, your fellow jurors, the court, the attorneys, and the parties have spent in this trial. After this trial is over and you have been discharged as jurors, you'll be free to discuss any aspect of this case with anyone, and you may do any research that you like. But no such communication with others or research about this case may occur until then. We are all depending upon you to uphold the oath that you have taken to follow the rules as jurors, and I am confident that you will do so. With that, I will turn it over to the state to present their opening statement. Mr. Pralia, you may deliver your opening statement at this time.
Good morning. You're here because what she did. You're here because of what she did on October 3rd, 2021. And ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear a lot of facts. You're going to be asked to use your reason and your common sense to filter through it and render a just verdict. And you're all equipped to do that. But there's a famous quote that will help in that process, help in your process. And that's, let us take things as we find them. Let us not attempt to distort them into what they are not. We cannot make facts. All our wishing cannot change them. We must use them. And you will use the facts. And the facts are that on October 3rd, 2021, Christopher Dickerson was viciously and violently murdered in an unnecessary and unjustifiable way. And you're going to hear that law enforcement was dispatched to his home that he had purchased earlier that year by his neighbors as they called, afraid that he was there, afraid that he was inside. And you're going to see the response from police as they get on scene. This is Officer Flores, Greeley PD. Is anyone in there? That answer is a resounding yes. That person that was in there is why we're here. That person that was in there was Christopher Dickerson. He was a son. He was a friend to many.
Objection, invoking sympathy.
All right, the court will overrule the objection.
He was a colleague. He loved animals. This dog.
Renewing our objection.
All right, Mr. Praley, if you'll move on, please.
And his life, taken by her hands, is why we are here. And ladies and gentlemen, the way his life was taken is going to be tough for you to see.
Objection invoking sympathy.
All right, the court will I'm sorry, did you get a record of that, Sheriff? Okay, the court will overrule the objection.
But it's the way it was. It's the way it is. And you're going to hear that Christopher Dickerson was burnt beyond recognition. He was burnt so badly that he had to be identified in part by his dental records. But ladies and gentlemen, it's not as it first seems. Because Christopher Dickerson on October 3rd, 2021, was not killed by that fire. He was killed by a process of vicious and violent force. And you'll hear on the autopsy that it was noted that there was a particular thing coming out of his neck. And ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear that that was a metal file. You're going to get to see it. And it had a handle on it. And you're going to get to see that the pointy part sticking out would be where the handle was.
Objection, facts not in evidence can be approached.
Sure.
Well, if we would have been counting objections, we would have been by 10 by now. Wow, yeah. She's crazy. This attorney, this is gonna get spicy. I mean, we would be about what, about 5, 6 objections by now. We counting hums, but not my hums. Okay, I don't count. Oh, sorry. I don't count hums, and I'm gonna be trying to be loud, slower. Yes, Pickles. Photos of all your court lovers. We're gonna have to, yeah, to collect them all. So sorry about that. I was a little bit loud. I forgot to turn down the volume, and well, of the soundboard and of myself. So, oh, and they're back. My apologies.
May I proceed?
Yes, please.
And so the pointy part sticking out of Mr. Dickerson's neck, you'll hear in regards to a likely handle that had broken off or burnt off. And that the blunt part of this file was plunged into the victim's neck not once. What you're looking at would have been the last one. It stayed in his neck. It's the only thing that makes sense. But what you'll hear from Dr. Burson, an objective pathologist or county coroner, is that he notes there are 5 separate and distinct stab wounds in Chris's neck. And you will be asked to consider that using reason and common sense. Plunging a piece of metal with such force into a neck and taking it out. Into the neck and taking it out. Back in, back out, back in, back out, back in. All in the neck region. All in a place directed at a person where you know there are arteries trying to kill. And you'll hear specifically through Dr. Burson that the carotid artery was hit. And that will be depicted by Dr. Burson. And he will opine what that would mean and how that's a bloodletting process and how much blood that would take and the coagulation in that area and the trauma. And you'll get to see the object, and the blunt end is what's going in his neck. And you'll get to think about that using reason and common sense when you're deciding murder in the first degree. And you're to consider all the evidence in light of your observations and experience in life. That's why you were selected. Now, a lot of this is not going to be a difficult decision as to me meeting my elements for you at all. And so we're going to go through that very quickly. But I, again, have to prove that the defendant in the state of Colorado at or about the date and place charge of October 3rd. We'll talk about the mental state of after deliberation and intent and how that corresponds with self-defense and specifically causing the death of Christopher Dickerson. And Dr. Burson will testify for you extensively. 5 stab wounds. 5 distinct stab wounds. He will opine that the cause of death was sharp force injuries to the neck, and that the manner of death was homicide. Now keep in mind this autopsy takes place a day or two after they discover Chris being burnt that severely. Nearly 100% of his body is burnt. But you're going to get the whole picture in this case, the totality of the circumstances, the facts that you need to determine what a person was thinking when they were acting. Not just then, but total. That's going to be your job. And ladies and gentlemen, you're going to get to compare that if and when you receive self-defense. And you're going to get to think, is that reasonable? Is that necessary? Does that make sense? Those will be the questions you are asking of yourself and others, particularly as to her actions on that day. So immediately after, Chris is stabbed 5 times in a close region in his neck. You'll get to hear what happened after. And to be very clear, the investigation took a different path, which I'm going to get into for you, as to how we get here, so that you understand why we're here today specifically with her. Okay? And so what you're going to hear is that when officers got to that residence after that fire and pull Chris's burnt body out, there's a lot of things that start making very little sense. And specifically, they go to the bedroom. And they see all these things laid out on a bed. You will get to decide if you think Chris lived that way or not. Okay? Well, what you'll get to see is that there's a particular item, a jewelry box, opened on the bed from Zales. And you'll get to see when those items are taken away, this void. You'll hear from experts in fire describing that, well, it's pretty obvious when you look at this picture, you can tell what was there at the time the fire was started and what wasn't based on the different coloring. And that's October 3rd. That's what they notice. And so shortly around that time, the victim's father, Alan Dickerson, after he's notified about his son, and after being introduced to the Greeley Police Department, that they're investigating these circumstances, being introduced to Mr. Burrows, Alan Dickerson starts providing assistance right away. And specifically, he helps him as a power of attorney for his son, helping with bank records, phone number, phone records, and Google location records. And you'll hear a lot about the Google location records. You'll hear from a lot of people that are much more tech savvy than probably you could imagine about your phones track a lot of things.
I'm sorry.
Objection, bolstering.
All right, the court will overrule the objection.
People who specialize in technology are going to come in and talk about, you have an Android device that's connected to Google, you might be sharing your location at a lot of places. Maybe you know that, maybe you don't. But all those things are provided, and specifically Alan Dickerson goes into his son's account, he downloads those records and those locations, and he provides them to Detective Burrows. What does Detective Burrows do? He starts following all of those things. He starts tracking movement, starts ordering records, starts obtaining surveillance, bank records, places, locations, movement of travel, all these things. Lots of sleepless nights. And what you're going to hear is that he's able to see that Chris, on that night, goes out to the bars downtown, right across the street. And you'll see Chris on the left, and you'll see him talking to a female who's later identified as Dolores V. Hill. And you'll see that she's discussing a phone, and there's going to be cameras at these places with times during these places, and he's using all of these things in conjunction with each other to figure out his location, his activities, and what he's doing, right? And so, for example, in People's Exhibit 81, you're going to hear that at the time of this exchange that's on camera, where there's this number that Investigator Burrows, or Detective Burrows, I apologize, that he's looking at the phone records, the movement, the surveillance, and he's able to see, okay, Chris and Dolores, their phones are connecting. He's able to say that I see him on camera, and he's able to track him and what he's doing, his movement. And ultimately, he follows him around downtown Greeley, and he sees Chris leaving on People's Exhibit 88. And he's looking for clues. And he sees this interaction from surveillance on People's 88. Now there's video. Not all video is going to be published. But there's this interaction with this silver Malibu and these distinct rims. And he sees this, and he puts that among things to look into. And he goes through all the other surveillance. And he then tracks back, who are those people in the silver Malibu? What do they look like? What's that car? All those types of things. And when he tracks all the way back, it comes to two people, two females. And he goes through this process, and he's able to say that the defendant is wearing the black. She's got this visor on. She's got her hair up in a bun. And this other individual is Hosanna Varela. And again, that process takes a lot of time of figuring out their specific names. But he knows that these individuals, based on their movement, are associated with that Malibu and that encounter that we just saw. And so what Detective Burrows does is he keeps looking. And he sees that after this encounter, and after identifying those people, that Chris is heading home. We're walking away from the bars. And you'll get to see, maybe you recognize this, maybe you don't. It's going to be the window at the Rio right across the street. And you'll see Chris walk by it in Exhibit 90. And then right after that, you'll see that in dealing with that, there is a specific vehicle that's shown after Chris had walked by, and it's that Chevy Malibu. And then he's able to obtain surveillance that had been gathered in and around Chris's house on the early morning in question and the night before from 3 different neighbors, and he starts piecing this together, spending hours and hours of viewing this.
Bolstering.
All right, the court will overrule the objection.
And what you're going to hear is that Detective Burrows was able to identify, based on a variety of things and corroborating it along the way, that when you saw Chris walking to his car, ultimately he drives home, he pulls into his garage, and after he gets home, that Chevy Malibu pulls into his driveway. And ultimately, they go inside for a while. And you're going to hear, again, at that point, sometime later, that the defendant, Hosanna Varela, and Mr. Dickerson leave. Again, they come to the names of these individuals later. But they leave, and he's able to look at phone records. That Dolores Vigil that you previously saw at the bar exchanging phone numbers, that he goes, he leaves the house, and ultimately they're communicating, and they drive around, and ultimately he comes back. And you'll get to see surveillance footage that, remember, the Malibu had been parked in the driveway. Ultimately, they move it out of the driveway. They're lit up by Chris's brake lights as he's backing out of his driveway. And then you can use the Google location at 254 around 8th Avenue and 11th Street to show where Chris's phone was. The group then returns back to his house. Hours go by. And Detective Burrows, candidly, at that point, does not know what happens in that house other than what Dr. Burson had said.
Objection to this slide 403. Can we approach?
Yes.
We've been following this trial for what, 10 minutes, half an hour, and I am already sick of this attorney. I'm sorry, but she's like, I'm trying to be low because I have the volume so boosted that I'm trying not to rip people's eardrums. So that should be a motion, is for sure. That is hilarious. It's absolutely fine. I think
So he
the
knows that
defendant
Chris was stabbed 5 times in the neck,
getting interrupted.
and he continues to watch the surveillance. And what was noted by initial officers, and what was noted by other people who look at this footage, knowing that they're looking at Chris's house and the surrounding area, is that ultimately one person comes out, goes down, and starts the car. And you'll hear from Detective Burrows after watching this multiple times that he notes that, yeah, this door opens. I see this figure consistent with the females. He differentiates from Chris, and he says, I see a female go, walk down, get in the car, but I didn't see two. And approximately 3 minutes later, 3 minutes elapse, okay? And then a second figure comes out. Lights to the vehicle are shut off. Figure comes out, slowly, walks down, gets into the passenger side. And they drive away. Calmly. Now, the interesting thing for you is that at that same time that you just saw those two larger females leave that residence and drive away, and that'll be captured on several videos, Chris's phone leaves too. The two females leave and drive away, and Chris's phone leaves. And ladies and gentlemen, you're going to get to hear about those locations. And you'll get to use that in conjunction with Dr. Burson's testimony. Chris didn't die of being burnt. He died by being stabbed 5 times. So there's no way that at that point, he's just giving his phone to people he had just met that night. Because that's what will come out. Chris did not know these girls. He had met them in that alley. They had gone back to his place. They had taken his life. They had taken his ring. They had taken his phone, and they leave. And that will form the basis for the burglary. The initial burglary is for the theft of his phone, of the ring, and other items. But there's more. There's more. There's burglary that deals with arson and tampering with Chris's deceased body. And what you're going to hear is that after leaving at 5:12, they drive around for a period of time, and they return. And when they return, they pull back into the neighborhood, pull outside of Chris's house. One individual on the passenger side calmly walks in, opens the front door to Mr. Dickerson's residence when he is dead. Does whatever she does for a few minutes and sets the place on fire. You'll see the return. It's a cul-de-sac, by the way. See him park. Slowly walk up. open the door to a deceased Mr. Dickerson's house without authorization, without invitation, as he's likely laying there dead, having blood out. And approximately 2 minutes go by. You'll hear that no person was ever observed of getting out of the driver's seat. And 2 minutes later, you're going to see it, look at the window, and then watch the exit. Bright lights, flickering. Opening of the door, calmly walking down, getting into the car, and driving away. And the fire begins to go and go and go. You'll be able to look at those Google records, specifically see that lap, that Chris is on the ground, dead, but Chris's phone has made this lap, has returned to his residence, and leaves at the same time that vehicle leaves and drives off. And ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear a lot about technology in the city of Greeley, specifically about automatic license plate readers. And you're going to hear that at approximately 541 35th Avenue and 25th Street, that Malibu with the plate AER G95 is seen driving. And that location will matter because that connects all those dots. And that's used as an investigative tool for Detective Burrows. And that Google location that was provided by Mr. Dickerson continues to assist in that it shows that path. And ultimately, at approximately 6:13, looking at all the factors, Detective Burrows says something here based on automatic license plate readers and the path of travel. The car doesn't match anymore. And an automatic license plate reader is what it sounds like. It takes a picture of a person's plate, connects to registration, shows a time frame. It's a photo connected to a database. And so ultimately, Detective Burrows, who's very familiar with working auto cases, uses the location where he knows there'd be another automatic license plate reader and sees, hey, the timing works for this big Chevy Tahoe, plate CEB P61, and connects all those dots. Runs that registration, comes up with the people, starts looking at the two females that he had dealt with, and figures out who the two suspects are. Stacy Rodriguez, the defendant, and Hosanna Varela. And he continues to connect those dots, and ultimately, it progresses to make an arrest. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I think a lot of the discussion detailed that we're going to be talking about self-defense. And you are to use reason and common sense in guiding you in that. You'll be provided the law. You'll be provided all the circumstances and facts. But you're also going to hear that on October 16th, nearly 2 weeks after this, there's an event that occurs. And keep in mind that these neighbors had been providing videos of what they captured, what they didn't. And you're going to hear that on October 16th at 7:46 a.m. on another ALPR in the 1700 block of 25th Street sees that Malibu. And Detective Burrows will be able to zoom in and opine that based on all the features, the earring, Miss Rodriguez's chin, a particular shirt she was wearing, that it's Miss Rodriguez. And ladies and gentlemen, you'll get to hear that at that same time, the footage that's being captured from those same residences catches that the defendant comes back to the scene of the crime. You'll see Mr. Dickerson's house. You'll see his windows boarded up after being burnt. She pulls right up by where she murdered somebody, stabbing him 5 times. You will get to think about a lot of concepts with self-defense. You're opposed to a lot of hypotheticals. This is reality. You will get the facts. You must use those facts. And ultimately, you'll get to decide how guilt and regret would ever play a factor. If you justifiably saved your own life, would you regret doing that? You're going to hear that on October 30th, 2021, when Detective Burrows writes for a variety of documents and databases, that he gets the defendant's Facebook records. And he begins reading them. And again, at this point, he just has them as suspects. And he discovers this after the fact. Facebook is not quick. He goes through this process that you'll hear about, and he's still doing his investigation, and he orders them so that he captures things at a certain point. And what you're going to hear is that the defendant, on either the 29th or 30th of October, UTC, you'll hear about that, you subtract 6 hours. The defendant writes, "I think that thing I did is getting to me now." Like the guilt and regret. And I can't even talk to nobody about it. Could have talked to him. Could have talked to the Greeley Police Department. Nearly 27 days after Chris was stabbed 5 times. That's what's going to be discovered. The investigation continues. And on November 11th, 2021, the defendant is arrested, as well as Ms. Varela. And ladies and gentlemen, if the defendant chooses not to testify, you all swore that you would not use that against her in any way, shape, or form. I trust you with that. But you will hear that she made statements on this date. And she denies it all. So in the text message before, she says, "I can't talk to anybody about this. This regret, this guilt." She had the chance on this day.
Gotcha. So we're working on a case. You mind if I talk to you for a couple minutes about it? Okay. Does this person look familiar? No. Okay. Have you ever seen him before? No. Okay. Have you ever been to 23? Correction. It's 20. 2413 15th Avenue Court, Greeley. So we're off like by 25th Street, 11th Avenue. What's that? Well, it's a house. Okay. She doesn't believe she's ever been to the 2413 15th Avenue Court address. She doesn't know anybody who drives a silver Chevy Malibu. Is that right? Have you ever driven a Chevy Malibu?
Never been to the house, never seen Chris, never driven a Chevy Malibu, doesn't know anybody who does. And then she's told that she's being arrested.
Yes.
Her response, after all that time, is there proof of that? And you'll get to factor that into your consideration. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you'll hear again that Hosanna Varela was also arrested on that day, and you'll hear that she provided an interview with her lawyers present. And ladies and gentlemen, she outlines what she saw, what she heard. And you'll hear, confirming what we had from phone records, that they had not met before that point. She didn't know Chris.
Just a small interruption, just to say that most of you guys, I am sorry, that are out of the game, of the verdict game. There's still a couple people in, so good luck for them. And yeah, get back to trial.
Stacy didn't know Chris. That's consistent with phone records because we never saw any interaction. That essentially just happened in that they were driving, Chris was walking, there's the discussion of going back to his place for an after party. And so they go back to his place, and he had some beer, he had some vodka. And according to Hosanna Varela, the defendant was giving him vodka while they were taking water, or part water. And you will get to ask yourself why that is, looking at all the circumstances. Why would you be feeding somebody an intoxicating substance that you weren't taking yourself? And make no mistake about it, that there's going to be a lot of blame cast on Christopher Dickerson. He was drunk, very drunk. That's what his toxicology says. And he'll be blamed for that. And you'll get to decide if this was part of the plan. Hosanna Varela will make it very clear to you, she never saw Christopher yielding a weapon. He never threatened to kill them, rape them, anything like that. That she doesn't recall any physical force by Chris. But it's certain, no weapon, no threats, I'm going to kill you, nothing.
Sorry about this. I see movement in court, so that's why I've moved to here. We'll turn to court when possible. So it is very slow. So when we get back, we can listen at 1.25 or a bit thing, but it is a little bit slow. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it is a question or a verdict or anything. Oh, sorry, I forgot. I forgot to lower the volume. With the moving of the feeds. My apologies. I don't know what they're doing. My apologies. Yeah, I forgot to turn the volume down. I forgot that we changed it. So um I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it is. Yes, Chella Marie. Yes, that's the co-defendant of our the trial. Yes, I'm gonna have to keep changing myself in and out in between places. Sorry, 1 second. A sneeze is incoming. So yeah, I am hearing as well that Willow, but I'm just waiting for confirmation. Um, I'm hearing the buzz as well that the verdict is in. But I'm just trying to confirm before I share anything and we play the music and we get hyped up, but because I don't want to give false hopes. Oh, thank you very much for that, Stephanie. I do try my best. And I apologize about the sound sometimes. I am a bit loud, so just tell me to lower myself down. But thank you very much, Stephanie. I missed you too. I hope you're coping okay. So we love you a lot, and I'm sending a big, big hug to you. So, um, maybe form a friend, form a co-defendant because she pled guilty and they were supposed to be tried together, but she pled guilty and got a deal. I don't know if it was a deal, but she's already serving a sentence. Um, so yeah, form a co-defendant because they were supposed to be. Uh, they got split. Their cases got split because she pled guilty. I think that's my supposition. So we are just hearing a buzz. That there is a verdict. So we are just waiting on any more movement from court and more information that it is. As soon as I know a verdict that is there, I will end the clock. And then after the verdict is read, I will announce the winners. Because who knows, it might be even not guilty. I am joking. I hope there is not yeah, she is already been convicted, Shalamari, for yeah, she's already pled guilty and has been sentenced to 32 years, and she's already serving a sentence, and she is supposed to be testifying against Stacy, the new defendant of the new trial. So if there is a verdict, if the words are true, there is a verdict. So it was a 3 hour and, well, at the moment it's 3 hours and 8 minutes deliberation timer, and no questions or whatsoever. So yeah, Nancy, you are oops. Um, you okay? So yeah, as to her plea deal, thank you very much, Toxic, for that. She has to testify against Stacy to yeah being able to have that verdict. I still cannot confirm. Let me give me a quick thing. Look around on the worlds of the webs if it is a verdict or not. Hang on, give me a second now. Motion to dismiss, but still no word. Let me go back to here to see, but I think there's yeah. So I mean, I don't know, but the thing moved. There was a lot of movement, and the chat in, I know I shouldn't trust, but the chat, oh yeah, the thing is, Toxic, we are not doing objections on these trials. We're doing hums as and something else that I forgot. I think that's what we're gonna do for now at this one. So, oh, the defense is gonna object to every 5 seconds oh, sorry. Yeah, but if we would be counting the objections, yes, we would already be on the tens, on double digits already. So, I am trying to verify if. Oh. Sorry, Garden Bot just had to leave to help his sister doing something, and she's sending some pictures. So just was telling, yeah, like it's crazy. That is absolutely well, there's no more words. I was like, they were moving around too much. And now this just stopped. Come on, please. I want to carry on. Well, to be fair, the thing is, I am in a rush to go back to the trial, but when we go back, we can watch a bit more speedy, and we don't have to, because I think he pauses a lot. I hope he is just doing that for an effect thing, and not that is actually him how he is, because that's gonna be a very slow trial. Sorry, I did that on purpose. I am not a slow person. I sometimes trip on myself when I'm talking. So, I mean, I don't hear anything anymore. Willow, do you hear anything? Do you know anything that I don't know? Willow, please help me. Sorry. Sorry, I get to this time at night, well, at night in the afternoon over here, and I start yawning like there is no one else's business. So it is, yeah, I'm gonna start yawning. I have a new thing on my computer, so because of the, my email, hang on, I'll put it on, on chat, Susie. Okay, thank you. It will be on chat soon, Zizzy. That's my email that you can reach me at. So I have a world clock just to keep an eye on the timings for all of, especially in the trial that we are following. Of course, not a problem. That we are following, so I can like keep an eye on things, and just because I'm nosy, and I don't need to keep asking you guys or googling it for that matters. Well, they're still going. I haven't heard anything. It's like I moved because they started moving a lot the camera, and I was like, "Oops, something is happening." And then people started saying verdict, verdict, but now they're not saying anything, and nothing is happening. I'm sure they would be back by now, probably. Yeah, there's no more movement, so I think it's safe to go back to our new trial. Sorry about this, guys. But we can put the guy speeding up a little bit more now. So let's share this and move myself. You guessed that I know, definitely false alarm. I'm moving myself. I keep moving in your screens, being like a ping pong ball. There you go. I'm back to where I am supposed to be. Let's play, and we'll put.
And you'll hear that there was an argument, according to Hosanna, between Christopher Dickerson and the defendant. And ultimately, you're going to hear from Hosanna that according to her, Christopher was pushed. And then at some point, the defendant took a beer bottle over to him and smashed it on him. And that Christopher Dickerson was yelling for them to leave, pleading with them to leave. Ms. Varela will say, and has said, that she wasn't afraid that night of being hurt, that they could have left. There wasn't a hypothetical door, there was a real door. There wasn't a hypothetical car, it was theirs. It's parked outside. You'll hear the progression, and you'll hear that Hosanna Varela asked her to stop and leave. And you'll hear during the testimony of her that according to her previous statement, she had seen this object, the murder weapon, at Chris's house that was out, that it looked like a file of sorts. She describes it as something that would be like used to sharpen knives. There was a handle, she thought it had white tape, wasn't certain, but she saw it. And ultimately, she put it underneath, but she says there was no need to kill him. There was no need. And yet Stacy Rodriguez did. She'll describe what that sounded like. She'll talk about seeing Chris bleeding out. Describes a death gargle. She'll describe that immediately after, Stacy seemed happy about it. And that instead of calling for 911 or anything like that, what was the first thing that Stacy Rodriguez started doing? She started going through his stuff. Opening cupboards, going into his room. So ladies and gentlemen, ultimately, you'll get the law as instructed in the end, and you will get to determine whether or not you believe it was reasonable. And was there a need for this imminent use of force to defend herself with no weapon, and that had to occur right then when a person was yelling to get out of my house. A reasonable belief, in order to have justified self-defense, you have to reasonably believe lesser force is just not going to cut it in this circumstance. You will get to determine those items as to what was reasonable, what was necessary, and what was appropriate. And there had to be this reasonable belief that there's imminent danger of being killed or receiving this injury. You'll hear the progression that the defendant asked her in this progression after the beer bottles, go get the weapon. You'll get to think about that. Deliberate, intentional action of asking for that. And Hosanna did. She'll detail all of that for you. What she heard, what she saw. And you'll hear, according to Hosanna, that then the defendant was moved. You'll hear that she was told to go out and start the car. The video will corroborate that. She discussed that items were taken. She will discuss driving off and then returning, staying in the car, and that the fire was lit. And ladies and gentlemen, they will blame her for all of this. Taking a deal with the devil. For witnessing this horrific murder. Receiving 32 years in the Department of Corrections. You'll get to decide who was the initial aggressor. Hearing that testimony. Looking at the testimony, the actions after, the evidence of flight, and the defendant's multiple statements. Multiple statements after the fact. And you'll get to compare what those statements looked like between those two girls. And you had been told that they were arrested. And while at jail, you'll hear that Hosanna got a note written on a paper towel. And I know it might be hard for you to see. You'll get this exhibit, but I'll read it to you. I hope you kept the same story. You ain't dumb. I know they're gonna trick you, but if you ain't see or do or hear anything, you're cool. You know, don't give in to they shit. Hang in there, babe. You'll be out soon. I just need to see how not to dig myself deeper. I know it's baby Joker's fault. It probably crossed your mind to say stuff, but then you going down too. Don't be stupid. Play dumb. It's all good, Turbo Muffler. LOL. You'll hear that in reference to this, I know it's baby Joker's fault, that that's what the defendant calls herself. When she's referring to her as babe, you'll get to hear about Stacy and Hosanna's relationship. You'll get to hear that Hosanna had previously been in a relationship with a man she had 3 children with, and that the fire just wasn't there anymore in that relationship. And that Hosanna and Stacy had worked together, and Stacy was showing her all of this attention that was missing from her husband at home. And at a certain point, that relationship became sexual. You'll hear on that video when they're arrested, how do you guys know each other? Yeah, we're definitely more than friends. Would you call yourself a couple? Yeah, yeah. And you'll hear the messages between them. Hang in there, babe. You'll be out soon. I know it's baby Joker's fault. The same person that writes at the bottom of that letter, provided in jail, to flush. That's what the evidence will be. And ladies and gentlemen, you'll hear that was not justifiable, that was not reasonable, that was not necessary. It was vicious, it was violent. And at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, you will know that Chris's death, his death in that living room, was only first-degree murder, followed by burglary, by stealing his stuff, followed by burglary for arson, and tampering with a deceased body. And I trust that after using all your reason, all your common sense, those will be the verdicts that you render. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and take our morning recess at this time. I want to remind you that until the trial is completed, you must not discuss this case with anyone, either in person, using the internet, or by any other means. This includes members of your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, or anyone else. If someone approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, or you see or hear anything about it, even accidentally, please let me know about it immediately. You must not conduct any research, undertake any investigation, or otherwise obtain information about the case from an outside source. You must not read or listen to any news reports or internet information or other electronic sources about the trial. If there has been or is any news coverage of this case, you must completely disregard it. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence presented in the courtroom and the law as I instruct you. And finally, it is especially important that you do not form or express any opinion on the case until your deliberations at the end of trial. With that, we'll be in recess until 10:45. And again, if you'll report upstairs here to the 3rd floor to the jury room. Please rise for the jury as they leave.
Okay, sorry. Let me just turn off the boosters so you guys are not. Well, I don't want to go live because I like.
Thank you. Please be seated.
No, not 45 minutes. 10 minutes. This is
And the
it.
court will be recessed until 10:45. Ms. Devereaux, if you need more time, just let us know.
Yeah, 10:45 a.m., which is in about 10 minutes in Colorado because it's 10:33 over there right now. So, yeah, she's definitely. I don't want to speed up because I like that we are behind and we can speed up, but we are behind, but not too much. We are just like a couple minutes behind. How long? Like, I think we are like. Yeah, we are about 7 minutes away. So basically, they are just getting back from break. I mean, we can skip the break if you guys want. So right now, so far, this attorney, the prosecutor, that literally speaks very slowly and is awesome. I liked the way that he put the evidence in, but Yeah. So basically, what's happened now is like he literally went through basically most of the evidence that they have, like the footage of the fire that they caused, what they have possibly stolen from the house. Because the thing is, they have a burglary charge as well. Because what happened almost basically is that they met this guy in a bar. They lured him back to his own house. I don't know if they did anything with him, but then they robbed him, unalive them first, I think, robbed them, then set the house on fire. So he was very thorough, and definitely Nancy, he was very thorough, and he went through the evidence and showed the body cameras of her being arrested, and showed the flush toilet paper letter that she sent to her co-defendant saying for her to keep her mouth, basically to keep her mouth shut, not to say anything, that she, they're gonna get through that, they're gonna go get out free because they are innocent, and at the end she literally says flush to, because she knew that they were in jail, to flush in the toilet so they could get rid of it. Basically, yes, Nancy, that's the moral of the story. Don't get too drunk enough to invite crazies to your house, because I don't know if they were actually seeking for trouble and for things to happen, or it was just, sorry, trying to avoid the yawn. My apologies. I don't know if I am sure they were probably not sober anymore, but to be fair, the defendant at the time, right? She was 19 years old at the time of this incident. So, and yeah, the girl was 23. So, I think they were looking to rob him, but then something must have happened that he ended up unalived with a pokey to his neck. And then, but why setting the house on fire? What for? What was like to try to get rid of the evidence? To try to, sorry, hang on. Oh no, everything's fine. There's nothing else. I keep, because the camera keeps moving in the trial, and I keep thinking that there is movement ongoing. But no, there is not. It's just still nothing. But I don't know why. Like, probably they definitely were trying to get rid of the evidence. I don't think. I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to be judging her, but it doesn't look like it was premeditated. Like they went out with the intention of unaliving. I think it happened. Then again, there could be on a self-defense, but then the thing is, you unalive someone but don't set the house on fire to cover the evidence. So yeah, you will prejudge. That's fine. That's up. That's absolutely fine. No, I'm just trying to, for once, not prejudge, because every single time before I have done it. Yeah. Oh, hang on. No, still. No, wait. There's people in the courtroom in the Jermaine trial. Let me swap there. Hang on. Share this one. Live. There's people. I've seen heads in the courtroom. So we'll see what is happening. I will stay here for a little bit to see. Yeah. See, I'm seeing movement in the court, so I don't know what is going on. But I mean, we can just see if anything happens, because I keep seeing heads moving around court, and every single time that scares me, because I was like, oh, something has happened, but they might be setting up things in the courtroom to actually, setting up things and everything. So I don't know. It's still running the clock, but I think only when there is an actually word that the verdict is out is there, that they are gonna do it. So I'm just saying, I don't know, because I'm getting a little bit scared, like, I'm not gonna lie. I am getting a little bit scared that the verdict is not in yet, and it's been almost 4 hours. Either they are waiting for the free lunch, and then we're gonna have a verdict after lunch when they are satisfied, or I don't know. Well, Nancy, that is absolutely fine. I mean, I kind of did, not because of the way she looks, but the kind of the way she looks because of the mean face. She seems like she's the mean girl in school. She's probably gonna do very well in prison. She's gonna be the controlling person. But I am trying to not be as rush into then the guilties, because I mean I was very wrong. That's it. That's what I wanted to say, cocky looking. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Well, again, I think someone just passed. Oh man, do not. What, the Jermaine case or the new case? Cause I'm like, oh, the an alive dad or an alive mom. Are you talking about? No, toxic, please do not say that, because if they find him not guilty, I I will not be happy. I am sorry, guys, but if they find him not guilty, are you absolute no no, you can't. They can't. They can, right? I'm sorry but to say this, but I hope you are wrong. I've never really like say this, but honestly I hope you're wrong, because I can't. They cannot. Honestly. No, please no. Like, guys, I'm gonna be true and real with you guys. If Jermaine Bass is found not guilty, I will be upset. I will be upset. I'm not even in the country that this is happening. And I hope it doesn't overlap tomorrow. Because I don't. It's simple and straightforward. How can you? Oh no, like I don't even want to think about it. The 4 charges. So how many days? The 3 days, Denise. Um. So 3 days trial. So. Well, yeah, I know. We had a week of not guilties coming out of Florida. The trial was 3 weeks, Denise. I please, no. I cannot get a not guilty on this case. Like, on Colin Griffith, okay, fair enough. I'll give you that. Okay, maybe it wasn't guilty. Maybe there was reasonable doubt on him. But now on this one, I think I think you are right. I think something is in the water there. I just cannot absolutely believe that there's a possibility that he's gonna get um not guilty. I just Okay, Denise, I trust you. You are my gal. Because when you say something like I trust you, go, because you had it right with Colin, I will never doubt you again. So if Denise saying that they are 1 hour per day of trial, they are waiting for lunch, I hope you two and Zizzy are correct, because I am very scared right now. I know, freaking looking good like KFC. I really hope so. Well, we go back to our trial, because the new trial, because I don't think there's nothing happen. I still have the feed here on my phone. Anyway, if anything does move quicker, I can just move the feed, which is absolutely fine. So we get back to our new trial, and I am moving. Oh, I'm still staying in the same place. I did not move. So. Okay. All right. All right. See you very soon, Denise. Thank you for popping in. Thank you. Ooh, free little says. Well, I've never had. I know that is a pizza company. I never tried because they don't have it in UK, I don't think. But I would like to. Like, me and Garden Bot. Me and Garden Bot. I need to get that name in my head. We are planning to go to the USA. Maybe not this year. Maybe next year. And I am coming up with a list of places to visit. We still don't know which exactly state we are gonna go. But we have an idea that maybe we want to visit a few states. So like we're trying to start planning out and make a list of all the places and everything that we want to visit. Not Florida. um you know what? Chicago is on the list, so I'm gonna tell you: New York, Chicago, Florida, LA, Las Vegas, and Texas. There's I think the six states that is in the list right now. I know Chicago is in Illinois, so yeah. Ooh, on a mobile, so ooh, I might pop into Milwaukee, Texas. Like, see, I have a list. Why LA? Oh, because this is a list that I'm making with the Garden Bot for when we are planning to visit the USA. So I want to visit to LA because TV shows and stuff like that. I really want to visit LA and like the Hollywood sign and all the touristy places in LA. I think, oh, that's the Witness Tent. We haven't seen that part. Oh, I am gonna go to the southern states for definitely for some food. So I will come see you. Like, okay, probably San Diego then, not LA. We'll see. See, the thing is, I'm gonna have to do a USA tour to see all of you. Obviously, we can meet up and can make an arrangement with that. Of course, I would love to meet you guys in person. That would be epic. My days, that would absolutely. I know I have heard that Texas, you take a long time to see Texas. So, oh, nice. You, me, and Garden Bot. That would be awesome. But I really want to go because I was gonna go in 2020, but we all know what happened in 2020 that I just canceled my USA play. Oh, perfect, Stephanie. You've got my email, right? I can put in chat if not. And that would be awesome. Places. I know it's probably just a TV set, but you know that show, Stephanie, Emergency. I think it was Emergency ER. There was like I can always pop into Canada Toxic. I will like USA and everything. Okay, I'll put it in chat. But you know that show ER, it's a very rather old show. I think it's from the 90s, early 2000s, and it was based in Chicago. And that's like one reason I've always wanted to visit Chicago to see like the is it? Yes, I love that show. I literally watch it every single year. It's like from the beginning to the end, every single year I watch that one and Friends. I literally watch that two shows every single year, like as a tradition type thing with George Clooney. Yes. No, it's called ER, but I like Chicago Med too, but it's not as good. I liked ER better. And I like Grey's Anatomy, but Seattle, I don't think it attracts me as much. I do like the big like Seattle. What's it called? The Seattle thingy. Oh, I just watch like so little shows on YouTube mainly now. So oh sorry, I'm still looking at the deliberations. We're still on break in this trial. I mean, we could always go fast forward because we are truly behind now, and they are back. We can go back to court and still be behind to our where we are. But oh no, I haven't. Which episode is that one? Ooh, Happy Days. Yes, Happy Days. Fonzie, yes. Oh, my days, Fonzie and Happy Days. They were featured Friends. I watch reruns too. Every single year I watch the same reruns too. Absolutely crazy. Because I watch all the shows that I watch every year is ER, Friends, How I Met Your Mother. What was the other one called? I watched the first few seasons of Grey's Anatomy as well. Um, what was the other one? The other one name? Oh, I keep forgetting. So I literally rewatch the same TV shows all the time. Um, yeah, I like watching those ones. Like they have like New York ones, they have like Las Vegas. I think there's several people in different states do that, Zizzy, and I really like it because it's like I'm visiting. So Office, that's it. Office, definitely. So Friends, definitely every year, that is like a tradition. Oh, and then movies, every year I watch the Jason Bourne trilogy of all of them. Oh, okay, toxic. I all watch all the Bourne movies. Only Tito Live. I don't know what is that. What is that, Pickles? So um Oh, Brooklyn Nine-Nine. That's another show that I watch as well, and I yeah, love Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Bourne, I watch all the Bourne movies. I have a crush on Matt Damon, right? Matt Damon is one of my favorite actors. So any movie that is in, I'll probably watch it and like it. So that's the one. Bourne, all the only with the ones with Matt Damon. The one that Matt Damon is not in, don't like it. And then is the what's it, the other movie, Good Will Hunting, with Ben Affleck, Matt Damon, and Robin Williams. That one, it's one of my favorite movies of all times. Good Will Hunting. There's actually a creator that's doing a watch party, and he's gonna do that movie, and I'm like, I'm there. So absolutely, because I love that movie, I will watch it anytime. So I really like that one. And then I like The Martian with Matt Damon, but I've only seen that one twice. I think I need to watch it again. Yeah, sorry. I was just talking about, and I keep forgetting. I need to keep looking at the I keep looking at the feed. I am just talking about movies and TV shows and everything, and I keep forgetting to keep checking. I mean, I think we are pretty safe now to fast forward to where court is already live, but still be behind and still be on 2 speed. So let's do that. She stays there during the breaks. That's Oh, okay. We'll try to find that out. Pickles, oh, we bought the zoo. Oh, another show that I watch, but I haven't watched much, but how I learned English, right, was by watching a show. One of the shows that I watched to learn English was Homes Under the Hammer. I absolutely this is trial is in Colorado. Willow. Colorado. So Homes Under the Hammer is an English TV show. I don't know if you guys have seen it or you heard about it, but it's basically a extreme home makeover, but without the fancy homes. It's just like people buying houses in auction, and then they transform them, and then they sell or rent. So that's one of my, I really like that show, and I can watch that show all day if I could. And it's actually quite, it's a really nice, and I learned some of the English that I learned from that show. The English from England English, not general English. So oh no. No. Well, Well, it's okay, Stephanie. It happens. I have done same things. I've sent a message. Oh, don't. I once, Stephanie. I will top it off, right? While we're still waiting. Once I sent a message that was supposed to be for Garden Bot, right? I sent it to my boss, and at the end, I said, "Love you." So if you can top it up, no, I'm joking. If there was a hole in the floor, I would have jumped in it and stayed there for a very long time. Because I know. So yeah, that taught me of always checking who you are sending the messages to, because I don't want that again. I had to profusely apologize, and I am so sorry, this was not meant for you. Obviously he understood that it was not for him, but I felt so embarrassed. I could have literally be unalived right there and then of embarrassment. Yeah, it was not good. I was very embarrassed, and let's hope that that doesn't happen again. And I'm sure you won't, because now I'm very careful. So I can imagine that's the stress that causes. And yeah, so people be careful. Oh, we're not back yet? Hang on, I thought we were back. 4 minutes, 2 minutes. Oh, they're not back yet. I thought they were back. Oh man. I'm gonna have to carry on talking. Oh, what a shame. Because we are only what? How long are we behind? Oh, 6 minutes. We're only 6 minutes behind. So they were technically even late on coming back from break anyway. So I think this court is not gonna be very on time, is it? I am finding that out. Oh, sorry. Oh, thank you. Yay! So my boss, hey, welcome back, Toxic. So my boss allowed me, so tomorrow, which is gonna kind of suck a little bit, is I'm gonna go to work tomorrow, but I'm only gonna go to work for an hour. So what is gonna happen is I'm gonna go work for the normal, usual time, but I'm only gonna be baking. So I'm literally gonna go in, bake all the bread, the pastries, the cookies, and then I can go home. Because technically tomorrow is my day off, but there is already someone in the bakery, but she doesn't know how to bake, so I am gonna just go bake. Oh, I want to hear this, Denise. So Denise says that, speaking of telling bosses love you, my wife's boss called one evening after we were already asleep. We went to bed early, which is fine. And then she answered, talk to her at the end. And at the end, we are waiting for Mo. Yeah, we are gonna extra dinner, so I'm only gonna work 1 hour. So, well, I still need to sleep, but then I can come back home about 5:30, 7 o'clock, and still sleep a little bit more, and then be fully awake. Oh, at the end of the call, she said, "Okay, babe, hang up." Oh, Denise, that's hilarious. Okay, babe. Oh, that is hilarious. I think almost all of us have done that out of it's not habit to tell it. So, oh, that's hilarious. That is very funny. That is so and so I don't feel as bad then. That's I have done that before too. Um. Oh, yeah, and Stephanie, I work, right. I work in retail. I work in the shop. My job is in the shop, in a supermarket like Target, Walmart, etc. And when I'm working, and one of my pet peeves is when people I say, "Oh, have a nice day," and they say, "Oh yeah, you too." I was like, "I'm not really. I'm at work. I don't like that." But I do that to other people. But then I do the joke of saying, "Haha, when you finish your shift, have a nice day." I don't like myself for that. I don't know why I do it. I think it's just out of habit. I do that as like those jokes. And when people say, for example, when something is not scanning, if you say something, oh, hi, it's not scanning, must be free. Yeah, we retail workers don't like that. We find very cringy that sort of stuff. Oh man, still nothing. Still no news from the deliberation or nothing. So, um, yeah, a lot. Yeah, so it's just retail has a lot of crazy stories. I think I should write a book one day of all the stories that has happened in retail, and I think it would be a good seller because it would be very relatable to a lot of people. With all of the cringiest things customers say and what they do as well. And as well as sometimes just the way it treats us. But the thing is, at the moment, because I'm in the bakery, I don't deal with customers much. So some of my stories, I need to write them down because otherwise I'm gonna forget. Because I don't deal with customers much, and like now the most thing that I get is if I'm on a shop floor putting stock away, is they asking me where something is and me saying I don't know because I don't work in the shop floor and I have got no clue where anything is. But funny enough, the other day I was coming out of work and someone asked me, oh, where's, I think it was spices or something like that. And I said, oh, aisle 15. Well, in my shop, aisle 15 is the chiller, like the chilled section. Like you have the cheese, the meats, and stuff like that. So I don't think the spices were gonna be there, but oh well. The thing is, I don't know, and we do have an app that is an internal app that tells us the location of products, but because I don't use it as often anymore, I keep it keeps logging me out, so I don't use it. So and every time I need to use it, I have to log in. It's just an annoying. So I just say, oh, I don't know. I grab another colleague and ask them where something is, and I make the joke. I don't spend time on the shop floor, haha. But just the lovely stories of working in retail, I guess. Um, Let me try to see if we can. I know it is funny pack. Sorry about this. You're gonna. Oh, I think they are coming back, and we're gonna be slightly behind. So I think the jury's coming in now. I think they took a longer than 15-minute breaks, which I need to come up with stories for this trial to tell you guys while we are waiting. Hopefully the sound will kick in soon. So I can have a drink actually. Still no movement out of the court, and yeah. This is crazy, that deliberation. Oh, does the jury comes from the main door? Because they're looking to the main door. That's interesting. Oh, come on. Just hurry up, jury. Walking in. Because the thing is, I don't want to be... Because we are too close to the... Oh, it's the annoying one making the...
situations that cause panic and reactions. That's what this is actually about. And we talked about this a lot in jury selection. You were asked about drastic measures somebody might take in covering up something that was justified. And you all were asked, how would that make you feel? What does that make you feel about the Justified Act? And overwhelmingly, the consensus was people do things when they're panicked. and you're experiencing life at that age, those 4 years can be a pretty big gap. So Stacy, 19 years old, is living with her family. She's very close with her brothers and her mom. That's her life. Hosanna is older, right? She's 23. She's married with children. That's the life she's living. So they get together. They met at work, kind of like how we all meet people. Started as a friendship, and then ultimately gets intimate. They developed feelings. But then when they start dating and when they're together and they're experiencing this relationship together, Hosanna has to balance the fact that she's not divorcing, or she's not leaving, she's not separating from her high school sweetheart, but she's just trying to balance the two. So Stacy's in love with her and wants to be exclusive with her. Of course. But Miss Varela is also trying to balance the fact that she's not going to separate from her husband. So naturally, that's going to cause some tension in the relationship. I think that's understandable. So that's kind of the basis of their relationship. That's where we're at right now. When we think about the 4-year age gap and how that might play a part in this, you heard from the prosecution that on October 2nd, Mr. Dickerson was out at bars, and they had all met in the back of an alley kind of in downtown Greeley. Where this age kind of gap comes into play is the fact that Stacy, she's not legally able to drink. And Hosanna is a drinker. This is what she does. Also okay. But the age difference means that they have to find bars that Stacy's allowed to go in, that are 18 and up, that'll let her drink, where she's not going to get. So Hosanna, and through her relationship with Stacy, is they're figuring out how to make this work, right? Because she is 23 years old and doesn't have those restrictions. Stacy's 19. She's a few years off from that legal age of drinking. So this is the dynamic that they're also having to deal with. That's when those age differences do matter in a situation like this. You're going to hear that their relationship moved quickly. They moved in together within months of dating. And mind you, Hosanna is not separating from her husband in any type of official way. Is not just exclusively seeing Stacy, but they're living together. This is exclusive. And understandably so, when you're trying to balance these things, the relationship becomes codependent and ultimately quite toxic. So this is the environment that we're in. And think of this when you listen to her, Miss Varela's proffer. Think of this when you listen to the way that Miss Rodriguez, Stacy, sometimes responds to police officers. So consider their statements, look at the body worn, keep this kind of situation, this environment in mind. The prosecution had said, starting off with a quote, "Let us take things as we find them. Let us not distort them." Contrast that when you listen to Ms. Varela's proffer on June 8th. Facts are distorted. The prosecution's theory relies on distorted facts. So let's talk about what a proffer is, what June 8th, 2022 looks like. Again, during jury selection, Mr. McCormick had asked you all, what does it mean to flip a co-defendant? And somebody had given a quite spot-on definition that said, flipping a co-defendant is if two people are charged in connection with the same crime, one of the parties will turn against their partner in the charges and provide evidence against them or agree to help them out in the case. And so that's exactly what Hosanna did. That was a great definition. And your job is to determine throughout this entire trial the credibility of those statements. And we talked about a little bit in jury selection that you get to determine the credibility, use your your life experiences, common sense, the way people react, the way they're telling their stories, the details that are there, the details that are missing, their body language. So you get to determine that credibility. And that also includes motive. Why is somebody saying the way that the story is? Why are they flipping a co-defendant? So for Ms. Varela, Hosanna, when she speaks with Detective Burrows on June 8th, 2022, she had been in the Weld County Jail for over 7 months, from November 11th, 2021 to June 8th, 2022. She is figuring out how to exist in jail. She is kept by herself more often than not. She's completely isolated. and use your real life experiences and your common sense of what does that do to a person, right? 7 months of panic in jail, looking at what the rest of your life is going to look like, sitting by yourself in a cell for more hours than not, spinning, thoughts are spinning. You're panicked. In jail, you don't have your own clothes. You don't have your own freedom. You don't have your own food. You don't get to walk around when you want. You don't get to call people when you want. And if you do call people, they're listening to your phone calls. Your life has flipped upside down. So for 7 months, that's the situation that Hosanna was in. And not just the jail. She had external pressures as well, because we've talked about her husband. He's not happy with the situation, because now he's out dealing with their 3 children and is solely financially responsible for them, solely emotionally responsible for them. He has all of that burden on himself, and he lets Hosanna know that. He does not let her forget that. So she's dealing with that pressure. Her kids asking her, where is she? Why isn't she coming home? And he has to deal with that. And you're going to hear that Hosanna, she was worried about that. She was worried about the charges that she was facing, the fact that she was in jail with no opportunity to get out, the reputation that then her family was going to have after this. Those are things that she's worried about. And it's not just because of her husband, but also her sister and her mom. Because you're going to hear that her sister and her mom tell Hosanna over the 7 months that she's in jail that they don't want to share with her grandmother or any other family of what she's actually in jail for, because that's embarrassing. So this is what Hosanna is concerned about, the embarrassment. You're going to hear from an expert later in this trial that will give you a little bit more information of exactly what a proffer is, right? I think that definition was very spot on of somebody says something to get something in return, right? You flip on somebody to benefit yourself. And the prosecution had said that, well, 32 years in prison, that's a long time. It's a very long time. However, that's not the full story. That's distorting the facts. What Ms. Varela did agree to, and you're going to hear what she agreed to, is that, yes, she's serving a prison sentence, but if she comes here and testifies the way that they want her to, maybe it'll get lowered. That's a benefit. So you're going to hear from this expert who's going to tell you in a legal context that when somebody goes in for a proffer, it's not because the idea is just to get the truth out. The idea is that you get something in return. So that's the motive. She's embarrassed. Her family is struggling. It's not about Mr. Dickerson. It's not about the truth. It's about herself. I want you all to pay very close attention to the statements that Hosanna makes. That June 8th, 2022 proffer interview is 7 hours. It was a 7-hour interview. And you're going to hear that the first kind of hour-ish of this, Detective Burrows asked Hosanna, just tell me what happened. Tell me about you and Stacy. What happened on October 2nd? What happened on October 3rd? And Hosanna gives a narrative. She talks. She's got a lot of details. But what is very interesting is that first section of when she is just talking without any questions, without any interjections. Think about what those statements are and then compare them to what you will hear later when Detective Burrows says, okay, I hear what you're saying. Well, let me ask you about this, and let me ask you about this detail, and how do you feel about this? And then her story changes a little bit. And we start getting a lot of details. And a lot of details that are not rooted in reality. Details that are distorted. Details that make it seem as if we are living in a scary movie. And that is not the case. That is not reality. I will agree that the body worn you saw when officers show up on October 3rd is scary. That is horrible. What happened to Mr. Dickerson is horrible. But that is different. We have to remember logic, okay? So when you hear some details that Ms. Varela says after Detective Burrows is asking her questions, that's when she describes what happened with Mr. Dickerson inside that home, and she says that Stacy stabbed him in the neck, and then afterwards, she licked his blood and said, it's dirty. That her face was glowing, and that Stacy had blood underneath her fingernails for days and then went out in public and did whatever she was going to do and just live her life. We are not in a scary movie. This is reality. And so look at somebody's motive. Think about when these details are being added. They're not added initially to save herself. The Greeley Police Department relied on what she said on June 8th. And you will hear that after that, there was no corroboration. The prosecution said Detective Burrows put in endless hours, sleepless nights. But you're going to hear everything he didn't do. You're going to hear everything that the Greeley police officers didn't do to try to make sure that what Ms. Varela said was actually true. And think about why they didn't do that. Because what if it didn't corroborate their story? Because prior to Hosanna talking with Detective Burrows on June 8th, 2022, the prosecution and the police department had absolutely no idea what happened in Mr. Dickerson's home on the night of October 2nd into the morning hours of October 3rd. No idea. So Ms. Varela gives them a story, right? Because she's sitting in jail for 7 months, thinking about how she's going to save herself and blame it all on Ms. Rodriguez. But we saw those videos. You can see one person is inside the car waiting. No person is acting alone. So think about that as well. So the prosecution and the Greeley Police Department, they also acted under pressure because they needed Ms. Varela's story. They needed her to make sure that their timeline, that their theory, that their distorted facts make sense. So Ms. Varela shares a lot of details with Detective Burrows. She says her sister was sent something on October 3rd. She talks about her husband. She talks about her mom. She talks about what her and Stacy do on the 3rd, the days after. Detective Burrows, in all of his hard work and sleepless nights, doesn't do anything about that. He doesn't contact the husband to see what he knows. He doesn't contact the sister to see what she knows. They don't do any follow-ups. And what's even more important is what you will hear is that Detective Burrows does tell Hosanna at one point during that 7-hour interview that he is trying to vet her for honesty. Because that is important. Of course that's important. But did he mean it? You're going to hear from a lot of different officers about the investigation that they did after Ms. Rodriguez and Ms. Varela were arrested on November 11th. You're going to hear from these officers that they searched Ms. Rodriguez's home, that they searched her clothing, they searched her vehicles. Think about who they didn't search, the other person that they didn't pay attention to, because it didn't matter. But when you hear about what they searched and what they found, listen to what the officers tell you why they looked for those things, why they looked for her clothes, why they went to her home, why they looked for certain things in the car and collected certain evidence, because that's important. And then think about all the reasons why they did those things, but then never followed through to see if their hypothesis were correct, never followed through to see if science would back anything. Why? Well, it's not going to fall with this distorted narrative, and so we're not going to do that. Have to keep in mind throughout this trial, everybody reacting under pressure and everybody panicking, because I think that explains exactly why we're here. So I want to go back to October 2nd and October 3rd. So we know that Ms. Rodriguez, Stacy, is 19 years old. She's dating a woman who's married with kids, and they're going out having a normal night on October 2nd. They're going out to the bars where they meet Mr. Dickerson in an alleyway. And Mr. Dickerson approaches them and says, "Are you guys looking for an after party? I've got one." Great, no problem, that's normal. So that's what they're hoping they go to when they follow Mr. Dickerson to his home, is for an after party. And then it turns out nobody's there. There's no after party. It's just Mr. Dickerson, and it's Stacy and Hosanna. That's it. So this man, mid-30s, okay, these ages, they're important here, right? Use your life experiences. We're all in different life stages right now, right? Guy in his mid-30s invites this young girl over for an after party. And then you're going to hear what happened inside the home. And pay attention to all the things that the prosecution didn't tell you in opening. The prosecution said there was nothing physical in the house, no physical threats. Mr. Dickerson never did anything. Well, that's not true, because Hosanna tells Detective Burrows the opposite. Hosanna tells Detective Burrows that she was uncomfortable around Mr. Dickerson in her home, that he was grabbing her butt multiple times, and she didn't really feel like she was showing him that she was interested. So Hosanna says she's uncomfortable around him. And then she says that actually, Chris, Mr. Dickerson, and Stacy were arguing at one point in the night, and he cornered her against a wall. Why didn't they tell you about that? Doesn't fit into the narrative. He corners her against the wall in the home, so much so that Hosanna says, leave her alone, get away from her. And Stacy has to push Mr. Dickerson off of her. There is physical contact in the home. And also think about what it looked like at that time. You're gonna see photos of the house. You're gonna be able to kind of get a layout of where the kitchen was to where the living room was, where Mr. Dickerson's body was found. It's a ranch style home. It's small, no levels. You walk in, it's a living room, a kitchen is right next door. So think about all of that when you are drinking the entire night, 19 years old, and this man who said there was going to be an after party does not follow through. You are in a stranger's home by yourself, and he is cornering you, towering over you. And that's what Hosanna says. He is over her. She remembers multiple times saying he is over her. And he's taller than Stacy by a lot. The prosecution had brought up the drinking and what Mr. Dickerson's, blood alcohol content was. And you're going to hear about the talk screen that was run by Detective Burson. And you're going to learn all about this when we discuss the.
Sorry to interrupt the watching of the closings, but there is more and more movement in the Jermaine case. I'm just trying to double check facts before we do move. But we literally had a face close, really close to the camera, and a lot more people walking about. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if there's a movement and verdict, a question, or something. Also, by the way, I keep forgetting to tell. I think Jaylah Bass's funeral is on YouTube. So I think if you type it, that it's gonna be available. It is available there. I thought it would not be appropriate to show that. I don't think, but if you are interested, somehow it is available. I'm still checking if there's anything or anything, or if it's just a false alarm again, for the 5 millionth time, if it is or not. But I'm just trying to confirm if it is something happening or not. If you guys know of anything, let me know too, because I would like to know, and I hope you can hear me, because I am not 100% sure. So no verdict yet. I am looking and there's nothing, but there is a lot of movement in court, so I don't know what's. Yeah, it would be on X. Yeah. No, yeah, okay, it was just someone then passing again in the camera. Sorry, I keep getting scared that there was a verdict, because people literally pass through in front of the camera. There's a lot of people going on and about. I know they are working and doing a lot of stuff, and this is not just the only case. I think it is lunchtime, but I think they are working through lunch. So, yeah, sorry. Let's carry on with our new trial.
Autopsy. But keep in mind that Mr. Dickerson's blood alcohol content that night was 0.3. It's about 4 times over the legal limit. And again, he's at his house with his alcohol, asking for an after party. Miss Rodriguez wasn't trying to poison him or get him so drunk he didn't know what was going on. He's in his mid-30s and invited them over for an after party. That's what's going on. Use your common sense. saw some autopsy photos and we talked about that metal file. And the prosecution said that Hosanna's version of events is that after, well, I guess the prosecution didn't tell you that in opening, but after she pushes Mr. Dickerson away, that somehow they end up in the living room, right? And Hosanna says that Stacy says, give me that weapon, give me that file. You'll hear the proffer. You'll hear how it actually goes. But then consider the file. Think about that. When you saw those photos, the sharp end is sticking out. And Hosanna describes the file as looked like it had white tape on the handle, the base of it. And you'll be able to see the file, and you'll be able to see the blunt part that is in Mr. Dickerson's neck is textured. It looks like it's wrapped. You will get to see the file, and you will get to look for yourself. Does it look like anything is broken off? Does it look like something is rough? Or does it look like it is a metal file that has a sharp end sticking out? So if somebody is reacting, trying to save themselves, think about the way that a weapon would have been used. The sharp end is not in, it's out. Think about it might be dangerous for yourself if you have something sharp in your hand and the sharp end is sticking out and you're defending yourself and you're using the blunt end in. That almost puts you at risk as well. It's not smart, it's not premeditated, it's not with after deliberation, it's not thought out, because she easily could have hurt herself as well. Why wouldn't you use a sharp end? It doesn't make sense. It's a panic decision to protect yourself, to save yourself. And when you look at the house and you look at the photos, you will see that there is a door to the living room, but we talked about that in jury selection. You all agreed there is no duty to retreat. But I do encourage you to look at the layout of the home and consider that if somebody is reacting in a panic and what that would look like and not feeling safe and the close quarters that you are in. Now, we know that the house was burned, right? You saw the body worn in the prosecution's opening of the house, up in flames when GPD officers arrive. And that's a scene that probably nobody wishes to come upon. It is going to invoke emotions. It is sad. There is no way, I think, that you can look at this case and not find that there is an emotional component, because there just is. Somebody died. And 2 people are going to have to live with that for the rest of their lives. That's horrible. But you have to sometimes put that emotion aside and go back to the logic and go back to the elements that the prosecution has to prove and go back to what we talked about in jury selection about those drastic measures. Think about how realistic it is that somebody panics and does something because they don't know what else is going on. And that's what happened. Horrible decisions are made, but it doesn't mean that something wasn't justified. Don't confuse the self-defense in a stranger's home, older than you, taller than you, being aggressive, being touchy, drinking, feeling like you can't get away. All of those things can still be true. So you're going to think about, when you hear about self-defense, when you think about what the legal standards are, reasonableness, right? The objective idea. But it's reasonable in the situation itself, in the context that you're presented with. The prosecution talked about guilt and regret. Of course, there's guilt and regret. Of course. Somebody's life was taken. That's horrible. We talked about this a lot in jury selection. We're all agree murder is wrong, but it can be justified in self-defense. But that doesn't mean that it takes away regret, doesn't mean it takes away guilt, because that's a trauma that somebody has to live with for the rest of their lives. And so, again, I want to go back to this distortion, because you saw a portion of those Facebook messages, but that's not the entire story. And you'll get to hear more of the entire story throughout this trial, okay? Openings are just a snapshot of what the next week is going to entail, okay? But when you think about the guilt and the regret, I want you to go back to like actually what the statements say. It's not just that, you know, I didn't talk to anybody, I should have told people. It's every time I close my eyes, I see him. Hardest part of my life. I don't want to keep going. I feel alone. Those are human reactions, human responses to something horrible that just happened, to something horrible that probably nobody ever in their mind imagines that they would have to do to somebody else. Nobody asked for this. Nobody wants this. Definitely not Miss Rodriguez. So now she has to live with that. And we talked in jury selection about what if you don't call the police, right? Does that take away the justification? No, because you all had said, what if people don't believe you? That's also scary. So think about that. You don't think someone's gonna believe you? You're just trying to live your life. There is no situation where somebody would act in self-defense and killing somebody else and then be happy about it. That is not a human reaction. That is not a human response. The guilt, the remorse, the panic, that's a human response. Ms. Rodriguez was 19 years old at a stranger's house under a situation she didn't think. Thought there was gonna be more people. Thought it was gonna be a party. And it went differently. It turned differently. He did corner her. She had to push him away, and it didn't stop. So think about all of that. That is what this case is about. It is about panic decisions, decisions made under pressure, relying on distorted facts that don't make sense to fit a narrative because you need that narrative. They need that narrative. But it doesn't go with logic and it doesn't go with reason. Ms. Rodriguez, Stacy defended herself. She defended the woman that she loved to try to keep them safe. And that's what she did. She is not guilty of first-degree murder.
All right, thank you, Ms. Trujillo. Mr. McCormick, Mr. Pereira, the state may call their first witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the people call Alan Dickerson.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Dickerson, if you could mind all the cords and just come over here in front of the witness stand. And sir, before you sit down, if you will, please raise your right hand for me. Sir, do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, sir. Go ahead and have a seat. And Mr. Dickerson, if I can ask you just to get as close to the microphone as is reasonable. And Mr. Pereira, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Will you please introduce yourself to the jury, stating your full name, spelling your last?
My full name is Alan Charles Dickerson. That's Dickerson.
Sir, are you married?
Yes, I am.
To whom?
Elizabeth Ann Dickerson.
Sir, did you have a son?
I have two sons. My oldest son, Christopher Dickerson, deceased, and a younger son.
Sir, as it pertains to your son, Christopher Dickerson, what was his date of birth?
His date of birth was October 9th, 1985.
Sir, I'm going to approach with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 1.
That is my son, Christopher Dickerson, with his beloved pet, Juna, a white German Shepherd, a cat, Ella, and what you don't see in the foreground is a chicken. A chicken. We also have chickens at the house.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move for the admission of People's Exhibit 1.
Any objection to one from the defense? All right, the court will overrule the objection and admit into evidence states one.
Sir, can you briefly describe your son, Christopher?
My son Christopher is a very
Objection
buzz.
403.
And can the parties approach?
Well, I think we're gonna count objections because this is gonna get wilder. Because the hums and everything. So I think by now we are on what, 500 objections? So let me change this and I'll put what, 11 objections so far. Look at that counter go. We're gonna put about 11 objections and we're gonna start objections then because the hums, yes, it's not happening a lot. We can go back if needed, but I was just doing some research and Stacy Rodriguez is on a $2 million bond, and I cannot find her weight at the time of booking on the jail roasted thingy. So if anyone can find, that would be good. I only want to know because of the fact that I want to compare of how strong or how thin Chris was. That's only the reason. Yeah, to be. So I did find her information of arrests, but not much more. Still know nothing on Jermaine. Still deliberating. Still crazy. Still gonna be a long one.
Sir, I'm going to rephrase that for you, and I just want you to answer yes or no.
Okay.
Was Chris an outgoing person?
Yes.
Would you describe him as being friendly to others?
Yes.
Objection.
The same objection.
Yes.
I'll allow that question. The witness's answer can stand.
You may
Yes.
answer. Sir, where did your son Christopher live?
My son lived in Greeley at a house that he had purchased.
Objection, hearsay.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
You may answer, sir.
He lived in Greeley in a house that he had recently purchased.
Was that house at 2413 15th Avenue Court in Greeley, Weld County, Colorado?
Yes, it was.
Hearsay.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
Sir, approximately when had he purchased that house?
Hearsay.
All right, the court will overrule the objection.
He had
May answer,
purchased the house probably only months before he was taken from us.
Sir, at that time, do you know if your son had any roommates at that house?
Yes, he did.
Going back a little bit in terms of discussing Chris, had he worked at Noosa Yogurt?
Yes, he worked at Noosa Yogurt.
In what capacity, sir?
He was a warehouse manager and shift supervisor.
Sir, I want to ask about some prior relationships to your son of Chris. At one point, did he have a very serious girlfriend named Bethany Cook?
Yes, he did. He was engaged to her.
And because of that, was the information shared that he had purchased an engagement ring?
Yes, he had purchased an engagement ring for her.
Do you know where that was from, sir?
I do. It was purchased from Zales Jewelers.
And was that something you had discussed previously with your son?
No, but I did see the ring and I did see the receipt for the ring in his bedroom.
Okay. Now, ultimately, sir, did that engagement lead to marriage, or did it stop short of that?
It stopped short of marriage.
Okay. And, sir, to your knowledge, was that ring provided back to him?
Yes, the ring was provided back to him.
Are you confident of that?
Yes, I am.
And had you actually seen that then?
Yes, I had.
Sir, I want to transition to the time period of October 3rd, 2021. Where were you living at that time?
I was living at my primary residence, 710 Pine Drive, Windsor, Colorado.
Did you receive a visitor at the door that morning?
Yes, I did.
Who was that?
It was the coroner and victim assistance people.
Were you informed of a general situation
Yeah.
potentially involving your son?
Yes, I was.
And sir, did you assist with providing dental records or similar records?
Yes, I explained that Chris had a broken arm as a young child that required a steel plate in his arm, and he also regularly had dental visits.
Sir, at a certain point, were you contacted by the Greeley Police Department?
Yes, I was.
And who was the lead detective that contacted you, sir?
The lead detective was Detective Burrows.
You see him in the courtroom, sir?
Yes, he's at the DA's desk.
Now, sir, who was the power of attorney for your son?
I was the power of attorney for my son at that time.
And sir, how often would you get to see your son, Christopher?
I would see him on a regular basis, probably at least 2 to 3 times a week. We took care of his beloved pet, Juna, a white 7-year-old German Shepherd now. At the time, she was about 4 years old. He would leave her with us because he worked night shifts and long weekends. So we took care of Juna for him while he was not able to provide the attention that she needed.
Would you also speak over the phone or through text communications?
Yes, we would text each other and we would have communications over the phone, both him and his mother.
Are you very close with Chris?
Yes, I was very close with Chris.
Did you have access to several of his accounts, including bank accounts, phone numbers, phone records, and other?
Yes, I did. I was Chris's power of attorney until the time of his death.
And sir, did you assist in providing that information to Detective Burrows as part of the investigation?
Yes, I did.
Sir, as part of that, did you specifically deal with Google location records and aspects of the Google operating system for Chris?
Yes, I did.
And was that associated specifically with Chris's Google or Gmail email?
Yes, it was.
Sir, were you able to actually view that?
Yes, I was. I was able to see that the phone had moved in location on the day that he was taken from us and murdered until after the fire had started, or shortly after the fire had started, or been reported started. I shared that information with Detective Burrows once I had access to the account.
If I could approach with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 202.
202, go ahead.
Sir, do you recognize People's Exhibit 202?
Yes, I do.
And what is that, sir?
That is a SanDisk USB drive.
And sir, how are you familiar with that?
I use this SanDisk USB drive to provide Detective Burrows with with 2 invocations of Google takeout dump of the Android device, and zip files to maintain the integrity of that data once it was viewed.
So based on all of those aspects that you just talked about, are you pretty familiar with computers?
Yes, I am.
And you went through that process?
I went through that process.
And is People's Exhibit 202 the actual disk that you provided, or the USB thumb drive that you provided to Detective Burrows?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, I move for the admission of People's Exhibit 202.
Any objection to 202?
No, that's voir dire.
Sure, go ahead.
Mr. Dickerson, would you mind if I grab that from you?
Absolutely.
Just have a few questions about this. There is no initial on the itself, right? On the thumb drive itself?
No, there's no identifying marks other than it's a SanDisk, probably a 32 gigabyte drive.
Okay. You had said no identifying marks, so I just want to clarify that a little bit for the jury. There's no such as like a serial number or something on here, correct?
No, but the files that exist on there have hash codes, and I can provide those hash codes
But
that specifically identify the files on the disk as being digital copies.
okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. But looking at this specifically, there's no identifying marks besides the fact that it's a SanDisk thumb drive, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, I'll get this back to you for now. So you're unable to say with actual certainty that that is, as looking at it, the exact same thumb drive that you provided to Detective Burrows, correct?
This drive can be inserted in any PC. We can download a cyclic redundancy check, an MD5 sum, or a HA256 hash code. It will be unique to the files that are stored on my server and are stored in the cloud under an AWS S3 server.
So, Mr. Dickerson, I'm not trying to be confusing. I'm just wondering that specific thumb drive as we're looking at it, not the contents of what you believe to be on there, but just looking at that thumb drive, there's no identifying marks to suggest that that is the specific thumb drive that you gave Detective Burrows, correct?
It is not, because it was delivered in a different bag with a label on it, and this went into the evidence chain at the Greeley Police Department and labeled with their markings.
Okay, Your Honor, could we approach, please?
Sure.
Oh, sorry. I said I forgot I could talk. We can skip it, but I like that we are slightly behind. Because then when the verdict comes in, we can be even behind and just go faster because the prosecutor does go very slow. So we're just waiting on a verdict on voir dire resolution from the judge. She's opposing that this was not the original drive that the dad gave gave to the defense, but then the objection counter is just next to the timer counter. It's just a very small right now, so So as soon as the timer goes away, the counter will be bigger, but it's just because of space that I have, the counter cannot be bigger. Otherwise, we cannot see the timing. So yeah.
Couple more questions, sir.
Yes.
How many thumb drives, SanDisk, did you provide to Detective Burrows?
A single SanDisk.
And you're confident that's the one?
Yes, I am. I have no reason to believe that it's went out of the custody, the chain of custody of the Greeley Police Department since I delivered it.
Objection. I think that's, I don't think he's able to, that's speculation.
Sir, just to
All
be
right.
clear.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Fraley, give me just a second. All right, I will overrule the objection as to the part of the answer stating yes, I am. I will sustain the objection to the remainder of the witness's answer and strike that for the record. Mr. Dickinson, it's really important that you just answer the question specifically that you're asked.
Yes, I believe that to be the SanDisk that I provided Detective Burrows.
Let's just take a moment. I've handed you a piece of, I've handed you back the exhibit. I've also handed you the scissors, sir, as well as my computer. If you can just open the packaging with the scissors.
Okay.
It's fair to say you cut in the middle of that exhibit?
Yes, I did. I didn't want to destroy the label.
Okay. If you can take that thumb drive out.
Hopefully your laptop recognizes the drive, and it does.
You can go ahead and click on that, sir.
What I'm clicking on is a Google directory. I expect to see 4 files on that in that directory. Those are takeout files. They're Google takeout files. They're download.
And Mr. Dickerson, again, it's really important that you just
Okay,
respond to
I'm sorry.
questions.
Yes,
Sir, you recognize that?
I certainly do.
Is that exactly what you thought it would be?
It is exactly what I thought it would be in the date. Yes, it is exactly what I thought it
And
would
is
be.
that exactly what you provided?
It is exactly what I provided.
Now I'd move for 202, Your Honor.
Any further objection?
You stand on our previous objection, and then in regard to the contents.
All right, the court will overrule the objection and admit into evidence states 202.
Those are my questions at this time.
All right, thank you. Any cross-examination?
Dickerson, I just have a few questions for you.
Yes,
You mentioned that Chris was working at NUSA around the time in October, right?
that is correct.
Okay. And he had been fired, to your knowledge, for like a whistleblower kind of complaint?
That is my understanding.
Okay. And is your understanding that he was a little angry about losing his job at that point?
Sure.
This is gonna be the approach objection trial. I think I'm gonna change the name of the trial. Instead of the fire and aliving trial, it's gonna be the objection and sidebar trial and approach trial, because this is gonna get ridiculous. This lady, a defense attorney, oh, please, we need patience for her. And the judge is gonna need a lot of patience too himself.
And so, Mr. Dickerson, when Chris was let go, he wasn't working around the time of in October, right? He had been let go prior to October 2nd and 3rd?
Yes, he had been let go prior to that.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that. Nothing further.
All right, thank you. Any redirect examination?
No.
All right, thank you. Mr. Dickerson, you can leave the witness stand. You can just leave that stuff there in the state will collect. And again, sir, just make sure you mind all those wires, sir. The state may call their next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the people call Officer Flores.
All right, thank you. Thank you, sir. If you'll come forward and please stand in front of the witness stand. If you could just make sure you mind those wires when you're coming up. And sir, before you sit down, if you'll come over and raise your right hand for me. Yes. Mr. Flores, if you'll raise your right hand. Sir, do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, go and have a seat. Mr. Praley, you may begin.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your full name, spelling your last for the record?
Name Joshua Flores, Flores.
How are you currently employed?
I am currently a police officer for the city of Greeley.
How long, sir?
5 years.
All right, because you're our first officer to testify, can you just generally discuss about the training that goes into becoming a police officer?
Absolutely. Consists of about 4 or 5 months of academy, followed by another 3 months of in-house training, including street work. So probably about 7 to 8 months before we're actually on the street as patrol officers.
And can you describe then what it means to be a patrol officer?
Absolutely. So our duties include just responding to calls for service, investigating allegations of criminal incidents, making arrests based on our findings and investigations.
What is your current position with the Greeley Police Department?
I'm currently assigned to patrol as a patrol officer.
And is that the same capacity as you were on October 3rd of 2021?
Yes, sir.
Sir, on October 3rd, 2021, were you dispatched to a 2413 15th Avenue court?
That is correct.
Where is that located in terms of what city?
That is in the southern part of Greeley, central southern part of Greeley.
Is that Weld County, Colorado?
That is correct, yes.
Can you describe the general process of how you receive information from dispatch to actually go to a scene?
Absolutely. So dispatch will air the information to us, that is through the radio. In addition to that, we do have our computers in our vehicles that also provide us additional information.
All right. So fair to say that you don't actually get to hear a 911 call as it's occurring?
That is correct.
You're receiving notes as to where to go and what the situation is?
Correct.
Okay. Sir, we're going to take a moment by stipulation to play the 911 call, but I want to make it clear you didn't actually hear that on the night in question of October 3rd.
That is correct.
Your Honor, by stipulation of the parties, the people are moving to admit and publish People's Exhibit 147 at this time.
And from the defense, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, the court will admit into evidence by stipulation, states 147, and you may publish.
No,
the house on fire? I can't see the number, I'm next door. Okay, what's your house address? 2413, 15th Avenue. Okay. Colorado. What's the word? I think that's from that 24. That's on fire. It's at 2413.
Mr. Fraley, can you pause that and can the parties approach?
I think there's someone in. Okay, what's your phone number in case we get disconnected?
Well, I'm sure there was an objection from the defense that we did not hear. Yeah, I know. Audio is horrible. Absolutely horrible, the audio. It is echoey, distorted, anything that is bad. Sorry, the clinging in the back. The garden bot is eating and apparently is hungry and clinging the bowl. Oh, am I loud? Sorry. I thought I
Ladies
had
and gentlemen,
turned on.
just give us a second. We're going to try and fix this audio issue.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Judge. They're gonna try to fix the issue. So sorry about that. Sorry. Taking my snacks away.
I can't see the number. I'm next door. Okay, what's your house address? 2413 15th Avenue Corner. Okay. City, Colorado. What's the word? I think that. From that. 24. House that's on fire. It's at 2413 15th Avenue Court. Okay. I think there's someone in there. Okay, what's your phone number in case we get disconnected? I don't know, man. Okay. Jermaine Lavanda, Colorado. Okay, I'm trying to. 2413. 739-047, is that correct? Yeah. Okay. That sounds good. That house is fire. Somebody's in there, I think. Okay, I have it. And just to confirm, is that gonna be a house or an apartment? If that house is on fire, man. Okay. You need to get the firemen here. They're coming as fast as they can, okay? What makes you think that someone's inside? Because of the dog barking and there's a car in this place. Man, you gotta get to the fire department. Okay. Please. They're coming as fast as they can, okay? Okay. Just stay on the line with me. Did you go into the house? Hell no, it's burned like crazy. Okay. It's 2413 15th Avenue Court. I have them coming. Colorado. I have them coming. I have all the information in here. What was your name? My name's Mike. Okay, Mike, do you know the people that live there? I just know Chris. Chris. The guy's name is Chris who lives here. Okay. Chris. I need you to get away from the house to make sure you're at a safe distance, okay? Yeah. Chris. Dang, damn it. Do you know what part of the house is on fire, or is it? The whole house, the whole front of the house is on fire, man. The garage and everything. Okay. I hear sirens. I hope that's them coming. They're coming as fast as they can. Is he the only one that lives there? I think he is, yeah. Here they come. I see the light. Here's the police. Okay, and I just need to, go ahead. We did try to wake him up. We don't know if there's someone in there or not. Who is that you're talking to? I think Chris is in there, the policeman. Okay, I'll go ahead and let you go, okay? Thank you very much. You're welcome, bye-bye. Bye.
Sorry about the audio issue, sir. Now you've been able to hear that, but the information you had would be written on a screen.
It would have been written on the screen or aired through dispatch briefly, yes.
What time do you arrive to this location?
By recollection, approximately 5:45 in the morning.
Okay. Can you just generally describe to the jury what your observations were when you got there?
Absolutely. Yeah. So as my partner and I arrived, we saw residents completely engulfed in flames. As we approached, obviously, we did see some neighbors yelling, trying to, I guess, get the attention of the neighbor that was potentially inside. Everything was completely on fire.
And sir, during this time period, can you describe what you're wearing?
Yes, so in addition to my uniform, I am wearing a body-worn camera that captures the general aspect of what I'm looking at.
Sir, I'm going to approach with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 5. Have you been able to watch this today?
I have.
How can you tell that you've been able to watch it?
I have signed and initialed, or I have initialed and dated this.
Is People's Exhibit 5 a fair and accurate copy of your body-worn camera as it pertains to first arriving dealing with the fire?
That is correct.
Your Honor, at this time, I move for the admission of People's Exhibit 5 with permission to publish.
All right, thank you. Any objection from the defense?
Incorporate our previous record, but just note 403 if the court wants us to approach.
Why don't you go ahead and approach just a
Sorry about that. Trying to not to speak too loud. Just trying to check again the things in court with Jermaine because there's more movement.
Admit
So
state's
yeah.
motion 5 into the record, and Mr. Pralia, you may publish where appropriate.
Thank you. Sir, to be clear, is there audio in the beginning or does it take some time?
So there's usually about a 30-second buffer period with no audio.
Thank you.
This is Officer Flores, Green Police. Anybody in there? Is anybody in there? We don't know. The dogs, we've been trying to get him up. Who lives there, sir? His name is Chris. I think his car is still in the back. Yeah. Fire safety. Yeah, bro.
Okay, sir. Would that have been your body worn camera for the actual fire portion?
That is correct.
Did you also have other duties that would have taken place then after fire came?
Yeah, the biggest one being scene security, just making sure nobody gets in and out, shouldn't be there, what have you.
Okay. And ultimately, after that scene security happened and the fire was put out, can you describe if a body was discovered?
That is correct. I was made aware that the firefighters did discover a body inside of the residence.
Okay. And ultimately, to your knowledge, when you were on scene, what occurred with that body?
Objection, hearsay.
All right, and Mr. Braley, is this for effect on the listener?
It's personal observation plus effect on the listener.
All right, the court will overrule the objection.
So the body was placed into an ambulance, and I provided security for the ambulance specifically for a short period of time.
So you were actually looking at the body?
Not directly, but obviously as they're loading it up, yes.
Okay. Sir, as part of your duties after that, did you also help conduct a neighborhood canvass?
That is correct. To my recollection, fire investigator Cobb showed up on scene, kind of assumed that role where I was at, and then I started canvassing the area for any footage or witnesses or anything.
Footage or witnesses?
Correct.
And can you just define what a neighborhood canvass means?
Neighborhood canvass, generally we're going door to door, trying to see if anybody heard anything, saw anything, if there's any cameras on any of the premises, and if there are, trying to review footage of any video that may have captured anything that could give us any insight or leads to follow up on.
Okay. Sir, did you conduct that neighborhood canvass at an address of 2436 15th Avenue Court with a homeowner of the name of Barbara Hillis?
That is correct.
All right, sir. And specifically, did you identify that residence of 2436 15th Avenue Court as having surveillance footage?
That is correct. There was a camera on the front of the property.
Okay. Can you generally describe what you did then?
So based on the fact that we did locate a camera, contacting the resident to see if they had footage. In this instance, she did have some video surveillance footage of some vehicles in the area.
Hearsay.
I'm sorry?
Hearsay.
All right, the court will overrule the objection.
After reviewing the footage, that's collected and placed into evidence.
Okay. And so you're actually there on scene like we would have just seen. This would have taken place right after your body-worn camera that we just watched in.
That is correct.
Okay. And were you actually able to observe certain clips and incidents that night that would have happened just prior to your arrival?
Correct. That is correct.
Was it also capturing the fact of your arrival? Specifically, we saw in the body-worn cam that when you go, there are lights on the top of your vehicles.
Yes, I do recall watching a video of me entering the area from the camera.
Okay. And so you were able to actually see yourself on that footage?
That is correct.
Do you believe that that footage was altered or manipulated in any way based on your observations that night and seeing yourself?
I do not.
Sir, I'm going to approach with what's been marked as Exhibits 2, 2A, B, C, and D. Sir, I'm going to start with 2A for you, okay?
Okay.
Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
What is that?
This will be a clip of the video surveillance footage I watched.
Okay. And would all of these have been from the same address at 2436 15th Avenue Court?
They would be all from the same resident, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, by stipulation as to 2A?
Ms. Trujillo, Ms. Devereaux, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. By stipulation, the court will admit into evidence 2A, and you may publish when appropriate.
If we could publish 2A? That would be much earlier in the night. Is that fair based on the timestamps?
That is correct.
Have you reviewed other clips dealing with 2A through 2G about the aspects of events that you saw during that time period?
I'm sorry, are you referring to like the couple-hour time frame?
Correct.
That is correct.
And can you just tell the jury, when you were there on scene that night, what were the observations that you had of the video at that time?
From what I recall watching the video, I remember seeing a silver sedan enter and leave the area a few times in the span of a few hours. I think beginning around 2:50 in the morning, approximate time. Then they left around that time, came back around 3:17 in the morning. Then again, you see the same vehicle leaving the area again around approximately 5 in the morning, where they return again a half hour later. And then they leave shortly after that again. At approximately 5:45, I do remember that's when we show up on scene.
Okay. And to be very clear, I've referenced we've just published 2A, but was that entire security system and that footage captured after that point?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to approach just in general with 2, and then also reference that there were other clips of the events that you noted in your report. Is that fair to say, sir?
That is correct.
And so overall, with the entire surveillance that would have been captured on People's Exhibit 2, do you have any concerns if the system was working properly that night?
I do not have any concerns, no.
Okay. Do you believe in that short time period in any way, shape, or form that it was materially altered or adjusted?
I do not.
Your Honor, at this time, I move for the admission of People's Exhibit 2.
Any objection to 2?
Confrontation.
All right. Can the parties approach?
Ooh. And another, Jed. Oh, sorry. I just said Garden's pot name on stream again. Great. Sorry about that. I think she objected again. To something. Sorry. Sorry. I need to put my knuckles away now. So I keep getting distracted because there's so much movement in the Jermaine Bass court that I don't know what's going on. I don't know if, yeah. So
The
yeah.
court will admit into evidence states 2, and then Mr. Prele, you may publish the clips. Will you just designate them as you play them?
Your Honor, I think it makes sense to publish them through a different witness
Okay,
at a
that's
different time.
That's fine.
Those are my questions at this time.
All right, thank you. Any cross-examination from the defense? Go ahead, please.
No cross, thank you.
No cross, all right, thank you. Sir, you can leave the witness stand. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, The state may call their next witness.
Your Honor, the people call Officer Austin Berkeley.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Sir, if you can please come forward and before you sit down, raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Go and have a seat. Mr. Prele, you may begin when you're ready. Officer, can you just make sure you get as close to that microphone as is reasonable?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thanks for your patience. Will you please introduce yourself to the jury, stating your full name, spelling your last?
Yes, my full name is Austin Berkeley. Last name spelled Burckley.
How are you employed?
I'm employed by the Greeley Police Department as a police officer
How long have you been employed as a police officer with Greeley PD?
since 2021.
What was your duty on October 3rd, 2021?
My duties were, as a police officer, just taking routine calls, calls for service, investigating any crimes from misdemeanors or petty offenses up to felonies.
And sir, were you on a specific shift or with a specific partner at that time?
Yes, I was.
And who was that?
The partner was Officer Flores, and the shift was Lates.
And is that the individual that just walked out of the courtroom?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Ultimately, were the both of you dispatched for a fire at 2413 15th Avenue Court in Greeley, Weld County, Colorado?
Yes.
All right. Can you just basically tell us what your observations were at the time?
Upon arrival at the address?
Correct.
As we arrived on scene or at the residence, I noticed big flames coming out of the house, emerging from the windows, just smoke billowing out of the house.
Okay. And sir, were you in full uniform at that time?
Yes, I was.
And does that include being equipped with a body-worn camera?
Yes.
If I could approach with People's Exhibit 6?
6, go ahead.
You recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is a CD that has my body-worn camera footage on it.
And does that pertain to the fire and your response to that address?
Yes.
Is it fair and accurate?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I move for the admission of 6.
All right, thank you. From the defense, any objection?
Incorporate our previous objection.
In D45?
Correct.
All right, thank you. Noting the defendant's objection, I will overrule the objection and admit into evidence state 6, and you may publish where appropriate.
Can the court help me with timing? I know you have an obligation at what time. I don't want to take up more time than I have.
How lengthy is the?
7 to 10 minutes?
We should be fine. We should be fine. Go ahead.
Well, I'll publish it later. Actually, I think that makes sense. Sir, would yours have been very similar to Officer Flores?
Yes.
Okay.
Objection calls for speculation.
I will sustain the objection. Mr. Praley, if you want to ask additional foundation on that, you can.
Were you both wearing a body-worn camera that day?
Yes.
Were you both there?
Yes.
Were you very close to each other?
Yes.
Do you think it would be similar?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll overrule the objection.
Yes.
Okay. Sir, we've just published Officer Flores in dealing with the fire. Ultimately, the fire department came.
Yes.
Okay. And sir, what was your role after the fire department came?
My role was to canvass the area for any potential video footage that was captured by the surrounding houses.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Specifically, did you speak with a neighbor, Joe McDowell, at 2405 15th Avenue Court?
Yes, I did.
Is that in Greeley, Weld County, Colorado?
Yes, it is.
And in speaking with that homeowner in your neighborhood canvas, did you observe whether or not he would have any kind of surveillance system?
Yes, I did.
And what kind of system was that?
It was a Ring doorbell camera.
And sir, as you were there doing that neighborhood canvas, were you able to pull up portions of that?
Yes, I was.
Were you able to watch certain events on that while on scene?
Yes.
Okay. Specifically, were you able to watch events that would have just transpired, such as you guys arriving?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any concerns about the fairness and the accuracy of that footage in terms of what you were viewing?
No.
Okay. I'm going to approach with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 4.
4, go ahead.
Sir, do you recognize People's Exhibit 4?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
Has my initials on it and dated.
Okay. And so you reviewed it in anticipation of your testimony today?
Yes, I did.
And as it pertains to that disk and the files contained on that disk, do you have any concerns that they were materially altered in any way, shape, or form?
No.
Is that specifically the video that you obtained that night from that neighbor at that location?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I move for the admission of People's Exhibit 4.
Any objection to 4?
Confrontation.
All right, the court will overrule the objection and admit into evidence states 4.
Those are my questions at this time.
All right, thank you. Any cross-examination? Go ahead.
No cross-examination. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Sir, you can leave the witness stand. Thank you, sir. Mr. Prele, the state may call their next witness.
May we just approach for timing with
Sure.
the court's obligation?
Sure.
And wow, we are again flying through. Oh, sorry, I keep forgetting. Sorry, I keep forgetting to lower my volume. You and Garden Bot and Pickles, both of them on a members video. Garden Bot and Pickles on a members video. That would be hilarious. That would be absolutely hilarious. I'll vote for that. So if they're gonna end now, well, we're still on verdict watch from the other trial, but I mean, we could do a half a day of our new trial and still staying on. I'll contact Pickles, definitely. Pickles, we need to talk then. The three of us on a thing, and Garden Bot is gonna start on a question, and just just questions or just a normal chat. Definitely, if you're down with it, just let me know. You know how to reach me. Absolutely, we'll get it done, and we'll do that. Make sure, of course. Still no movement from Jermaine Bass. Actually, a friend of mine, Denise, she pops in and out in chat. She's amazing, by the way. She's a great person. Love her to bit. She gave me a great idea. So,
All right.
the judge interrupted me.
Mr. Prele, why don't you go ahead and call your next witness?
Your Honor, at this time, the people call Detective Johnny Blair.
All right, thank you. Thank you, sir. If you'll come forward. And before you sit down, if you can raise your right hand for me. Sir, do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you. Go ahead and have a seat. And Mr. Prele, you may begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Will you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name?
I'm Detective Johnny Blair with the Greeley Police Department. Blair is Blair.
How are you employed?
Officer with the City of Greeley Police Department, currently assigned to investigations.
Can you describe what it means to be assigned to investigations?
Yeah, as a police officer, you can test to be in a unit more specialized, in this case, investigations, where you are then a detective, either property persons or a gang unit. So right now I'm in the property investigations unit.
Can you outline your experience as a law enforcement officer?
I was with the Weld County Sheriff's Office for 2 years and then got hired by the Greeley Police Department in 2016. So I'm going on my 9th year.
Sir, what capacity were you serving in on October 3rd, 2021?
I was a property detective at that point.
Okay. Can you describe what your role in this case then was?
As a property detective, we handle robberies, burglaries, motor vehicle theft, fraud, and arsons. So I was called in to assist as there was clearly an arson.
Okay.
Objection, invading the province of the jury.
I'm sorry?
Invading the province of the jury.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
All right, sir. On October 3rd, 2021, do you actually go to the scene?
Yes, I do.
And can you describe, at that point, did you see a body?
When I arrived, the fire department had already been on scene. So I did eventually see a body that had been discovered in the fire.
And where was that?
It was in the back of an ambulance.
Okay. So it had been moved from the living room in the residence?
Correct.
All right. Did you assist in taking photos at that point?
I did.
Did you also then assist in a neighborhood canvass for surveillance footage?
I did.
And would that have been in conjunction with other members of the Greeley Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. So for example, we've previously admitted People's Exhibit 4, the surveillance footage from 2405 15th Avenue Court. Were you assisting with those ring videos?
Yes, I spoke to several neighbors in the neighborhood.
And several neighbors in that area that had surveillance. Is that fair?
Yes, that's correct.
And during that time as a detective, were you looking at the different vantage points for each of the surveillance systems?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to see corroboration between the events, for example, the fire and Greeley arriving?
I just explained that.
Yeah. For example, you know that you arrived at a certain point and the fire department arrived at a certain point. Were you able to look on those videos and see certain events like that occurring?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Sorry, probably a poor question as we're going through the lunch hour here. My bad. You go to several neighbors during that time period. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And so one of those was Mr. McDowell's that I had discussed at the 2405 address, was another one at 2406 15th Avenue Court, which would have been Mr. Thomas Taylor's address.
I believe so, yes.
And when you were out there on scene at that time and then later, were you able to actually view those videos there on an iPad?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And were you able to then figure out the time frame in terms of daylight savings time and being 1 hour behind, those types of events?
That is correct.
Okay. Were there certain incidents or events that you saw captured on that surveillance when you were just there on scene initially
Yes.
that were notable to you?
Yes.
Can you describe those to the jury?
The video on the iPad specifically?
Correct.
So the timeline showed that a vehicle had arrived at the house that had been on fire. And then when it left, the lights were off, which is not typical. And then that,
Objection calls for speculation.
All right, the court will overrule the objection.
You can continue, sir.
So, and then the car, at least same looking car, returned to the scene, and a flash of light, it was seen through the main front window. And then the car leaves again, and the house is seen going up in flames, giving us reason to believe that there was foul play.
Okay. And was all that video captured?
Yes.
And ultimately, from that homeowner, do you go back for videos on October 16th as well?
Yes, I don't know if I physically collected all the video in this case, but I was aware that it was being requested and archived.
Okay. And able to say that it was all captured from that particular residence that we're referring to, that of Mr. Thomas Taylor at 2406 15th Avenue Court?
Yes.
Okay. Did it appear to you in any way that that video had been altered or manipulated as you viewed it?
Not that I knew of, no.
Okay. I'm going to approach with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 3. In general, sir, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate copy of the incidents and events that you saw, not only there on scene, but then later on that disc?
I don't obviously know what this particular disc contains, but yes, this was what evidence was stored on and booked.
Okay. And specifically, there are tag numbers associated with your reports and docking that. Is that fair?
Yes.
And that would correspond to G21 17441?
I believe so.
Okay. And that would have been associated to your report specifically in this case?
Yes.
And you recall actually doing that? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you recall viewing that evidence?
I viewed some of the evidence, yes.
Or some of the events?
Yes.
But it was all captured from the same system?
Correct.
Do you have any reason to believe that's not fair and accurate?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, I move for the admission of People's Exhibit 3.
Any objection to 3?
Yes. Can we approach?
Yes, please.
And another approach. I'm trying to be very soft spoken when I come in as well, so I don't scare you. Yeah, well, to be fair, I would be very careful with my answers as well with this defense attorney. Every single thing that I would say, it would be objection, objection, objection. So it's just, I don't know what's her, it's not her problem. I know she's trying to do her job and she's there to do a job and everything, but yeah, but everybody, by the way, what's going on with this verdict watch? What is, I think it's about, yeah, that's about 8 sidebars.
All right, thank you. I've sustained the objection. And ladies and gentlemen, I think this is a good point to go ahead and break. And ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. I meant to tell you this earlier, but I neglected to do so. I do have some unrelated court business that I need to handle this afternoon that unfortunately is of the nature that I can't get coverage for. So we are going to go ahead and break early today. So I'm going to go ahead and break for the day right now. I want to remind you that until the trial is completed, you must not discuss this case with anyone, either in person, using the internet, or by any other means. This includes members of your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, or anyone else. If someone approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, or if you see or hear anything about it, even accidentally, please let me know about it immediately. You must not conduct any research, undertake any investigation, or otherwise obtain information about the case from an outside source. You must not read or listen to any news reports or internet information or other electronic sources about the trial. If there has been or is any news coverage of this case, you must completely disregard it. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence presented in the courtroom and the laws I instruct you. And finally, it is especially important that you do not form or express any opinion on the case until your deliberations at the end of trial. With that, we will be in recess for the day. Again, I'll have you report tomorrow morning at 8:30 to the jury room upstairs, and then we'll resume with testimony.
Wow, they already took it down, the thing. So we're gonna swap back to the verdict watch one, and I can't believe that we've done a whole day of trial, and we are still on verdict watch. The reason that I'm a bit scared, right, is, oh, I need to play this just in case something happens while we are here. 1 second, let me put this live. There you go. The only thing I think it's wrong in terms of like them being taking so long is the time, because the longer time you take, the more probability that they are hung, or that they are on the not guilty. And but I don't know, what do you guys think? Where is your perspective in terms of taking so long? Because i I am scared. I am here thinking to myself that, yeah, the thing is, hung jury, will the states try that again? Okay. All right. No worries, Izzy. I mean, if there is any verdict, you can always come back and things. So we're gonna, well, obviously we're gonna stay here until verdict comes. Obviously, if verdict doesn't come in about an hour, I'm gonna have to swap with Garden Bot because of my issue of having to sleep. If I needed to stop sleeping, would be perfect. Yeah, well, probably. Even though that they had an expert telling them exactly how a pew pew works, but I just don't know. Um, I'm getting a little bit nervous and a little bit afraid that they are gonna be hung or not guilty. Uh, because if it was guilty straight away, or someone is holding on something, um someone is holding like on something. There's heads on court, like below me where I am. There's like heads moving around, so I don't know what is going on, and that has been happening like throughout most of the day. There's like literally behind, see the bar. Oh no, you don't. Hang on, let me. No, I can't remove myself. I can move myself. Hang on, let me move myself. And let me remove the banner too. Kind of where. Oh, see, you saw that. There's people in the courtroom and literally in front of the camera. So it's not just me thinking that's like seeing things. But I'm getting a little bit worried. Or now they are coming back. Now the court finished. So I don't know. There's always that one juror to like we only need one juror to hold off to make things stop. um so lots of people, I think there's something happening, because literally a lot of people are in court, even more than was before. This is as busy as it's been like all days. Definitely, case one, I absolutely agree with you. This little girl needs justice, and I'm sorry. Oh no, it's okay, Maria. Don't worry. It's absolutely fine. You're okay. You're great, hun. So it's just like, oh my days. It was like it was like I wanted a verdict to get justice for little Jaylah Bass. That it needs to happen. Um, so it's just crazy, because the thing is, there was going to be all of this movement, and then there was going to be absolutely nothing. So I know, I don't know if they went out for lunch, Lois. I think they worked through lunch. They got them lunch. Normally they do that, right? Um, so I was like, I'm trying to scour X and everything. I need to get X on my laptop, because always having to on my phone, sometimes it doesn't look good. Um, so, oh, there's another pre-trial hearing that I need to listen to, um, out of Judge Beth's courtroom as well. See, there's a lot of movement right now. This is something is happening. because this is the most movement that we've been having all day. Yeah, there's no excuse. I don't know. Yeah, listen. So see, there's a lot of people. I think there is something. There's people behind the pole, and everything. Um, yeah, true. That is very true, Fanny Pack. We still haven't had an Allen charge or anything, but I think that's still too early. Some cases they even send them out twice. Go back to, like, I think it was with Karen Reed or something, that the judge Beth went. That told them to go back, and then they gave the MA version of the Allen charge. Uh, Yeah, I absolutely agree with you, and that happened with Zachary Hughes, and it happened with, I think, many other cases, that with the questions we can kind of tell what is going on, but with this one it has been absolutely almost 6 hours of silence from them, and they don't have questions, but there must be on an impasse of something, or a juror is holding off the the verdict. What might happen is that the judge might, like, let them go for the day, and then come back tomorrow with a fresh head before giving them maybe an Allen charge. I don't know. What do you guys think? Because um that's what, at least where my, like, train of thought is at the moment, because it's like 3 p.m. there nearly, so 2 more hours of deliberations, that would bring us to 7, nearly 8 hours, and then like, then they could yeah, have that the Allen charge, or maybe sleep over it during the night, come back fresh in the morning, and look. But there's a lot, like, I know it's a courtroom, people are working, there's things that they need to be done, but oh, hello. Oh, Samantha, hello, hi. I don't know. The court finished for the day. They've break for the day, so we are back to the deliberation one. Yeah, they are done with day one. Did it disappear from the LNC thing channel? I don't know. Well, it did say that the video was unavailable when we finished, so I don't know. Oh, is not there anymore? Weird. Cut off. Oh wow. Well, I do have the whole day. So if you go back a little bit, there is the whole day. We did cover it the whole day, but that is just interesting. Maybe they had to cut it off. That is a bit strange. That has happened. Sorry, I'm looking online if there is there. That is a bit strange. Oh yeah, you're right. It's not there at all. Oh, weird. Yeah. No, it's absolutely not there. It's not there. I see. I'm looking at the on YouTube, the page of Law and Crime, where we were watching the trial, and it's not there. The day one. Oh wow, that is absolutely weird, um, and strange. I don't know what happened. I honestly hope they come back tomorrow, no? Because now I'm invested in that trial, and I want to know how it happens. Because yeah, so that is a bit strange that it has happened. But I mean, it wouldn't be the first time. I don't think they did say any jury's name or anything, did they? Ah, strange. I don't remember anything that has been said. That yeah, that has been maybe. Oh, do you think maybe the photos, or maybe the body cameras videos got something that could have they wanting to take it down? That sounds a bit weird. That's a little bit odd, isn't it? Interesting. that's gonna be a because sometimes they do that. Like on a trial that we covered at the beginning of the year, the Zachary Young trial against CNN, that happened, and there was like 2 days of the trial that they kept taking, and then there was an afternoon that was missing as well, and we did not have access to that, so it was a bit weird. It's a bit strange that happened. So, um, yeah, it's just weird. Uh, but that trial seems really interesting. Like so far, the defense attorney, she is getting a little bit annoying with all the objections every 5 seconds, and everything that she says, the prosecution says it's an objection that she launches. Sorry. So, like, in my opinion, she needs to calm down a little bit and not probably object as much. Well, I know she's doing her job, like, but um, it's just the fact that it's a bit much. I think. Um, so I don't know. Just weird. Um, what we're gonna do is, oh well, what we're gonna do is we're probably gonna go back to our parole hearing. That's yes, the Stacy Rodriguez trial is the hot fire the fire bug trial. Yes, with the hot lawyer. Yes, that is the new trial we are following, and that we're gonna carry on following until the end of it. Hopefully that deliberation will be quicker than this one, because my days, yeah, I hope the I think it will be pickles, but I tried to get some documents earlier from Colorado, and that proved a little bit hard, and I need to try that again. But it should be pretty soon. Yes, on Discord, absolutely yes. Oh, talking about Discord, I'm almost forgot. If anyone is interested in helping out in Discord, being a moderator in Discord, contact Toxic. That she's been asking me and everything. So just contact Toxic on Discord. If you are interested in helping out, she can give you more details and everything. Um, like unless you are in Colorado and you go there in person, I don't think there is any other way. Well, for this case, I mean, other cases, if anything that happens in your area, if you want to, you can do it. But contact Toxic about that. She is the best person to reach out and to give you more information on that than myself. Ooh. Pickles, definitely. I would either DM me privately, and we can talk about it off stream, or contact Toxic about that, or contact both if you want to. So, I know, like Maria, I really want to cover that trial, but I am scared about the SA1 trial. I don't think that is a bit of a scary trial to cover, because I mean a cover a trial that covers, like, that has that included, fair enough, but a trial that is all about that, it is a bit harder. Now the unaliving trial, definitely we're gonna cover for sure. That's a trial that I really want to cover, and I'm gonna be covering. Now the other one, it's a little bit more iffy in a way, if you know what I mean. So I'm gonna think about that and see how things play. Um, and if there is no other trial that we are gonna be in the middle of, which one, Pickles? Like the unaliving trial, we are gonna cover. That is a more almost certainly that we are. March trials. Well, there's this one that is gonna go into March. I don't know. My concern is, I think, the essay thing, and um it can be a very touchy subject for YouTube. I mean, out of curiosity, in terms, if I would not be doing this, I would want to watch for sure. But then the thing is, YouTube sometimes it's a little bit funny with certain subjects. If it is like covered in, I don't know, I need to think and I need to do research about that part, the essay part. um I am a little bit concerned on that one. There is another trial, I think it's starting on Monday, but like I said, I decided to cover this one instead of that one because the new one that's starting on Monday is also with kids involved, and I think I need a little bit of a break um in terms of kids cases. I mean, they are very sad, and I don't want them to start affecting my mental health and your guys' mental health as well. I need a plain old unaliving trial that it is still sad, it is still hard, but it's not as sad and hard as a child's one. So that's why I decided not to cover that one and cover this one instead. um so it's like I feel bad because I really want to cover both trials of the Madeline Soto case, but I also have, in a way, to be aware and careful with the YouTube side of things, because if I want to do this permanently as my main job, hopefully in the future, I need to be careful with certain things. So, oh yeah, I like absolutely. But I still don't know. I still need to think about it and research about it. And I think that's the main thing is research things about. Sorry, I just need to stretch my exactly. It's the emotional toll as well when you involve kids, and but the case as well. If you're talking about the case, so I just need to make sure that I am okay as well in covering that specific trial. So not saying too much information, but that the essay case is too personal, too close to me. So probably not the greatest thing to cover. Um, so, but the unaliving trial, yes, and I am sure that that will come. The essay thing. The essay case is gonna be probably brought up in the Indian aliving trial, so we might get a snippet of that. Oh yeah, the unaliving one, we're definitely gonna cover that. That is like 100% guaranteed. I will make sure that our timings of trials are not gonna endanger that of this Steven Stern's trial. So that's just my opinion. Like that one is starting on Monday. It seemed very interesting as well, but they can't involve kids. Um, so I'm not gonna do that one. Um, oh no, where did that happen, Pickles? What? A man that got ate by a whale and spit back out. Was that what's his name? Jonah? Is it? Are you talking about the Jonah? Sorry, just sorry about my reference. Oh, the kayaker. Oh, wow. I'm gonna have to look at that because I did not the one starting Monday. What's her name? Hang on. I need to grab a name. Give me a second. Uh,
Do I ban this comment?
you're
Moby Dick.
maybe I apologize for Garden Bot. What do you mean toxic about that? Sorry. Um, sorry, 1 second. I'm just looking for the name. Oh, okay. Found it. A fanny pack. The name of the one for, I think it's on Monday. Oh, Moby Dick. Probably, yeah. The name of the lady starting on Monday is Marcella oh my days, I'm gonna butcher the name. Absolutely. Chichester. I'm gonna put it on chat. I'm gonna put on chat before I butcher her name and say something on stream that I shouldn't, like I just said earlier. Hang on, Marcella Chichester. There you go. Yeah, the case file is in Discord. Yeah, thank you. Trying to spell that name. Where is it from? I think it's Michigan. Yes, Michigan, Monroe County, Michigan. So that is the name. I was interested in that one. It seemed very interesting, but again, involves kids. So, and I'm like trying not that every single case that I follow be kids. You know, oh no, Toxic, you're doing great, Han. Don't worry. So it's just trying to um take a break a little bit for like kids cases. I'm still gonna covering them, but I just need a old plain trial. I'm probably still gonna try to watch it here and there, a little bit snippets of it, but not gonna fully on involved, because again we just did a case with kids. And it gets a bit much, a bit too heavy, to always be covering kids cases, cases that involves kids. I know that sadly that's the majority of them, but sorry. Yeah. Anyway, uh, yeah, exactly. Like because uh they were saying that BAC was not going to come in, but now the judge ruled that it is allowed to come in, so that opens the case wide open. Yeah, she says she was having a seizure. It is a very wild case, and I don't think it's gonna last long anyway. But then again, like I know this one, she did not go out and purposely did it, or probably she did. I don't know. That's why there's going to be a trial to find out if she did or not. But I just don't want to have a case there's a kids. I want to have one that hasn't. So that's why I chose that. So we are still in verdict watch. We are literally 5 minutes away, of a couple minutes away from being at 6 hour mark of jury deliberations. I'm gonna probably put some more parole hearings on, so we can stop hearing me talk and I can yawn in peace. No, I'm joking. But let's just get crack on.
To come back to St. Mary to hurry. I didn't have all my things when I moved to Shreveport. So they saying that I left, but I did leave to come back to St. Mary to pick up all my clothes to go back to Shreveport. I didn't leave permanently. I was just leaving to go pick up my things, but I didn't know I had to call and let her know. I didn't know I had to stay in Shreveport permanently. I didn't know that I couldn't leave, period.
You're a fifth offender. You know the rules.
No, I'm saying I didn't know I couldn't leave. I didn't know I had to call because she transferred my address to Shreveport. So I didn't know I still had the same parole officer because I was waiting for them to come and assign me another parole officer. So I didn't know I was still in contact with her. You see what I'm saying?
So I'm reading the notes of the officer, and it says this is in August 12th.
Yes, ma'am.
I received a message from Mr. Charlotte informing me he was notified that I visited the residence attempting to locate him. He stated he was in Shreveport visiting his ill father and will return to Patterson this week.
Yes, ma'am. And then when I couldn't get back, she asked me since you taking so long to come back, do you want to transfer over? And we did the interview for the transfer, and she let me transfer to Shreveport over the phone to Thibodeau. She let me transfer.
All right. Well, what was at 128 Briar Street?
It's a lot in Shreveport. That's a camper. That's a campsite with campers on it, and that's just a lot number.
And so, were you staying there?
Yes, ma'am. That was my address.
Because I'm trying to find it. Yeah. He made the officer made contact with the owner of the campground. Does say it's a campground.
Yes, ma'am.
Made contact with the owner of the camper at lot 128, who informed me he never heard of you, nor did he recognize you from pictures she showed him. So I don't understand all that. Can you explain that?
9 times out of 10, if it would it been lot 28, and just not, they don't know a specific camper. It's just one big lot. So 9 times out of 10, all I can see him is going to the wrong camper, man. I'm not trying to make excuses. But I'm just stating that they had to go to the wrong, because it's only a lot number. It's 128 Briar Street. There's no specific camper number. As you can see on the paper, it's not saying camper 36 or camper 38. So they could have possibly went to the wrong camper.
Well, but she still tried to call you and couldn't get in touch with you. Let's just move on. Tell us what happened with the home invasion.
I had sexual relationships with a female, and we just stopped talking, and I guess she was vindictive, and she told me she was gonna put me in jail, and that's what happened, man. I stated it to my parole officer.
Yeah, how long had you known this lady?
That was my girlfriend.
How long had you known her?
I've been knowing her my whole life. She has a kid with my cousin.
Okay.
One of her sons is my cousin.
What about the domestic abuse?
Same incident, man. I caught these charges at the same time.
And so who was the victim of the domestic abuse?
Casey Gilly.
That's interesting. Because Casey Gilly, she was contacted in preparation for this hearing, and she said she only knew you for 5 days prior to the arrest for home invasion.
No, we were sleeping together for 5 days. That's probably what she meant.
And during those 5 days, they were constantly using meth.
I don't use drugs, man.
And she feels the drugs made you violent. She doesn't want you revoked, and she doesn't want any hard feelings, but that's what she says. Why would she say that if it's not true?
All I can say is I'm glad she don't want me revoked, and I'm glad she has no hard feelings, but she could possibly still be mad at me. That's all I can say, man. I don't want nothing to do with her.
That's probably a wise choice. So what about using the hammer to get into the house?
I never used no hammer. I was those 5 days I was there, man. I was driving her car. Her keys were attached to her key lock. I don't have to break into the house, man.
Well, it says that you took the air conditioning out. You used the hammer to take the air conditioning out and went in through the window.
I went through the front door, man.
Okay, you pled guilty. You pled guilty to no proof of employment. Why weren't you employed?
I just came home and I was bouncing around from house to house. You know what I'm saying? I just did.
No, I mean, yeah, I hear what you're saying, but you got out in May. You were detained 5 months later. So why didn't you bounced around for 5 months?
No, I was working jobs, like cash jobs. But only money I had was to buy toothpaste, toothbrushes. I just did 3.5 years, man, to come home, and I only had enough to provide food and hygiene for myself. I didn't have enough money I just had basic necessity
Why were you seeking cash jobs?
I couldn't find I never had transportation to drive or basically a house to stay at consistent to go to work.
All right. Well, I don't know. I'm going to just sit back and listen, and at the appropriate time, I would move for executive session.
Okay. Mr. Phillips, do you have questions?
No, I'd rather go into executive session.
I do have one question before we do that. Reading over the parole officer's notes, I'm curious, what is your relationship with your father right now?
We not talking, man.
You what?
We're not in contact, man.
Yeah. And that's because the parole officer spoke with your father and he said that you were tearing up his house and that he had to put you out 7 to 8 days ago. And he didn't know where you were. Why would you be tearing up his house?
All I can say, ma'am, is it sounds like I got a lot on my back that's going against me. I don't sound like there's nothing going in my favor. You know what I'm saying? I take full responsibility for everything I have done. But those people, that's not my biological father. My name is Claude Charlotte III, and his name is Gregory Johnson. So that's not that's just somebody that I was calling my father. He was supposed to be a father figure, but the girl that I had that I was staying with over there, he was sleeping with also. He just wanted me out. Just to be honest, if we talking realistic, I'm gonna just keep it all the way. You know what I'm saying? Because I want to let y'all know the real.
Okay, so we're going to go into
Let me ask another question for you. If you, what are your plans if you get out? What do you plan to do?
My plans when I get out, sir, honestly, is I'm going straight to my sister in Brownell Homes, and I'm going to give me a job, and I'm just going to be a productive citizen of society.
Okay, so how are you going to be able to get a job if you go there?
My sister has transportation, and I'll go. Even if I have to walk the Pizza Hut, and I'll go. But I'm got people that works at PMI, and I'm gonna try to get some type of contacts to go work there, sir. I'm really looking forward to going to start over and fresh with a fresh start.
Okay.
vote to go into session.
Renato?
Yes.
Phyllis?
Yes.
Hello.
Yes. Okay, the time is 10:15. We're going into executive session. Just a minute. Mr. Charlotte, we're going to vote to go back into regular session.
Renata,
Yes.
Phyllis,
Yes.
Ledoux.
Yes. And now it's 10:21. We're back in session. Mr. Charlotte, Ms. Renata, the panel's getting ready to vote. Ms. Renata is going to vote first.
Mr. Charlotte, yours is really complicated case. I mean, it's, I appreciate that you tried to keep it real for us and tell us the real thing, but there's so many different stories here. I don't know. I'm worried about you. I agree. Miss Ledoux expressed some concerns about stability. Apparently you didn't have much.
No,
because you
ma'am.
were bouncing around here and there and yonder.
Yes, ma'am.
And so my vote today is going to be to revoke your parole. I will make a recommendation though that you be considered for a work release opportunity, because I think that would help you gain some stability. I'm not going to order it, but I'm going to make the strong recommendation that you be considered for work release. I do wish you well. Good luck, sir.
Mr. Tillis.
I concur with Ms. Renata.
I vote also, based on what I consider non-compliance with your conditions of release, that you be revoked and be considered work release. Mr. Charlotte, stability. I hope that you have a better plan when you release the next time so that you can have more success. So today, your parole has been revoked. The time is now 10:23 and we're signing off Patterson City Jail. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hold my parole. Over with.
Committee on Parole is impaneled today with Chuck Tillis to my left, Ms. Renata on virtual, and I'm Jerry Ledoux. I see, could you introduce yourself, staff member there at Jefferson?
Deputy Marlboro with Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office.
Thank you.
You ready for him?
Yes, we are.
All right. It's Ronald. Ronald Finley. Stand for me.
All right, thank you. Good morning, sir. This is the parole panel. I don't know if you heard me introduce Mr. Tillis. Ms. Renata's virtual. I'm Ms. Ledoux. Why don't you introduce yourself with your name and your DOC number?
My name is Ronald Delaney, DOC number 610388.
Okay. Mr. Delaney, you're before us for violation of your conditions of parole. I would like to note that you have Tia Joseph, your sister, Stacy Bernard, your manager, and Katina Marie Jones, a friend. And two of them wish to speak, and we will allow them to do that at the appropriate time. Sir, I'm going to read some of the violations against you. What I would like you to do is enter a plea of guilty or not guilty, or guilty with a statement. Okay? You're charged with violating parole condition number 2 on that 9/12/2024. You failed to show up for a scheduled office visit. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
Number 4, on 10/17/2024, you are arrested by the Kenner Police Department on warrants issued by the Gretna Police Department for the charges of domestic abuse battery and domestic abuse child endangerment. The charges were refused 12/19/2024. How do you plead to that?
Not guilty.
And number 10, you failed to make payments toward your parole supervision. So you are $1,701 in arrears. How do you plead to that?
Not guilty.
Okay. We'll go ahead and hear from people who are wishing to speak on your behalf, and then I'm going to be asking you some questions, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's allow Tia Joseph. You would like to make some statements to the board?
Good morning. How are y'all today?
Good.
I want to start off by saying God is good, that we were able to start this hearing today. I just wanted to speak on his behalf because he is truly loved by his family. And for a situation like that to happen, especially being falsely accused or something like that, especially it was just wrong. It was just wrong. That's all I wanted to say. And also I wanted to state that he was doing so good. He was working. He just got his TWIC card. Everything was going good for him. He was only going to see his parole to ask for permission for something and for someone to have a warrant out of his knowledge. But the charges were dropped, and we're just asking today to let you know that he is supported and loved by his family and friends.
Thank you for those words. I see also Stacy Bernard. You will make a statement.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Good morning. How you doing? I'm his manager at Island Fresh Solutions. We're a janitorial service. Ronald's a very good employee of ours. Always on time, hardworking, dedicated. He's always there when we need him. I just wish that he could come home and that he could just carry on with his life.
And are you saying that you would reemploy him?
Yes, ma'am. Definitely. Most definitely.
What is his wage?
Right now, he's being paid $13.50 an hour.
Okay, thank you so much for the information.
Yes,
Appreciate
ma'am.
it. Okay. All right, Mr. Delaney, why are you here? Real story. I want to hear the real story. Why are you here?
I was in a relationship, and you know how relationships go. It'd be up and down. We had our problems, but it was just like simple problems, I apologize. I'm getting caught up a little bit. It was just a relationship problems. Me and her went through our ups and downs. That's it. That's all.
How long were you in a relationship with this individual?
About a year plus.
Any children between the two of you?
No, ma'am.
Who was the child that they said was endangered?
That was her daughter.
The one report I saw said you were beating her up in a car, and then she got out of the car.
Ma'am?
One report I read said you were beating her while she was in the car, and then she got out of the car. And then you had another incident. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You had two incidences.
Yeah, I had two incidents with her, and it was alleged that I had assaulted her, which I did not assault her at all. Then I had left the scene, and I was notified later on that the police arrived there, and she must have talked to the police and told the police whatever she told the police. And then after that, we got back together, we're still back talking again, and then it just I think it wasn't a good time for both of us to continue on in that relationship. We were just steady trying to, I guess, make it work, and it just didn't work.
So if you were just by chance happened to be released, would you continue that relationship?
No, ma'am.
Is that a mutual thing?
I would believe so. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Notice you had a lot of different jobs while you were out. Let's see, you got out in 22, and you had a lot of different jobs. You would stay a little while and get another job. Tell me about your housing and your employment situation.
Like at this moment,
I know where you're located at this moment, but I mean, where was it stable?
Yes, ma'am. It'll be with my sister, Jamisa Scott. She live in Metairie, Louisiana. I have the address right here in my pocket because I don't know about heart, to be honest. The address is 2518. I don't know the name of this.
What you got there?
Giuffris Avenue, Griffith Avenue, apartment 16, Metairie, Louisiana.
Okay. So, let me ask you one more time. Were you guilty of putting your hands on your girlfriend?
No, ma'am.
Do either of my colleagues have any questions?
Yeah. Mr. Ronald, I'm sorry. You said it's been noted that you had lots of jobs and you have a job before you were incarcerated. Why are you delinquent on your payments?
Really, I just really had a lot going on, and I was living with certain people that I had to help them pay rent, and I was really going through the motions at the time.
Okay, you do realize you.
Well, we had movement of the judge coming in the room, but we don't know whether it's a question or not. So we might just watch this for a little bit and see what happens. Yep, 6 hours. I did not think it would take this long for that decision. It was a common sense court, and I know you have to go through all the evidence, but I don't think there was that much evidence. There was only a couple of bits and pieces. Oh no. Yeah, he's gonna have to reply to those comments. Okie dokie. So apart from doing my regular chores today, she doesn't believe herself. Maybe they just want another hotel night stay that's paid all inclusive. Maybe they just want that extra day. I don't know. Maybe TC is seeing things. I haven't seen anybody go past the camera. Yeah. So to fill in some time, I could talk about my day, or if you've got any questions for me in TCA, please write them down and I can answer them. Maybe they're doing auditions for Legally Blonde too. The reboot. No, I'm just joking. Yeah. There was a couple of people that went inside the courtroom. Katia spotted the judge, so it'll not be long. I wanted to switch over so I don't miss anything, but I do think yeah, I'm waiting for the judgment as well. Because there was a lot of things that just made sense. Yeah, I think I might go on the back on the parole feed. It's either that or I'll tell you about my day. True. Right, I think we'll go back onto the other one. Just making sure that's live. Right, let's go back onto this one.
These payments, and I think it was like $65. Is that right?
I can't, your screen going in and out. If you say something, it broke up.
I say, you do realize you have to pay these payments.
Yes, sir.
I mean, so you've gotten behind about $1,700, even though you have to assist with rent in the other places. How long were you staying with your girlfriend?
I was staying. I was really paying all the bills, to be honest with you. And I stayed with her about like, I want to say a year.
Yeah, about a year. Okay. Was she? I have no more questions.
Okay. Ms. Renatson?
I just really had one question about the report I read. This is the domestic abuse issue, said that there were visible bite marks on Miss Pendleton.
Pendleton?
Can you explain that, Mr. Delaney?
Man, I don't know where the bite marks come from, man. I don't see myself biting anyone.
Okay, that's all I got. Thank you.
I will note for the record that it looks like your full term date is June 20th, 2025. So, you were detained in October, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm gonna vote today to do not revoke, continue on supervision. Your out date is getting very close. I also would condition on you while you're on supervision until June 20th that you have no contact with the victim in the situation. No contact. That's on paper. That's the same thing as the protective order. You know what I'm saying? That's just my, you have two other votes, but that's my vote. Mr. Tillis?
I concur with Ms. Ledoux.
Mr. Ronaldo?
I agree. Do not revoke. Add the condition. Do not contact Deja Pendleton.
Okay, so your parole has not been revoked. Don't look at that as anything but grace, okay? Because really, I believe you violated the conditions of your parole. But I can hope that our requirement will keep you straight for at least 4 more months and stay away from her. Keep her protected. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that concludes our business at Jefferson. It's 10:44, and we are signing off here.
Love you.
She really wanted him to get out. But I do think he lied about the biting thing. And I think there's some things people aren't really willing to admit to. Let's get the next one on. We've only got one left, TCA. Oh, look at that. He doesn't know where to put himself. Oh, there we go.
Okay, the time is now 10:51. We're at Bossier Parish Maximum Security Facility. Today, the parole committee is made up of Mr. Chuck Tillis to my left, Ms. Cheryl Renatza, who is joining us remote, and my name is Jerry Ledoux. Sir, would you please state your name and your DOC number for the record?
Tavarius Fleming, 583083.
Mr. Fleming, you're before this panel today on allegations of violation of your parole conditions. Do you have a parole revocation questionnaire that you can confirm your signature on? Do you have that with you?
I don't have it on my personal right now, but I do have one.
I want you to verify that. Do you see your signature and verify it?
Yes, ma'am.
The answers to that questionnaire indicate that you are not eligible for appointed counsel. Have you retained an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to read the allegations against you, Mr. Fleming, and if you'll respond with a plea of either guilty, not guilty, or guilty with a statement. Let's see, technical difficulties. Okay, sir, you're accused of violating condition number 4 of your parole in that on September 17th, 2024, you were arrested for the offense of domestic abuse battery of a pregnant victim and felony criminal property damage. You were arrested by the Bossier Parish Police Department on December 2nd, 2024. Those charges were null crossed. How do you plead that?
Not guilty.
Mr. Fleming, why don't you explain what happened? I mean, you were arrested. I actually have pictures of, we do have Miss Reyes with us, right? Did she join us?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am, I'm here.
Okay. So we have pictures of her with injuries. So why don't I hear from you and you tell me what happened in that situation?
It was just a misunderstanding. We got into an argument earlier that morning, and she wanted me to leave the property and was packing up clothes, and in the mix of fighting over the clothes, she stomped, fell and hurt her elbow, and that's pretty much the basics of everything and how it took place. I mean, I never put my hands on her or hit her or anything like that to have a domestic abuse battery. She just simply fell like she stumbled from us fighting over the clothes when she was trying to pack them in the trunk of the truck, and I was trying to unpack them, and we was kind of in a tug of war over our children's clothes because we have a daughter and a son together. And in the midst of that, she stumbled back and fell and scratched her elbow up on the ground, and that's how she got the injury to her elbow.
Who called the police?
She did.
So she obviously, if she called the police, it was more than just a stumble to her. Okay. Did she, my report indicates that she came at you with a knife. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So how long have you two been together?
Since October 17th of 2019.
And how many times, well, let's see, you were released on parole in 24, 6/28/24. How many times have the police been called to your residence about problems between the two of you since 19?
Twice. I think they both happened in 2024.
Okay. So why are you not getting along?
We are no longer together. And when I got out of prison in 2024, that was the address that I used because it was the address that I was living at before I went to prison. And just in the mix of getting things together, she was still helping me out because I fresh had got out, and our daughter just started Head Start, so it was kind of easier to just use the address and stay at the address to try to get things situated instead of coming out and not having anything. And it just seemed like the right thing to try to do, but we just bump heads a couple of times and things just get escalated. But I mean, I usually always walk away and leave, and it just be heated situations because we are no longer together, and trying to, I guess, figure out the right routes to take. It just, things sometimes lead to other things, but I mean, I never put my hands on her. I always try to leave and, try to walk away and stuff. And that's what happened that day. And I left the scene, and the cops found me in the neighborhood wandering around, and I was trying to let her cool down and let the situation de-escalate. And I ended up getting arrested for it.
Okay. So at this time, Ms. Reyes has indicated she would like to speak, so we would like to hear from you now.
Yes, ma'am. Well, like he said, it was a misunderstanding because I honestly think that it was my hormones with all of that. Because I've never, we never argue like that to where things escalated like that day. Like, we always just, say things back to each other. And like he said, he will leave the house and go elsewhere. But he's not the aggressive type, so I'm not afraid of him if he was to get out.
Do you plan to have a continued relationship, Ms. Reyes?
A co-parenting relationship, yes, ma'am.
Is he are you having a,
No, ma'am.
so he's not the father of this child? Okay.
Well, she was pregnant, but she's no longer pregnant. I was the father, but she ended up losing the baby because of stress,
The
or
stress.
it just, when I first,
Wasn't the right moment for me to be pregnant.
yeah, we both are still going through a lot from the arrest and me going to jail and doing time. And she was pregnant when I was arrested, but probably 2 months later, 3 months later, she went to the hospital and the baby didn't have a heartbeat. So we ended up losing the third child.
Can I ask the question?
Sure.
So did you slip on your own and fell?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, yes, sir. From, like he said, tugging on the clothes back and forth.
Okay.
I would like to ask about your employment history, Mr. Fleming. Were you employed since you've been out?
Yes, ma'am. I got out June 28th, I believe June 28th, and I mean I had a job before I got out. I started working on was supposed to be July 4th, but our son turned 2 July 4th, so I actually started July 5th. I started July 5th, and I've obtained a job since then. Like I still have, and I'm still employed when I do get out. If I was to get out, I still have my job waiting on me.
You have not been in arrears of your supervision fees.
No, ma'am. Because I was still getting things set up. Like I said, our daughter, she just started school, and I spoke to my parole officer about it, James Newsom, and he understood the situation. And I mean, I think it was the first month or the second month that I didn't. I think it was 1 or 2 months that I didn't pay. But when I went to the parole and probation place at 2525 Erie Drive, and they notified me that everybody who was on parole in Bossier Parish was to report to Minden at that time, I was going to pay whenever I went to go see him, which was actually the next day on a Wednesday. But I ended up getting arrested, so I was never able to go out there and see him in Minden. But I was going to be caught up when I went out there. It was just at first when I first got out, getting a job and getting things situated, buying stuff, clothes, and getting my daughter in school and babysitters for our son and stuff. It's just I never got around to actually starting the payment with him.
Okay. I know that you were stopped for drunk and disorderly in August. You have a substance abuse problem?
No, ma'am. I wasn't drunk or anything in August.
No. The record says that you were detained for drunk and disorderly.
I had some old warrants out of Shreveport, and they pulled me over. I was going to go pick up Ulissa from work at Metro, and they pulled me over at the Metro. That's where I pulled over at, and I had 3 old warrants for traffic violations out of Shreveport, and that's why they detained me and took me to the city jail. But she bonded me out the next morning. But it was for old traffic violations from like 2015 or 16.
Mr. Knotson, do you have any questions?
I have no questions.
Mr. Tillis?
I'm good.
Oh, Mr. Fleming, Mr. Fleming. You did attend SHISAP when you were incarcerated previously, weren't you?
Yes, ma'am. Is that the, I mean, I don't think it was called that, but.
Steve Hoyle program.
Which one?
Steve Hoyle, substance abuse program.
In 2023 and 24. I mean, I don't remember being called that, but I took a lot of programs, so.
Yeah, you did. Okay. So you have employment. Where are you going to live? So you're not going to live with her. Where are you going to?
With my mom until I can with my mom until I can get my own place.
So co-parenting is going to provide some real challenges.
I'm sure we can both do it. We both, I mean, it was just a huge misunderstanding. Like, she's a good person, I'm a good person, and we both work and we just take care of our responsibilities. I think because of her being pregnant and hormones and the things that we was previously put through, it was a lot of tension and a lot of misunderstandings. We bumped heads and things just turned out negative.
I'm prepared to vote. My vote is to do not revoke, but I'm going to put a condition on you that you need to have some parenting, domestic abuse counseling. Because I'm concerned about y'all's interaction after this situation. So if there is a program where, let me just send you to the day reporting center and then they can help facilitate. Just go do an assessment with the day reporting center and see what their recommendation is to keep y'all from clashing, okay? Because I do want you involved in your children's life. I'm just concerned that you need to make sure you have the tools to handle conflict well. So just my vote today is to not revoke, continue on supervision, and have an assessment by the day reporting center. Mr. Tillis?
I concur.
Mr. Knotson?
My vote is the same with the same condition.
Okay, today, sir, your parole has not been revoked, but you will report to the day reporting center for an assessment to determine if you need help with conflict resolution, parenting, and things of that nature, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we wish you well. The time is
Good luck.
now 6. Good luck. And we're out.
Thank you. Is that it?
Yes, that's it. Darnell. What a guy. Flip me. That's rough. Like, having the police put the wrong charges on just made it harder for him to get out. Well, I suppose you couldn't really drag the police officer back and revisit that. I probably would, just to see whether he was lying or not. But yeah, to be fair, I think he's been going through some stuff. I don't think he's lying. Right, okay, let's share the next bit. Because the other trial is not on at the moment. Let's see how far we can take this that far. Here we are. No movement. I can't believe it. They're still deliberating after almost 7 hours. I thought this was going to be quick. Oh well. Yeah. Oh, my days. My heart went out to that guy. He's got a kid on the way and he's stuck in jail. That is rough. I think I'll have some water. Oh, someone's laughing on the right-hand side. Is that laughing or crying? I can't tell. I'm going to end up waking you up during the night, TCA.
Good morning. The Pardon Board is called to order today. It's Monday, February 24th, 2025. Time is 9:11 a.m. I would like to ask the secretary, please call the roll. Yes.
Stevens,
Here.
Freeman,
Yes.
Creighton.
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
All right, thank you. We have only 4 members present today, so any favorable action will require a unanimous vote. We'll allow public comment on requests before any action is taken on an item on our agenda. The first item on the agenda is review and approval of the minutes from Monday, February 10th, the regular meeting, included in your packets. Are there any corrections? If not, I'll entertain a motion to adopt the minutes.
Make motion. Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Prater, second by Mr. Freeman to adopt the minutes as presented for Monday, February 10th. Any objection? All right, hearing none, the minutes are approved. And our first
Next agenda item is consideration of applications for clemency and pardon. The docket is published. Our first remote location is at Elaine Hunt Correctional Center. Before we get started, I'd like to have our staff here at DOC headquarters to introduce themselves for the record. Sherelle. Carla Williams. Shanita McCord.
Francis Abbott.
And at Elaine Hunt Correctional Center, Warden, would you and your staff introduce yourselves?
Warden Hooper.
Christy LeBlanc, classification. Ashley Fleming, MD.
Joe Buckles, Assistant Warden.
Okay, and we have before us Mr. Rodriguez. Good morning.
Morning.
Would you introduce yourself, sir? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is Charles Rodriguez, 437720.
And you have counsel this morning. Good morning, Mr. Ryan. Would you introduce yourself for the record?
Good morning. Yes, my name is Greg Rome. I represent Charlie Rodriguez, Louisiana Bar Roll number 21062.
Thank you, sir. Before we get started, I'd like to acknowledge the folks who are participating this morning. We have by Zoom we have quite a few folks who have joined us by Zoom who are here at headquarters with us in Baton Rouge. I'm going to just introduce or call the names of those who've indicated they'd like to speak. The other folks' names and recorded objection will be included in the record. We have former Congressman Billy Tozan, who's on Zoom, wishes to speak. We have District Attorney Scott Perilou from the 21st Judicial District. Here with us in Baton Rouge, Glenn Luke and Gail Luke, who want to speak. And I want to thank everybody who's come and participating in today's proceedings. First, Mr. Rodriguez, let me just read some identifying information into the record. Mr. Rodriguez, you were sentenced in the 21st Judicial District, Tangipahoa Parish, January 24th, 2001. You received a life sentence for conviction, 2 counts of first-degree murder. Mr. Rodriguez, is that information correct?
I don't understand.
Why are you in prison, you know?
Yeah, I'm in here for murder.
Okay, that's what she asked in 2001.
No, it was 1997.
But you were convicted in 2001.
Okay, I was convicted.
That's what she said.
Okay, I'm not understanding all this stuff. I don't know nothing about it more.
No problem.
Okay,
Just didn't know.
excuse me. I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. And so before we get started and before we hear from your attorney, Mr. Rodriguez, we'd like for you to tell us, we already know now why you're in jail. Why do you think should be considered for pardon today? Why do you think we ought to vote to grant your request?
I'm sorry for what I did, and I got brain cancer, and I got kids at home. You know, they're grown now. They got locked up when the oldest was 10. I like to be with them, so.
Okay, sir. We'd like to hear, Mr. Rome, do you have a presentation for us this morning?
Yes, ma'am. I think I already put everything in the record. I sent it in with his original application, but and I attached all those documents with his commutation and request concerning his present mental health and physical health condition. I think he should be considered on that basis.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Rodriguez, case this morning is, first, let's hear from the folks who want to speak in opposition. Is Congressman Tozan on the line with us? Not yet? All right. We'd like to hear from the Lukes. Is it Luke? Yes. So whoever would like to speak first, we have Glenn and Gail indicated they want to speak. Morning.
We are still suffering in tragedy. Brother mine, I have him with friends. Hunting, fishing, family get together. Watch my father and mother suffer from losing job. Their lives are never the same in this economy. his kids, for the figure, birthdays, graduation, family assignments, marriages, sports, family activities, holidays. His family, assist victim of crime or still suffering from loss. No time or sickness changes what y'all did. Show him no mercy as he showed no mercy on Brent and Mary. He shot them both with a child in his arms. And after they were down, he reloaded twice and shot both behind the head. As victims of crime, we are suffering from our loss. Both families are still suffering. We don't have to show no mercy as he did to Brent and Mary. Serve his sentence 2 counts, life imprisonment without benefits of probation, parole, or suspension. It doesn't change anything. Time he has been our decisions. We act Lord, be unmerciful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Luke. And we have Gail.
Excuse me, Mark.
Year-old.
I think we have head movement again. People.
We have verdict.
Oh, we have verdict. As TCA keeps speaking. Ooh. Do you want me to do the thing? Okay, I'll do the thing. Huh?
Swap.
You want to swap?
Yes.
Really? Okay. And then the verdict music and everything.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay. But never mind. I want to do it.
He's just a spoiled little kid.
Yes. My phone. Can I have my phone?
I don't know where your phone is.
Can I have my phone? Sorry. I needed my phone. I want my phone.
You're addicted.
I'm addicted to my phone. Good thing we don't say anything bad, because otherwise you guys would have a lot of fun. Okay, I think I have texted everybody that wanted to know when the verdict was in. I texted, but I have something that I want to play. All right. I am waking up people up because it's verdict time. It is verdict time. 6 hours, 54 minutes, and 38 seconds, everybody. I need to write that down. We have a verdict. We just don't know which kind of verdict it is. Hopefully everything will be fine and it will be the verdict that we needed. Sorry about the loudness of the music, but it's to pump you up. We got a verdict, everybody. I am so excited. I was literally falling asleep in bed, and because I am beyond tired, and I was like, I got a notification saying we have a verdict. verdict, and I was like, "Yes, I need to go to. Oh yay, 3 more visits, I vamos. You can do this." And I got the notification that it was like, "Oh, verdict is in." I was like, "No, I need to run." Well, I literally got out and I said to Nightbot, because I want to enjoy this with you guys, and I want to see the verdict with you guys. This is what we go through, and I was like, I need to go and I need to watch it, and I am here. I actually also came for another thing. I need my tablets for my stomach, because I'm having a little bit of a stomach crisis, because sometimes I suffer from was it acid, too much acid in my stomach, so I'm having a bit of an issue at the moment. So after the verdict, I'm gonna be taking them, and I'm gonna be taking them in the morning as well, because I mean, I can take one here. Hello, is it good? You're here. Everybody's here. Is everyone here? Right? Garden Bot, I've texted Maria. Pickles is here. Susan is here. Sizzy is here. Hopefully, well, I hope he's guilty. Case one. I'm still hoping on a guilty, because he has to be guilty, right? Even though it took 6 hours deliberations. Oh, pickles acid is horrible. That's why I take this only in emergency, when I absolutely have to. I hope. 1 second, give me 1 second. I just need to take this. Honestly hope that he's guilty. I really hope. I'm rooting that he's guilty. If anyone knows how to contact Lizzie, please do so, because I don't know if she's on X. There's been announced on X. So I am not doing us. Lois, I'm not doing acid. I just have acid in my stomach, but I'm not doing that. Don't worry. So, oh, so, like, I think we're supposed to hear soon. Oh, Fanny Pack is here. Awesome, awesome. That's great. Almost everyone is accounted for. I am very, very, very excited. This trial has come to an end. It's been a very long 3 days of trial. Well, 4 days. It's been a long, almost 7 hours of trials. She's not. I am this nuts without drugs. Imagine with drugs. I can see you, Toxic. I see you there. Hello, hello. I'm waving back to you. We are. I am excited. I am just hoping that they find him guilty, because I am a little bit scared that they're gonna be not guilty. I see you and I hear you, Toxic too. So, I think it should be any moment now. Yeah. So the verdict read, and well, sadly, the thing is, I don't think there's gonna be any winners, sadly, in this verdict game, because the time, if it would have overlapped to tomorrow, we would have had restarted the count. But sadly, I'm very, very sad and very bummed that no one has won this one. But hey, there's always the next one. Oh, good. Denise, I was gonna about to text you. Awesome. Oh, of course you are in a meeting. Of course you are. When are you not? On verdict days, you're always in meetings. So it's like, I think they know. I think they know. If like, I think I'm a little bit delulu right now, because I was in bed. Willow is here. Awesome. Everyone is almost here. Awesome. Please, people, get here. Get in your seats. Type seats. Get comfortable. I was very warm in bed with a hot bottle, and I was almost falling asleep when I got the notification about the verdict. I was like, no. Because I was like, we were chatting, saying I don't think that they were gonna go past 5 o'clock. I thought there's like a 5 o'clock they were gonna stop and then just carry on. Ooh, I can't wait to read that recap below. So I was like, I think they're gonna stop at 5 and coming back tomorrow, but apparently no, they have thrown a curveball and decided to come with a verdict. So, we are about to be read the verdict. I honestly hope. Does anyone think is gonna be not guilty? Pickles, be back quick if you can, cause verdict. But I'll see you very soon, darling. But no one thinks that it could be not guilty. Everyone is on the guilty side. Is everyone prepared to be shocked? I don't know the verdict, by the way. Like, don't think. Oh, Suzanne, yay! So nobody thinks he's innocent. Well, I think there's about to be about 12-member juries that might think that. I don't know. I hope honestly not. That Tax Max should be guilty. Absolutely, 100% sure. Uh, absolutely. But we've seen wild things happening. So yeah, he has 4 charges. Um. If he gets found not guilty, you guys prepare to see the rage coming from the UK all over to Florida, because yeah, I am not gonna be happy if he's found not guilty, believe me, y'all. I think it's blue-ish one. Case 1, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, it's been 7 hours since the last time we saw him, so who knows by this time, by now. But I think it's bluish. The color of his tuxedo today. Yeah, okay. I think I was right. I was just saying, yeah, if he's found not guilty, yeah, he's 4 charges. So 2 aggravated child abuse, attempted of unaliving, and then first degree unaliving. That is the 4 charges that Jermaine Lavanda Bass is facing in this trial. So hopefully we'll have a very quick and very soon verdict. And then we all can go and have a good night's sleep, including me. Because even though I'm only working a very short time, I still have to wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning, which is annoying. But it's gonna be okay. I am just gonna be there, bake stuff, and then coming home, which is gonna be nice. So that is gonna be a very nice, easy day, and very warm day because of the ovens. But it is gonna be a nice day. So, and then tomorrow we're gonna resume our new trial. I can do the posting. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Please, is sound. Hang on. Ow, ow. Sorry, I just heard myself on the headphones. Thank you. I cannot wait for your stream tomorrow. Well, for me it's tomorrow. For you it's tonight. So, yeah. Which is great. For me, it's tomorrow. For you, it's tonight. This is wild. Thinking like that, having to think like this. So I am starting to shut down things already preempted, and I need to set up the stream for tomorrow. Because now I know what time we're gonna start the trial. Because yeah. Oh, I need to do that in the morning. We are just waiting. There's still no sound from court, so it is normal. You guys don't worry. I'm sure they are gonna send the sound very soon. Sorry, I'm just trying to do 2 things at the same time. Probably is not working. Yeah, I should be paying attention to what's happening and do this after. So hopefully, yeah, they're coming in. Yeah, I think he's nervous. I think I would be nervous, very, very nervous oh, hello, Cartel, the boss, KTB. Hey, not guilty. That's a new one. I wonder what led you thinking that. If you want to share, just please feel free to do so. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, we'll see. Pickle. Like, I know I am very excited as well. For this to happen. So I'm just excited for this. Well, yeah, it could well prove us wrong. I hope not, in a way, that we are not wrong. But everyone has their opinion, and just they're seeing how is it going. So they took 7 hours, nearly 7 hours, to deliberate. I need to put that figure into our statistics. After I'll do that tomorrow. It's nothing that important that need to be concerned of right now. So I think we're waiting on a jury, I'm assuming. I think, I don't know, I'm not 100% sure, but this is good because I'm taking advantage and doing the setup for the stream tomorrow already, which is gonna start a bit late. It's gonna start. Did they say 8:30? Wasn't it? 8:30. Oh, I think I need to sort. I need to think about the time tomorrow, but I'll set up for this time for now for 9:30. Yeah, 9:30 Eastern, 8:30. I think so. I don't know. Oh my days, I don't know. I'm confused about time changings right now. It's a bit late. So I think, gallery is quite full. I think that's the family of, I don't know, Shirley, Jermaine, what do you guys think? I can always change the time tomorrow if I'm wrong. So it's just interesting. I don't know who's the family could be. I could not see which side they are sitting behind, but at least it does have some support apparently, like, which is good because no matter what, it still does have some kind of this support to get him through this, because it might not be easy to be the spotlight of attention. I know. I understand that, Toxic. Well, in terms of making dinner, I want to go to bed and sleep. That's what I want to do. Cannot wait for that. Okay, all right. So Mountain Time is 2 hours behind Eastern. Ugh, math at 10 p.m. almost 9:30 p.m. Yeah, oh, sound, here. Here we go.
All right.
All right, be seated. My understanding is you all have reached a verdict, is that right? Yes. If you would hand the verdict form to the bailiff for me. Thank you. All right, the verdict form is in order. If you would publish the verdict and poll the jury, please.
Yes, ma'am.
State of Florida versus Jermaine Lavanda Bass, case number 22 CF 011717A, Trial Division 3, verdict form. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1, murder in the first degree. The defendant is guilty of murder in the first degree, Jaylah Bass, as charged. And during the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten, or attempt to use any weapon or firearm? Yes. Did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. Did the defendant discharge the firearm? Yes. Did the discharge cause death of the victim? Yes. 12 of the 12 of us find the killing was premeditated murder. 12 of the 12 of us find the killing was premeditated murder and felony murder. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2, aggravated child abuse. The defendant is guilty of aggravated child abuse as charged. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 3, aggravated child abuse. Jermaine J.J. Bass. The defendant is guilty of aggravated child abuse as charged. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 4, attempted murder in the first degree, Jermaine J.J. Bass. The defendant is guilty of attempted murder in the first degree, Jermaine J.J. Bass, as charged. And during the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten, or attempt to use any weapon or firearm? Yes. Did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. Did the defendant discharge the firearm? Yes. Did the discharge cause great bodily harm to the victim? Yes. So say we all, dated this 27th day of February 2025, juror number 1, foreperson of the jury. Juror number 1, are these your true and correct verdicts? Yeah. Juror number 2, are these your true and correct verdicts? Yeah. Juror number 3, are these your true and correct verdicts? Juror number 4, are these your true and correct verdicts? They are. Juror number 5, are these your true and correct verdicts? They are. Juror number 6, are these your true and correct verdicts? They are. Juror number 8, are these your true and correct verdicts? They are. Juror number 9, are these your true and correct verdicts? They are. Juror number 10, are these your true and correct verdicts? They are. Juror number 12, are these your true and correct verdicts? They are. Juror number 14, are these your true and correct verdicts? Yes. Thank you. I can't see.
You missed one.
I
was 12. You missed 11.
11, excuse me. Juror number 11, are these your true and correct verdicts?
Yes, they are.
Thank you.
And juror number 12, are these your true and correct verdicts? Yes? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I know that you have spent a considerable amount of time and effort today deliberating on this case, and I cannot thank you enough for that, as well as your patience and with us and hard work all week. As you've now seen, it is why we need people like you who respond down with the jury service summons to handle the cases and the disputes that the parties cannot resolve among themselves. So you are essential and a true backbone to our system of justice, and I cannot tell you how much you are appreciated by me personally, as well as all of the judges here in Tampa, Hillsborough County. That much being said, all of my constant admonitions about not talking about the case are obviously lifted. You can do as much speaking about the case as you would like to, or discussion or investigation or whatever you'd like to know in addition to what you've heard during the course of this trial. I do hope if you share your trial experience with others, it does have a somewhat positive spin, so that when they get a jury service summons, they too will come down to the courthouse, as you all have this week, to serve the citizens of Hillsborough as you all have. I spent a considerable amount of time as a trial lawyer before I became a judge. I loved to talk to jurors after cases to see how the presentation went and what questions jurors had or didn't have, or just talk about deliberations in general. That option is open to you. Of course, you're not required to do that, but if you wanted to talk to any of the lawyers, or if you have any feedback for me, let the bailiffs know and they'll tell you, not only you have my contact information, you're welcome to get back in contact with me, or if you want to come back in and speak to any of the lawyers about their cases, you're welcome to do that as well. But officially, your jury service is concluded with the thanks of both parties and with the thanks of all of my colleagues, the judges here in Tampa, Florida. So thank you very much for your service. Maybe we will see you down here next time you get a jury service summons, but thank you for all of your efforts this week. Have a great rest of your week and weekend. All rise. All right, have a seat. Any reason not to proceed with sentencing at this time?
Well, Judge, yes, we'll be filing motions, and also there would need to be a score sheet for the other counts, so I would request sentencing be set off.
All right.
And I also need to discuss then very briefly as well with Mr. Bass about a PSI.
All right, sure.
That's fine, Judge. I had not prepared a score sheet. Obviously, I didn't know what the verdict would be or what if it could be lesser, so I just didn't have anything prepared. But and I know, Judge, in speaking with the family, I believe at least one of them would like to say something. So I know if we can just maybe have another date.
All right.
While we wait on them to come back, wow, guilty across the board. Bye bye, Jermaine. Have a nice life behind bars. He is facing life. That's the first degree enlivening charge. He was before in Florida. He had the
Caution in case this affects either side's sentencing request. This will be my last jury trial. I am retiring effective in a couple of weeks for another opportunity that I have to go into private practice that I'm going to take up. So I won't be the sentencing judge if you want to defer it. But I know that any replacement would be reading the trial transcript as well as familiarizing himself with the testimony that's being conducted. So if that weighs into your decision making about whether or not you want to proceed today, just take that into consideration and telling me what your preference is.
Can we do it before you leave, Judge? Or before your last day on the bench?
Yes, and we're waiving PSI, Judge. I have discussed that with Mr. Bass.
All right.
I could have the score sheet ready by next week for sure, even potentially by tomorrow if need be.
I'm not.
Oh, you're gonna be tomorrow, okay.
You're what? Can't do it tomorrow?
But I definitely by next week I can have if you have a date next week, I can go ahead and have a score sheet ready and we can proceed to sentencing.
Can you do it on Monday?
I do have open time next week, but I would need time to do motions. Wednesday? What do you have on maybe Wednesday?
Well, if we had proceeded to sentencing anyway, you can always file the motions after that.
That's true. That's true. Monday's fine with the state.
The only problem is I think we definitely want you to be able to hear both just because you heard the trial. And any post-trial motions that we file are going to be more complicated if someone's then going to have to get the trial transcript. and review it, if you know what I mean.
Do you have time Wednesday? Or Thursday afternoon? I know we have the morning in here with you, or Friday. Is that possible?
Approach the bench for a minute.
I don't have time Wednesday, ma'am. I am in court. You know, or I can move things around, I guess, or we can catch up to the sentencing. We'll sort it out. But yeah, so guilty across the board, 4 charges, 4 guilties. Is facing life, and life in Florida is life without the possibility of parole. The unaliving penalty was on the table, but it was withdrawn by the state, so he's literally facing life. That's what he's facing, and that is what he's gonna get. There is no I don't think there's no other choice in terms of the guidance book thing, even without prior criminal record or anything. So, yeah, I know I need my own court garden, but so definitely. I think he's gonna get life no matter what. But yeah, there you go. Jermaine Bass convicted of 4 charges: first-degree unaliving of Jaylah Bass, first attempted unaliving of JJ Bass, and then 2 aggravated child abuse for both of the kiddos. Justice was served. I feel that justice was served. I hope you guys feel too. He is. I think he's trying to cry, but I don't think there's any tears there. But so yeah, we're just waiting for the sentencing date, and that'll be it. We'll be back tomorrow. Now, I was doing time math in my head, so 8:30 is about 10:30 in Eastern, right? 8:30 Mountain is 8:30 Eastern, correct? Correct me if I'm wrong. JJ is alive, yes. The unalive charge was for the baby, the Jaylah, yes. Did I say it wrong? Sorry, my brain is asleep. So, yeah, we'll be live at some
Court's
point.
adjourned. Go to the courtroom, please.
Oh. Did the judge just say to clear the courtroom? What's happening? Huh. This is odd. What's happening?
Yeah.
Court clear.
Well, something is going on.
Something is definitely going on.
She was the defense lawyer, and she went back there to discuss.
Oh, that's Shirley. Oh, he's crying now. He's crying now. That was Shirley, I think, the last person leaving. Yep,
Wow.
he's crying now.
Wow.
Well, yeah, exactly. They said that clear. A court is adjourned. Wow, this is very strange. That was very strange. So, I don't know. I don't know if he was Shirley or the mom. I don't know, but well, we don't know the sentencing date. I mean, that's it. This is very strange. This is very odd. Can someone check the docket if something happened? I was like, what's going on? All of a sudden, just yeah. Oh yeah, obviously he's crying for himself, not the victim. The victims, even though it's their little kids. That's very odd. Very sudden, very odd, and just weird. I think, in my opinion, that is just wild. I mean, well, there you go. I mean, I will try to find. Yeah, go take the tux and return and get your orange jumpsuit. there he goes, guys. That is it. I mean, if there is a sentencing date, if I can find it, I'll share with you guys and we'll follow that. But yeah, I don't know. That's just so weird. Now let me just Google something, to make sure I'm saying, just to find out. 1 second. So hang on. Yeah. Hang on. 8:30 Mountain to EST, because that's okay. Right, we'll be live at 10:30 in the morning Eastern, approximately that time. Just a little bit before, so we can do a recap of day 1. So 10:30, 10:20, Eastern, we will be live tomorrow with our new case, the Colorado versus Stacy Rodriguez, day 2 already. Today we had a short day of that trial, and I'll be here for that. This is a case closed for Jermaine Bass. He's gonna go away forever and ever for the crimes he committed. I hope he gets the punishment that he deserves. I hope the judge has a good retirement, and in the private practice that she's going, I'm sure we're gonna see her in the sentencing. We'll hope. I don't know. Oh, hello. Ah, was this the mother? Oh, okay. Thank you, Michelle. She'll use the woman. Ah, okay. Thank you for that. So I'll see you all tomorrow. And oh, okay. All right. Ooh. Willow, I hope he's okay. Yeah, you can always catch up, so it's absolutely fine. And tomorrow's Friday, so we'll see you all Friday and fresh. And have a good evening, afternoon, wherever you are. Thank you very much for joining us with me to this wild case, and we'll be here tomorrow for a brand new one. I'll see you tomorrow, guys.